All right, we are recording.
Welcome, everybody. This is the Oregon Liquor Control Commission meeting for May 26th and 27th of 2021. This is going to be a long 2 days. We have a lot to accomplish. I did ask Commissioner Revelle to please be the timekeeper, the official timekeeper. I'm asking everybody who appears to keep their marks reasonably brief. We're going to be testing our skills and our seating ability over the next 2 days, so it would be helpful. One quick note before we take the roll call. Commissioner Hugh Palick is no longer with the commission. He had some family difficulties and he was forced to move from the area back east. We wish him all the luck in the world. He's been a fantastic commissioner. We appreciated his dedication and his ability to contribute to this commission, and he will be missed. I know I talk on behalf of all the commissioners. So we wish him all the good luck in the world, and certainly his family as well. With that, Laura, would you please take the roll?
Sure. Commissioner Curran?
Here.
Commissioner Floyd?
Here.
Commissioner Harper?
Here.
Commissioner Miletus? Commissioner Revelle?
Here.
And Chair Rosenbaum?
Here. Our first order of on the agenda today is the Cannabis Policy Oversight Team update. Deshita Dawson, please proceed and welcome. I think, Deshita, are you here?
I am. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I'm glad you solved the link problems in our day and age. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to join you guys. Thank you so much for having us.
I'll go ahead and pull up your presentation here.
Thank you so much, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning. I am joined today by a number of members from our Cannabis Policy Oversight Team. Al Ochosa, who is our chair. I believe we have Jesse Horton, who's also our Small Business Subcommittee chair. I believe we are joined by John Monteleone, who's also the vice chair of CPOC, and Travis Moorer as well. And within the, this is actually the last slide, but within the cannabis program, I'm joined by our licensing and policy coordinator, Christina Corsi.
Sorry, I apologize for that.
No worries. So we just came back to give a quick update for OLCC as it pertains to what we've been doing with the cannabis program as well as the policy oversight team. Will be relatively quick as I am hopping from OLCC to council today. But I want to thank you again for having us. I think our last time joining you was in October. And so we have quite a bit of updates that have happened since. We can advance to the next slide. So first of all, I just wanted to reiterate, and I know I shared this before, that the program has specific vision and objectives. The vision really primarily focused on being an equity-centered regulatory management framework that's actually been operationally designed as a framework to deliver on the reparative and restorative potential of cannabis legalization. We've become a benchmark. I'll share a little bit of some of those wins. And then these are our really, over the last year, me being in this role, we've honed in on these three objectives that are to strengthen our program operations and foundational framework, educate and empower the Portland community, as well as leading the local, state, and national cannabis regulatory equity and sustainability conversations. So we can jump to the next slide, where we'll jump into some of the things that we're doing to strengthen our program operations and foundational framework. When we last talked, we talked about the idea of what we needed to do with our technology, and we are actually now moved this along. Thanks to Christina's leadership, we are ready to take on any new licensing tracks, any new equity tracks that may be built from House Bill 3112, but more importantly, to improve what we previously have been doing. And so we're in the process of procuring Acela after a cross-bureau collaborative effort to vet through multiple technology solutions for our core functions, which include licensing, compliance, and now in much larger way, grants management. I also just wanted to call out that we just got approved for a cannabis emergency relief fund. To start that fund, we got approved for just over 1.3 million in allocation from next fiscal year's city cannabis tax revenue to establish the fund. This is after the city delivered almost 15 million in relief funding to small businesses, but at a total level, only about $170,000 for cannabis small businesses. And so understanding the lack of protection from federal and state relief sources, our office will be administering its first ever emergency relief fund. It is a one-time allocation, but the goal is ultimately to have this as an ongoing option, given the challenges with small businesses in the cannabis space. And a lot of people don't realize that roughly 75% of the cannabis companies in the space are small businesses under the $2 million revenue mark. So our hope is to, be more fiscally responsible as we have these businesses driving the revenue, ensuring that we're able to support them during times of emergency. And I think COVID, along with wildfires and our recent rash of robberies and thefts, have definitely increased the emergency need for these businesses. We can move to the next slide. For education and empowerment, we are really focused on our social equity and educational development, or SEED initiatives. One of the things that I'm running off to council to talk about is our 2021 SEED grant fund cycle, which just ended. This is a community reinvestment grant that is 100% funded from cannabis tax revenue and an ongoing way as of last year. We're actually the first program in the country to have a community reinvestment grant tied to cannabis tax revenue. And it actually has been the model across the country, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But we had 3 times the application pool, over 100 applications, 40 finalists, 65% of the finalists identifying as Black, Indigenous, or Latinx. And based on just the strength of the group, we actually have been moving forward with 17 proposed recipients today. I'm going to present for the ordinance in City Council for $1.8 million in funding. We have an additional $200K allocated for technical assistance. And, this is sort of a preview to our 2021 SEED initiatives report, where we talk about measuring, monitoring, and reporting on return on equity investment. And so we'll be happy to share that report with OLCC once it's released. We've also been really focused on education in total, and the CPOT will talk about this a little bit more, but our cannabis competency training pilot, we're gearing up to really support a launch of a multi-agency pilot that will include our county health department, hopefully OLCC, OHA, the Police Bureau, and Child Services, just to name a few. We see this as a digital online only play, and CPOT will dive into a little bit more as to why we need it, but essentially, this is 360 training for folks who are decision makers around consumers, and to ensure that there is cannabis competency across the board as we learn new information about the industry and about the plant. Next slide, please. Lastly, we're leading on state and national topics related to regulation, equity, and sustainability. I was named the chair for the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, a national association of government officials who are overseeing cannabis programs and from city to state level. We're included in multiple work groups for federal legislation. And like I said, our equity center framework and tax revenue allocation has been a model across the country. Illinois is the first to pass it, and they've now gotten up over 30 million in allocation towards reinvestment. New York and New Jersey just passed. New York representing myself from Brooklyn. I'm just so excited. Full circle moment. 2018, I testified about what Portland was doing before I took this role, and to see New York have 40% of its cannabis tax revenue dedicated to this is an important win. In Connecticut pending. And of course, a lot of work this year has been around our Equity Investment Act, House Bill 3112. We participated and helped lead the discussion around equity licensing and the governing board. And of course, this is included in our legislative agenda. We provided testimony and letters of support around that. So that's a real high level, recap of what the cannabis program has been doing since we last met in October. At this point, I'll pass the mic to Al as we transition into a little bit more around our cannabis policy oversight team, which is also expanded since the last time we spoke. Al, are you there? And you can move to the next slide, Laura.
Hi, good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you again for allowing us to speak today. My name is Al Ochoa. I'm the chair of CPOT, and I also work for a large MSO licensed here in Portland. Again, like Rashida said, the last time we were here was back in October, and obviously a lot of things can change. We wanted to make sure we updated you on the goings on with CPOT. One of the biggest is that we're happy to report that we're at a full roster, really for the first time since CPOT was first seated in 2019. Along with the returning members of myself, Stephanie Neal, John Monteleone, Dr. Rachel Knox, and Laura Valden Vega, we were able to bring on board additional folks. Brett Bourne, who's the owner of Ascend. We have Eric Vikstrand from Multnomah County Health Department, who actually does have a standing position on, Multnomah County will always have a standing position on CPOT, and Eric is filling that role now. We have Jesse Horton from Loud, who you'll hear from in a little bit. And then we have Amber Peterson Phillips, who's a community member and a doctoral candidate, as well as Michael Rockland. He works with the American Cannabis Nurses Association. Travis Moore, who's joined us, he's also with WeBlog, and then Gabe Cross from Odyssey Distribution. So it's exciting that we're able to have a full roster for this year. It allows us to go ahead and expand our bandwidth and really delve into a lot of the different action items that we'd like to go ahead and do this year.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure.
This is Commissioner Revolt.
Hi there.
Okay, so I'm going to jump right into an issue that I see that I have yet to hear you guys address, and that is recently the last time a bill like the H bill that you just spoke about on equity was passed, members of the majority community sued the state of Oregon and stopped that funding that was going to go to people of color for past issues. Right now, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has created programs that are designed to redress some of the racial issues for Black farmers throughout America. And white farmers around America now are suing and attempting to sue and hold people hostage around that. What are you going to do when the majority community who are involved in the cannabis world, and by and large they are the majority in that world as well, come after these people of color who they perceive are getting special treatment on equity? And if you're not familiar with what's going on in the farm industry, you can call me up and I'll direct you as to what's happening. Also, what happened in Oregon a year ago when funding, millions of dollars supposed to go to small businesses of color, and that was then derailed.
Hi, this is Dashida Dawson. I'll just jump right in really quickly since it was a House bill question. The House bill was built with an 80-person work group, and we were definitely aware of what was unfolding. It included Representative Akasha Lawrence Spence, and we worked together with a number of amazing lawyers as well as the Willamette Law Student Group to develop a 90-plus page legislative report that outlines the government's compelling interest in pursuing equity legislation, but also I testified about that in the judicial hearing. We definitely started with race neutral language, but as we started to look at it as a group, we felt that it was important to include race conscious language. However, it doesn't preclude folks from, being participants within the equity program. The language specifically outlines some race conscious language along with additional ways that individuals can also qualify to account for what we know was criminalization across the board in all races. So we feel prepared more so than ever before because we took into account the entire country's layout in terms of race conscious versus race neutral. And what we found is the precedent on the East Coast, whether it's New York's legalization that had race conscious language or Connecticut's legalization bill currently looked at that has race conscious language. And then the Maryland Medical Commission's ruling in 2018 that they needed to add race conscious language. We feel pretty confident that we've addressed most of the challenges that would come up in some sort of lawsuit of that nature. It's
So
more
you're ready to
inclusive than
defend.
that. What'd you say?
You're ready to defend.
I believe our legislative report would absolutely defend the positioning.
Okay, that's what I want to hear. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dashida. You can go on to the next slide. Again, we've been dealing with a lot of issues since 2020, and obviously there's certain things that are still cascading in 2021. So far, we're going to be focusing on a few key insights and providing those. Number one, we still do see racial disparities persisting in law enforcement interactions as shown by the chart. We believe that's still continuing in 2021. Number two, small cannabis businesses need access to state level financial and technical resources because of the barriers to traditional federal support. As Dashida mentioned, the city is moving forward with a cannabis emergency funding. So we're excited that that's going to allow some help to the small businesses. Number three, the ongoing limited access to banking still leaves cannabis businesses vulnerable to theft and robbery, including here in Portland, and it's increasing along with the tragic associated murders, as you've probably seen in the media. And then number four, despite being an essential business, there is still a gap in cannabis competency among key decision makers, agencies, and community leaders. You can go ahead and go on to the next slide. So based on those insights, we're one of the things I want to go ahead and report on as an update too is the formation of a set of subcommittees within CPOT. That's definitely new for this year, and we're excited for the subcommittee members to be able to dig deep and then be able to present their findings to the entire CPOT. But the number one focus area that we're looking at right now, and a subcommittee was actually formed around community impact. It's chaired by Amber Peterson Phillips and Travis Moore. And really it's meant to respond to increased thefts and robberies and to provide policy recommendations to help improve safety. So as far as those objectives, we do have a few emergency requests from OLCC, including streamlining reporting data with local agencies and bureaus, revisiting policies that could support increased safety, like walk-up windows or requiring 2 employees to be on site at any one time. And then also looking to clarify security compliance policies and potentially updating the business preparedness workbook that OLCC puts out. You can go on to the next slide. And then we also did form a subcommittee on competency. This is chaired by Mike Rockland, Vice Chair John Monteleone, and Vice Chair Sabina Monet. One thing that I do also need to point out is that on each subcommittee, we do have at least 2 CPOP members that are part of each subcommittee to help, help with the information gathering at the subcommittee level. But the key objectives of this competency subcommittee is, again, as Dashita mentioned earlier, to launch a multi-agency 360-degree cannabis competency pilot. Really, we strongly feel that, cannabis competency is important because we do have agencies and bureaus that are assigned to tasks around cannabis, but of either an incorrect attitude, i.e. negative biases, or limited knowledge, i.e. no information about cannabis and the industry. And then also prioritizing workforce training and education. So really the one request on this focus area is to have OLCC partner and participate in the competency pilot that we will be launching out of this program. So.
I have a quick question
Sure.
on education. Do you guys? I should be asking Steve this Commission Director Marks this question, but on something like Delta 8 and the legislation, do you guys chip in and give us your opinions on that and what you're doing? I just out of curiosity. Is this part of your responsibility as well?
Well, you see, with Delta 8, that's probably on a different level than what we were looking at. Basically, we were looking at more of a Cannabis 101. Again, we know we need to be able to put forth some sort of baseline education for a lot of these agencies and bureaus that may not know anything about cannabis. So we figured we'd go ahead and start with that and really move forward, as the pilot develops, and being able to bring in other curriculum as part of this.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
But from here, I'd like to go ahead and pass the mic on to Jesse, who will go ahead and talk about our small business support.
Hey, thank you very much, Al. I appreciate it. Hello, commissioners, OLCC leadership. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. I've had the opportunity before in my roles in Minority Cannabis Business Association and New Leaf Project, advocating for other businesses, an opportunity to get into the cannabis industry and community uplift, as well as advocating for myself to get a license and to get into the industry. I'm happy to say I'm finally licensed and my business is doing well. And I'm happy to come to you now to represent other small businesses in the city of Portland and our subcommittee. It's important that we focus on small businesses. It's really the lifeblood of the Oregonian economic development. We're looking at equitable growth, sustainable growth in small businesses in the city and the state, as well as the fact that it's benefiting each and every Oregonian with the growth of the cannabis industry. We have a vice chair who I think maybe is on as well, Brett Bourne, and other really great CPOT members representing the Oregon Cannabis Association, Oregon Retailers of Cannabis Association, other businesses, also regulators and different perspectives. So we really want to attack this in a way where we really have the opportunity to improve or really advance our objectives. And those are to evaluate and positively affect barriers of entry and success for cannabis businesses in our city, ensure that all city resources are accessible and equitable. There's many small business opportunities for growth and support, and we're really realizing that a lot of it is not either known to cannabis businesses or not, equitable and made available. So we're really trying to identify that, and then also foster a culture of partnership versus punishment. I think because of the nature and the history of our industry, And maybe rightfully so in some ways, right? Regulators have had the need to really kind of focus on removing the criminality or those opportunities in our industry as we explore with legalization. But now as we move to becoming a much more legitimate industry and even an essential industry in the state of Oregon, we want to make sure that there is more of a feeling of partnership in the growth and opportunities for cannabis businesses in our city and our state. So what we're focusing on is doing a really comprehensive survey. We'll be happy to report that to you with different business owners who did have the opportunity to get into the industry, and some also who maybe didn't get a chance to get in, to understand what were those opportunities that could have been missed from those different objective areas. And, you know, some of the things we've identified as I finish up, as of right now, just with our really intelligent and very diverse group of committee members, is that we want to make sure that we request to the OLCC to really have more transparency in regulations as well as in enforcement, so that we can help to advance our objectives at the city level, as well as a better understanding of the data that is out there, so that we can really not bring our biases to what potentially could be wrong or what potentially could be improved in the industry, but really use the data that may be available, data from an equity standpoint, data from an enforcement standpoint, from a denial standpoint, all those things to give ourselves the opportunity to really positively impact those barriers of entry and success. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I look forward to sharing the recommendations and the feedback that comes back from our survey soon.
Very good. Does that conclude the report, or?
Yes, it does. Thank you so much again for this time. We're now available for additional questions if there are any.
Thank you. And I would like to request that you come back in another 3 or 4 months and give us another report. I think this is very useful. One question I have is, what is the percentage of stores statewide that's located within your jurisdiction or within the city's jurisdiction? I really don't know that. I'm just curious.
I think that's one of the reasons why we're so focused on data, because we can't necessarily get the correct answer on it. But what we estimate right now is that Portland represents about 35 to 40% of the cannabis revenue in the state. Whether or not that's whether or not that's correlated directly to the number of businesses, not entirely certain. But I think one of the biggest challenges we have with our less than stellar technology, which we hope to change with our Acela upgrade, and we understand OLCC is looking at that, is how we create dashboards to be able to pull reports that quickly tell this information. Because to be honest, we get asked this by licensees or would-be licensees all the time, and unable to really necessarily provide just like full breadth. We can talk about our city to some degree, and we still have challenges there, but how we look as compared to the entire Oregon is still, to me, feels like a moving target.
Well, if you have 40 to 45% of the stores, then your data becomes very, very critical. And let me just say this very succinctly, and I think the other commissioners know. Anything that you have that you think that will propel your data to a different level, I'm here to help you, because we certainly can't do it on a state level at this point. So whatever help you need, I'm more than willing to help you on it.
That's awesome. I think the last time we talked, we mentioned connecting with Chief Technology Officer, and I believe Christina is on, and we can definitely circle back to try to see how we can start to do some more streamlining. I also recognize, just from my experience in the cannabis industry, some of the challenges with the tools we use. Our CEDA solution tool, tracking tool, metric, just on the record, I feel is a little bit challenging, and is definitely tough for the operators as well as for us as the regulators. So hopefully we can work together to find more, better solutions on how we're aggregating the data and what we're asking and looking for in that data as well.
Well, with that previous statement, if you don't make it in this job, you certainly can be a diplomat. I was very impressed the way you said that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you very much. Good job. And will you please schedule it for 4 months from today?
We will
I think
definitely get on scheduling.
I think a
All right,
quarterly
can you
report
hear
is
me?
excellent.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Harper.
Oh, okay, thank you. Ms. Dawson, I had a couple questions because the last percentage you stated, can you also find out the land mass in your county or in your city in comparison to the state? I just see more land mass in southern and eastern Oregon with the production of cannabis and in the future hemp than the area that you're concentrating on. And my question is, the real question is, what city approved the allocation of funds for 2021?
What city approved the allocation of funds for 2021? For what funds?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Mhm.
in
Which
the
funding?
first page of your, yeah, the first page in your presentation, you said you received, was it 1.3, is it 1.3 million?
Yes, that was just approved by the city of Portland. We made a request, the
Okay.
cannabis program made a request to be able to start a cannabis emergency relief fund after recognizing that none of the small businesses in cannabis were able to participate in any of the CARES Act funding that came through the state and then through the municipality. So that was that question. The second is, I agree with you about the land mass, which is why so many operators that have licenses within the city also are licensed outside of the city primarily for their cultivation. But, you know, ultimately as a molecular biologist, I know that cannabis is a genus that includes both hemp and marijuana. And we'll have to figure out as a collective regulatory body how we start to move towards regulation aligned with the science as opposed to where we are.
Thank you. And when you finish, if you do a study, can you let us know the difference between outside grow versus the inside grow of cannabis, so that then those numbers can come together a little bit better for me?
Absolutely.
The second question I have, we're moving into June. The city of Portland has a history of not dispersing funds in a rapid manner. And so if the city approved those funds, when do you expect, I mean, I would expect the whoever's banking or whoever is distributing those funds to get to you in the month of June. Is that right?
No, they were approved from our fiscal year 2021-22, so we don't get that allocation until July. But I wholeheartedly agree with you as I'm running to City Council now to discuss our 17 seed grant recipients. This is triple the number, and the only reason we're able to do that is because we already had $1 million in the bank that has been sitting for our RFP process, and we have another $1 million being allocated in July. Given my previous business experience, I just felt it was necessary to move our RFP process to be prior to the allocation so that we are able to disperse it as soon as it's allocated versus sitting on it for a year. So going forward, we'll be able to do that with seed. And our goal is to, you know, quickly in the next 2 to 3 months, get the emergency relief fund out. So I agree, it shouldn't sit and wait for allocation.
That's awesome. And then, and as Chair Rosenbaum stated, when you come back, can you give us the numbers on who received those funds and that bank account is going down? My last question is that, you know, the presenter spoke about, you know, supporting small business and a small business model. We at the OLCC see a corporate culture infiltrating our state. And eventually, within the next 5 years, that small business model is going to be changing real fast. So how are you going to tackle that in regards to corporations coming in, purchasing large land masses, and the small business guy with a little retail shop here in Portland trying to hire minority people to work for $7.50 an hour or whatever it is, be successful?
It sounds like we need a longer meeting for that answer, but what I'll say is that we are tackling it first in policy. That means being at the federal level, ensuring that we do put in place small business relief mechanisms throughout the entire licensing and regulatory process. We're also tackling it by trying to be an example within the city as to what limitations we generally have on licensing. I would say right now, none, but we definitely prioritize those who have 3 licenses or less. And in this emergency relief fund, prioritizing the relief for people who are 2 million in revenue or less. But also the last thing is just dispelling myths that everybody in the cannabis space is a big business. And in fact, it is not. The median for the cannabis businesses revenue is actually much closer to $250,000. What we have is a very high mean. And when we have that type of distribution skew, it's showing that we have a few really, really big companies that are offsetting the mean, but the majority of them are still relatively small. And that's across not just the city of Portland or Oregon, but across the country. And so I think there's a collective effort across the country to ensure that the policies are in support of small businesses truly as we are, putting them in place.
Yeah, I think one of the things that Mr. Horton stated, or I felt believed in, is knowing who's in a business. And if this commission, your committee, cannot share with us who in the minority world is a part of this practice, it's not going to make a difference, because there's always strength in numbers. So I encourage you, outside of going to Washington, D.C. to find something out, I encourage you to concentrate on the state of Oregon. And because there are a lot of growers out there, producers that would love to support your group, but they just have not received that call. And Mr. Horton, he's the person that can do it for you. He's in the business, he's in the practice, and he can make those things happen. So as I encourage you to extend throughout the state of Oregon, I also encourage you to keep the fight going and support as many people as possible. I hear I have young people calling me up and telling me they're going into these cannabis retail centers in Portland and having a heck of a time just purchasing it, because these people that own these shops now, they have a bias. So let's together figure out how we can dispel that and keep everybody active, and also work with people that have been disenfranchised through the prison system and coming back to be as supportive to you as possible. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I've got to jump off. I want to appreciate, again, I appreciate your questions and the time this morning.
Okay. Next up is Director Marks, your update on House Bill 3000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Steve Marks, Executive Director, OLCC. So you were asking and commenting, Mr. Chairman, on Delta 8. I'm sorry that today I can't report that we moved it out of the House Rules Committee yesterday, because we didn't get all the paperwork wasn't there for the committee to take action to move it to Ways and Means. We'll be meeting on Thursday. But House Bill 3000 has become sort of an omnibus vehicle for cannabis policy, short of the equity issues and some of our enforcement issues that are going through in 2 other pieces of legislation. Has become a place to deal with a lot of the policy issues of cannabis, including Delta 8. Certainly deals with the issue of intoxicants. It's going to give us and ODA effective tools to get at that issue of CBD products with THC in them available in the open market. And for those that aren't familiar with the Delta 8 issue or this issue, just be warned that some products in the open market have more THC in them than you can purchase in an OLCC store. So this bill will give us the tools we need to set standards for that and quickly regulate it. It'll prohibit products with intoxicants being sold other than adult use, so minors will not have access to those products. They need to be tested and cleared for the THC's content. We will have necessity to do some emergency rulemaking to establish those serving size THC standards for those products, hemp products in the marketplace. It also is wrapped into dealing with the illicit cannabis production going on in Southern Oregon. We'll catch you up on some of the information that we've been seeing and viewing in the legislative process. I know some of you have seen the videos of all the hoop houses going into place, suspected activity of growing marijuana under the guise of hemp, both on non-registered grows and then on registered OHA hemp grows. This bill will give the state two sets of tools to deal with enforcement. One of those is sort of on the, I call them the null set grows. If you are not in it with a cannabis program of the state, if it isn't a home grow, if it isn't medical, it's not ODA, it's not us, it's not any system's legitimate state sanctioned grow. Then it'll be a Class A misdemeanor, and law enforcement will be able to go in and with warrants get testing if they suspect that marijuana is being grown under the guise of cannabis. This will give us an opportunity to just address that wanton non-compliance criminality in some cases where small growers, but are particularly worried about cartel activity, are just growing outside of any state regulation and being protected because you can't distinguish cannabis from hemp. The second enforcement tool is to be able to go on to ODA registered grows now administratively and with protection of law enforcement to be able to do testing of the cannabis plants on the hemp grow. Obviously looking for sort of commercial grade, higher THC cannabis plants, marijuana being grown in those grows. That goes into effect immediately, and we hope to put that to good effect. ODA does with law enforcement partners and with many other regulatory partners beyond OLCC, including labor and OSHA, water resources. The grows that will be looked at under this program will not be selected by law enforcement. They'll be selected because of administrative agencies' issues with grows. So we'll establish ODA, we'll work with the interagency team to establish a criteria on which we go in and do inspections. Now, OLCC is likely to have a relatively significant role in that activity because we will enter an interagency agreement with ODA so that we can use some of our inspectors as ODA personnel to inspect those properties. Right now they have a very, very small program, so they need people power to be able to carry out these inspections in the near term. House Bill 3000 also deals with implementation of the Farm Bill. There were other bills out there that allowed that would put the state in position to file its hemp plan with the Secretary of Agriculture, U.S. Department of Agriculture. That provides things for ODA's program that are like ours, like background checks and the ability to deny licenses. So that'll put those authorities in the law for ODA so that they can have an approved filing with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And lastly, and very importantly, it creates a task force that's really focused on looking at the longer term structural recommendations on how we're going to manage cannabis within Oregon. So to help us establish the lines between who sets what parts of standards and who has the proper roles to accomplish things, and to make sure that as independent agencies, we remain integrated in everything we do. It does, I talked about intoxicants, it does give us what I'd call state-of-the-art authority for standard making for cannabis, and we'll really have now in statute a total THC and any intoxicants from the cannabis plant standard for us to be able to regulate. So that'll give us a broad swath to be able to deal with all the creativity in this industry to be able to set standards for items for human consumption. It also very much introduces the notion of adult use cannabis. So that would be a cannabis that's intoxicating, and that's become our realm of sort of statewide authority. So very important bill. It's picking up bicameral, bipartisan steam. It's become a priority for the governor. Hope to get it to Ways and Means very quickly. Hopefully it'll move there on Thursday. Execution and getting this to the governor's desk as quickly as possible is essential. The first harvest from these hoop house grows is going to be at the end of June. So we'll be doing, now that the policies come together, some of the funding, I might add with funding, there is a doubling of the grants program through the Criminal Justice Commission to law enforcement. It was about $3 million. I think $6 million is tagged in the bill to go into these joint efforts, but these are grants that will go to the local jurisdictions to be able to hire people to enforce. So proud of where we are. The legislature's acted with, they were shocked like you were about Delta 8. They acted swiftly. This is a very comprehensive piece of legislation for the short time in which it's come together. And hopefully it'll move with undue haste and put us in position to control intoxicants going to children and unwitting adults in the marketplace, and be able to allow us to get on those cartels that are so disturbing in Southern Oregon. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Marks. Let's hold off on any questions until we get our legislative briefing by Rosetta. So you're up, Rosetta.
Hi, good morning, everyone. For the record, Rosetta Shatkin, Government Relations Manager for OLCC. It's been extraordinarily exciting week. Lots of moving parts, as Director Mark noted, House Bill 3000. I will share just what the governor signed this week, bills that are up on the floor today and tomorrow, and bills that are outstanding, but they're in the Revenue and Rules Committee. And partly that's important because this Friday is the last day for a work session for bills that are in the second chamber, meaning a House bill that's in the Senate and a Senate bill that's in the House. Senate Bill 406, that is the direct shipment of wine that was signed by the governor this week. I believe Nathan Riggs and the PACE team are working on the rules and getting those in place quickly with stakeholders. Senate Bill 515, bill by Senator Girard, that was signed this week as well. And that bill is requires licensees under OLCC to refile any report that they suspect that there's sex trafficking going on, and whether a minor is employed in a way that is outside of the rules of OLCC. Senate Bill 750, that was a bill that we requested from Senator Lou Frederick, that's extending the timeline for temporary letter of authority for eligible applicants. That was signed by the governor this week as well. Bills that are on the floor, there are big omnibus bill, House Bill 2284, that will be up today. Senate Bill 317 is liquor to go, alcohol to go, cocktails to go, and that is also on the floor today. And suspect that they will reasonably pass. Another bill that's up on the floor was brought by Senator Prasonsky on behalf of OLCC. And it was just simply a technical fix to help align the duties of peace officer under marijuana and liquor laws. And the two outstanding bill is our name change bill that's still out there, and a bill that we're working with our policy team, Dan Croy and Devin Morales, on some technical changes to help OLCC licensees. And that's it. That's the report I have for today.
Excellent. Thank you. I hear you're doing a very good job, and I'm very pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, any questions? Nope. It's
I just want to thank our staff. You know, one of the things there on Delta 8 and the work we've done, the state would not be in the position of having this comprehensive House Bill 3000 in place, nor would it be being discussed nationally, the issue as much, but for the work of our marijuana team. And I want to just tell you that one important issue that is not fully resolved, we can address it, and ODA can address it through their rulemaking should the act passes. You know, it's the CBDs that are chemically being converted back to Delta 8. Well, right now under the Farm Bill, there's really not interstate tracking of, particularly if you're thinking about industrial quantities of CBD oils. So my example is it's shipped out of, you know, oils on a larger level, right, to be able to reprocess, shipped to, say, troops that are Consequences, New Mexico, you know, to some folks that could get in a garage band, reconvert it to Delta 8 THC and put it up on the internet for sale. We really do need federal action related to the Farm Bill and cannabis policy to be able to control that nationwide illicit market that has come out of CBDs. But with that, you know, the hemp marketplace can be clear for their products for all the benefits they purport and for human consumption. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, and Steve, thank you for that. It's the staff is fantastic. It always has been, and I really appreciate you bringing that up. Sometimes we take them for granted, and obviously we shouldn't, because they are fantastic. And every one of the commissioners, including myself, use them all the time. So thank you. I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. You guys do a great job, and we do appreciate it. Okay, I guess the next item is the warehouse update. Chris?
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chris Mayton. I am the Distilled Spirits Program Director for the OLCC. I'm here today just to give you another brief update, status check on the warehouse relocation project. It's currently going still through the legislative process. We're awaiting, Senate approval and budget approval for the bond so that we can start the acquisition. In the meantime, what's happened in the more recent days is we did post an RFI to check for site availability to see what locations would be able to accommodate a new warehouse. And we did come back with multiple favorable locations. So since that time, we've gone and toured those site locations. All of them are somewhere between Southern Portland and North Salem along the I-5 corridor. So we have narrowed that list down to 3 properties that we are working now to vet. And in that vetting, we're looking at critical impacts to the agency for today and for tomorrow. So things such as drive time for our existing employees. We're looking at the labor analysis of the markets, just so when we go to recruit in the future, we want to make sure that we're in a competitive work environment. We're looking at cost analysis for freight, because of course we do deliver all the way across the state. So we do a lot of runs. So we want to look at what the freight cost changes will be from those new sites. And then what our expandability is, because we certainly don't want to have to go through this lengthy process again in 15 or 20 years. We'd like to be there for a long time. So we're trying to make sure that we find the most appropriate property and of course the best deal for the state that comes at the, within the budget parameters we've allowed. So with that, I expect us to produce an RFP for the property in the coming months ahead. And then once the budget is signed and final, probably in August, we can then start getting an acquisition, assuming everything goes through. So with that being said, I'm concluded with my update. I'm here to answer any questions if you have some. Thank you.
Commissioners?
Commissioner, Chair Rosenbaum.
Commissioner Harper.
Commissioner Harper. Yeah, in the past, when we started this process, Commissioner Miletus was extremely excited about this proposal and this movement. Have you stayed in touch with him in regards to the process and what's going on, so he can pretty much share with us here at the as commissioners?
Are you referring to me, Commissioner Harper?
No, Chris, Director Mayton.
So Chairman, Commissioner Harper, I have been in direct communication with the executive director, who I believe has been talking with the commissioners. I have not been speaking with the commissioners directly, other than on the Monday updates when I joined, I answered questions when asked.
Oh, thank you. I don't know, Commissioner Miletus, are you still interested in this project?
Well, is Commissioner Miletus on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, well, let me answer for you on that one, if I may, only because, and then of course, whatever you want to say, Commissioner Miletus. Well, why don't you go first and then I'll respond. Go ahead, please.
What was the question, Mike?
The question was in regards to the communication and transparency with the commissioners. I know you speak directly with the executive director, but we've had a specific commissioner have questions about this location move, and I just want to make sure that we're staying in touch with him and his expertise in this area. And that's my question, Matt. If you're not concerned about it, then I won't question it anymore.
Well,
no, I have no. I think the agency's done a great job with this due diligence. I've just been the extent to which I've been involved with it has been seeing the reports from, I believe, Deloitte and another outfit. In essence, I think that the agency has to do what's absolutely best for it. I've got some knowledge of industrial distribution properties, but in essence, the agency does what's best, and whatever decision's made is the right one. I have had no involvement in the process at all, though, beyond just being briefed the same as everybody else.
I think Commissioner Harper's question was excellent in many ways. I particularly asked to have an update every month on the warehouse. I cannot think of a more important issue that's going to affect the operation of this commission and the state of Oregon over the next 20 years than the decisions we make on this warehouse. And this is a 7-member commission. Every single commissioner needs to be involved in the decision making. You're the ones who are going to be asked to give a final approval. And I want a month-to-month review on this so that all of us are kept up to date. There's 2 things that I think is critically important here. One, as my understanding is, we are not going to lease this place, we're going to buy it. If somebody wants to correct me on that, the time to do so is when I'm done speaking. Consequently, this is going to be a major decision. And I do not want this commission, including myself, to be presented with a final decision on one location and then ask for this commission to vote up or down on something that we haven't been involved in the choice process. So Commissioner Director Marks understands this. He's 100% cognizant of our feelings on this, and that if you're down to 3 sites, I want the commissioners involved in it. I want them to take a look at them I want them to be actively involved in it. This is a 7-member board and we all have one vote. And this is incredibly important to the future of this organization. So unless anybody has anything to say about it, I expect all the commissioners to be directly involved and to take a look and even to be invited to go to the different sites and look at them. By the time that we have a final decision on this, I want everybody on the same page and I want everybody completely briefed on it. The commissioners, if you have any questions or you have any comments, now's the time to talk about it.
I'm in 100% agreement with Chair.
Mr. Chairman, let me hop in here because you got to recognize, and I know you know this, and to as the extent we can do it, we are in a procurement. These projects have to be judged against one another. They have to be scored. We'll have an internal team do that process. So to the extent that we got the top 2, the top 3 in the end, we'll make sure we get you the information on what's there. But these need to be objectively considered. And then you will make the final choice on what we advance and what we scored. But want to just remind you that that process has to be equal for all the firms that are involved in it. And there are criteria around making sure the sanctity of that process runs well. There is, having said that, a ton of information we can share. We just need to put a firewall between the two until the two come together. So you'll have all the information. We'll
yeah, but Director, there's no reason in the world to put up a firewall between the commissioners and your thinking and your reasoning behind one location would be better than the other. And I can't see any reason in the world why you wouldn't invite the commissioners at some time to at least take a look at the 3 pieces of property. I mean, we understand that obviously you're going to make a decision and you have to base that on a whole set of criteria. That's not the issue here. The issue is I want the commissioners to be comfortable with your reasoning, and I want you to share with them your reasoning. So by the time you come to the conclusion, we all can shake our heads and say, yes, that's right. And by the way, we've seen all 3 locations and yes, you're right. There's no reason we can't do that. I mean, I have an open mind, but I can't imagine there's any reason why you would be opposed to that.
I'm not opposed to it at all. I think that's exactly what we need to do. We just need to keep the scoring process separate from the process of keeping you informed and your authority in making the final decision. So we can carry that out, and I think you're exactly right. And you know, I think the good news here is we're in process and have started that. But I got to tell you, I haven't even looked at the sites because they're windowing them down now. And then it'll come to between those few, and then we'll make sure you get all the analysis, maybe even before, certainly before we make a final selection. If you want to look at the sites, we can certainly make that possible for the commission members, and we'll inform you for sure of all the thinking that's gone in, how they've performed against the criteria, and then, you know, all of the tangential factors, like how far away from staff are they and what the implications are, will be organized for your consideration.
Yeah, that's why I insisted upon this monthly update by Chris, because I really don't want us to be behind the 8 ball, and there's no reason why we would be, but I want us up to date every month so that we can make decisions on this. Okay, thank you very much. Let's see, the next thing that we have on the agenda is the alcohol violation stipulation settlement agreement.
Good morning, Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Andy Chiller with the Administrative Hearings Division, and I'm here to present to you the stipulated settlement agreements for your consideration and ratification. This month, we have 5 alcohol settlements, 7 marijuana settlements, and 1 licensing settlement to consider. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Commissioners?
Chair Rosenbaum?
Yes,
Uh,
Commissioner Harper.
Two questions. So this is our first meeting where we're dealing with the issue of mask and mask not using, and also the 6 feet rule. Can you go over that one more time? Because I think this is our first meeting. And do you project we'll have more of these types of cases in our next meetings?
Commissioner Harper, I believe that this was an issue in one prior commission meeting, but I'm happy to review the applicable rules. So our rules have adopted the OHA guidelines as a benchmark, as what's required for entertainment and bars and restaurants that are licensed by us. And essentially it boils down to patrons and employees must wear masks unless an exception applies, which would be usually that they are actively eating or drinking, or if there is a medical reason why a mask can't be worn. And the distance rule is that patrons and employees and or parties of patrons that come in together must be at least 6 feet away from each other, and tables and seating areas must be configured so that there can be 6 feet of distance between the two.
Thank you. And the standard sanction for these violations I see is at 3,465 with additional aggravation.
Commissioner Harper, the standard section it's categorized as a category 2 violation. So the standard sanction would be a 30-day suspension.
Ah, okay. And the last question is involving this spaghetti, let's take Spaghetti Western. So were they a company that showed during the course of their operation of their business that they were going to not going to adhere to this mask mandate?
Commissioner Harper, yes. So the facts of that case is that actually had one additional factor because it was during a shutdown. It was while the was in extreme risk. So during that, the framework for these rules has changed a little bit. First, there was a phased approach, and then it moved into the risk categories. And at this point, at this time when this violation occurred, I believe that it was the risk matrix. And so it was an extreme risk, and the establishment was not supposed to be open for indoor dining. However, they still operated and allowed indoor consumption of food and beverage.
Thank you, Andrea. And the final question is that they have, so the governor on our website, the governor, we received the governor's report and it's updated on our website. Is it such that all the businesses licensees they should know what the law is? Like, for instance, this Friday we're going to open up a little bit more of the bars and restaurants, and I know that Commissioner Floyd can talk about this more. But how is the information transferred to these businesses on a daily manner so these sanctions or these rules won't happen in the future?
Yes, Commissioner Harper. So, it is expected that licensees will follow these rules. And I think also because they are the subject of a lot of discussion, I think the expectation is that the businesses will follow and be able to follow the changes in the rules as they happen in the status of their counties. However, we have also taken the additional step of not issuing a violation. We have really, the inspectors in the compliance department has taken an education first approach. And so we will not issue a violation unless prior education has been provided to that licensee. So at the point that they receive a violation, their response can't be, well, we weren't aware of the rules that were applicable at the time, because the inspectors go out, and if they see non-compliance with the rules, the first thing they say is, here's the applicable OHA guidance, here's where you can go to find updates, here's what is applicable to your place at this time, here's the framework. And with that education first approach, by the time it gets to a violation, they've already been updated and educated on what the rules are, what they're required to do, and where they should be able to find the rules that are applicable to their establishment.
Thank you, because I do know that these businesses are financially stressed and have been for a year and a half. So thank you so much for that. That education is important, and I can bank on the fact that if I get any more of these cases, we have been by their place of business 1 or 2 times, and they've received an idea what website they need to review to understand what our governor is trying to tell them. So thank you so much.
So Chair?
Okay.
Chair?
Yes. Is that Commissioner Floyd? Sorry.
Commissioner Floyd here. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning, Commissioner.
So just a follow up to Commissioner Harper's question. So on those restaurants and bars, are you saying that that aren't compliant with the guidelines, the governor's the guidelines? They have had the benefit of education first, and then it's later on when inspectors come to pay a visit on their premises, and they still see that there's the non-compliance.
Commissioner Floyd, you are correct. So the inspectors, when they do a site visit, will provide education and information. If we get an intake report in our department where it is not apparent that they have previously gotten that education or a verbal warning or something along those lines, we will not issue a violation. So when these settlements come to you, you can be sure that this is, for lack of a better term, a repeat offender.
Thank you. I do have a question, Chair. I do have a question. Let's see, this one is Bradford's on Halsey. Andrea, I'm just not understanding this violation. There was, it reads kind of awfully. There was a fight that ensued between patrons around, it looks like 1:52 a.m. I'm not understanding how the sole bartender on duty, who was a woman, by the way, was supposed to intervene here. The synopsis reads, and I'll quote, "The sole bartender on duty attempted, operative word here, attempted to directly control the patrons engaged in fighting, but was clearly outnumbered." I'll read that again. The sole bartender, the lonesome woman bartender on duty attempted to directly control the patrons engaged in fighting, but was clearly outnumbered. So Andrea, she tried, but she was outnumbered. What exactly do we expect this woman bartender to do? And I know that this commission certainly doesn't want this bartender to put herself in harm's way. So can you elaborate on what happened here, please?
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner Floyd. And I think you are absolutely correct that the commission's expectation is not that a single bartender put him and herself in a position where she would be threatened or could possibly get hurt. The expectation here is that she would have involved police before she did. So the chronology of the facts in this case is that a group of patrons walked in, and the bartender immediately, and this is in the statement she gave to the inspector, immediately had a bad feeling about them and actually refused to serve them, but didn't ask them to leave. She knew she wasn't going to serve them alcohol, but didn't request that they leave the premises. She also watched as they verbally accosted her and became loud and hostile to another group of patrons before it became physical. And then at the point where it did become physical and a physical fight ensued, the timeline, she said there were 3 or 4 instances where there would be a fight, they would separate, they would come back and fight again, and they would separate. The 2 important points I think that are critical to this charge is that there are 2 panic buttons that were located in the bar for a bartender to press if they needed assistance and couldn't handle what was going on in the bar by themselves. And also there is a phone where she could have called for police intervention. So I think there were 3 separate instances here where the bartender could have prevented the physical altercation that resulted in the injury of another patron and failed to do so. So it is the failure to take those steps to intervene before it got too out of hand and before that injury occurred that is really the basis of this charge.
So in real time, I'm sure there's a lot of adrenaline, right? That's occurring, especially if she's the only bartender who's a woman. I'm sure that there's a lot of chaos going on. So it's not that she didn't call the police. It's not that she didn't hit the panic button. It just wasn't when staff thinks she should have. And I'm sorry to say it, but I just don't think that this sounds like it should have been resolved internally. It sounds like this shouldn't have been made it all the way to commissioners. It just sounds, I'm still not understanding how this is a violation. I don't understand it, Andrea.
And Commissioner Floyd, I understand that. And I think that with the permitting disorder charge, I think there's always a discussion as to what could have happened. And there's always sort of a look back and said what should have happened versus what did happen. And but the rule is in place so that licensees are on notice that they're responsible for what happens in their establishment and for setting up circumstances that and setting up an environment that doesn't create the potential for harm to their either employees or their patrons. And here you are correct. It is a bartender who is a female in this establishment. And also maybe this licensee going forward will think that that's not really maybe the best staffing solution. That there has been concern in this case and others about understaffing, and it does put their own staff and patrons in danger if they don't have, for example, security staff or more than one bartender. And so the licensee does have the responsibility to train their staff to recognize the signs that disorder may be imminent. And also the licensee has the obligation to staff their establishment sufficiently to keep their staff and their patrons safe.
I understand that, and I appreciate that, Andrea. I wish that this licensee would have been afforded the benefit of education first and had this not become a violation. So that's all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Floyd, this is Michael Shine. This was actually my case, and I would like to add just something for the record. And I hear what you're saying very clearly. But I want to note that I did watch, the video, as did the inspector, and there's video that we have. And this was like a rolling fight involving a lot of people and people being thrown around the room and tables knocked over. And it went on and started and stopped over a period of about 12 minutes, which is a long time for a fight like this. And it wasn't until absolutely when it was over that the permittee, who had a phone in her hand, actually called the police. And our precedent, which the commission has established over many years, basically says that we expect the permittees and the licensees to take reasonable steps to control disorder, which includes if they feel that they cannot control the disorder themselves. We do not expect them to put themselves in harm's way, but we do expect them to call the police at the earliest possible moment. And so applying that pretty objective standard, we felt that this did warrant a charge. And so that's the framework that we're operating under, that either you intervene and do your best to control it if you can, and if you don't feel you can, that you call police, or if they'd had security, involve your security staff.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Harper. Hey, I'd like to know what Commissioner Revolve thinks. I'm on Commissioner Floyd's side, and I want to hear what law enforcement, what he would have decided.
Well, thank you, Michael. I think that one, I would have never advised her to get physically involved. To Michael's position is that 12 minutes is a long time for a fist fight. I mean, it's not like the stuff you see on television where, and for one who's been thrown through a plate glass window, 12 minutes is a long time to wait for cover to get there. I would not have wanted her to get involved, but waiting until the fight's over to call the police is kind of, a little late in the game. I think that I'm going to have to say yes on this punishment situation because 12 minutes is a long time for a fight, particularly if you're being tossed around a room. And if she's freezing action, then that person is not being trained properly by the organization. And this isn't the first time where we're seeing employees take the brunt for what an owner does or does not do. And this is a unfortunate situation where this might be one of those cases where she, as far as I know, she could have been told, don't call the cops until you absolutely positively have to, because then we're going to have a problem. And that's an unfortunate situation. It is. I'm going to have to say yes on this, even though I wouldn't want her to have gotten involved, but she needed to call the police much sooner than she did. If that helps, that's my position on it, Michael.
Any other comments? Before we
Not on
vote,
this.
before
Sure.
we vote, I just
I have a
wanted to
question.
say,
Question on the Union Club.
go ahead, Commissioner Revelle. I just wanted to say to you, 12 minutes is indeed a long time for a fight. 60 seconds is a long time for a fight.
That's my new, I got about 60 seconds and it's going to be a really bad fight for 60 seconds.
Well, yeah, I won't comment anymore, but 60 seconds is a lifetime.
The older I get, the longer it is. So, this is just a general question for the organization. The Union Club in Hermiston, do we have licensees who actually believe they can tell the police not to come inside and to go away? I mean, excuse me? That's where my 60 second goes into 12 minutes of fight. It's like, is this common around the state?
Commissioner Revelle, it is luckily not so common. This particular licensee claimed that he had gotten advice from counsel that he could tell the police to leave if they don't have a warrant. I'm thinking that the attorney wasn't familiar with our rules that say if you hold a liquor license, you have to allow law enforcement in to check for violations and to allow them to, conduct their business. So the explanation was bad legal advice. I think with the COVID executive orders, there's actually been a little bit of an uptick in licensees' belief that they can prevent law enforcement and government officials from entering their establishments. I think there's been pushback to the enforcement of the rules regarding social distancing and masks. Prior to COVID, that wasn't a very common approach by licensees, and I think I've maybe seen it once or twice. So it does happen, but I wouldn't say that it was common.
Well, I see Commissioner Curran kind of shaking her head as if she was rocking a baby back there. The only time that someone ever told me that was, excuse me, Commissioner Curran, was some law student at the University of Oregon say, oh, you have to have a warrant to, and of course, then he went to jail. But you're not a yes.
I think that I have heard that argument from the people who are calling me saying that they have talked with either other licensees or other attorney friends who say it's the common argument, if they don't have a warrant, you don't have to let them in. And so I've kind of explained this to them. And I agree with, I will be voting no on these today because I think that the framework has lacked common sense and has not been following what we need to do. We have put a huge burden on these licensees, and to see that we are penalizing them more for what has not been uniformly applied, for what has not been, I think it's been difficult to enforce, and it's caused a lot of people, we have lost, I believe the agency has lost a lot of our credibility and enforceability with this by enforcing or trying to mandate and follow these rules that are very difficult to follow. And that's just how I have seen it in action with people. I will say, and I go on the record, I know a bar that has been operating pretty much at full speed in Eastern Oregon without any problems due to its locality. There are less complaints, people are not enforcing it. And which is the trouble that I'm finding with with the mask mandates and with these closures, is that it's throwing these restaurants back and forth with their employees. We're putting them in incredibly, incredibly difficult positions when we're asking them whether they can put food on the table for their families, whether they can provide a job for their employees. Whom I spoke with an employee who said, if I get fired for 2 weeks, I'm not going to make any money because I can't get benefits in that time. And so you have these restaurants who are friends saying, I don't want to let these people go because I know how important this job is to them. So we are not on the ground in these situations, and I feel like punishing these people for these very difficult policies is not in furtherance of our situation. But that's where I would say I do think that this has been the OLCC is the enemy more so, and it's creeping up because of these enforceability provisions and the differences that exist throughout the state. It's causing trouble with how we're going to be perceived going forward.
Commissioner McKern, this is a fight. They were there to investigate a fight at the Union Club, not so they were wearing the Lone Ranger mask.
But there was also the mask guidance. I thought I saw on the mask that they refused to let them in regarding the selling of alcohol after the timeline.
Well, okay, so they're selling alcohol after the timeline, and they have a fist fight, and then they tell the police they can't come in.
I understand. I think in my experience out in Hermiston and the Pendleton area, is that there is I would say this is more centered around the policies regarding whether people are supposed to be in their establishment, whether they're supposed to be selling alcohol indoors, and the mask policies. When I read this, that's largely where these are coming from, that the people are on there. They're taking their license from this person.
From this whole group, yeah.
I find it really hard to cancel someone's license after they've been through so much this year under this circumstance. But
and Commissioner Curran, I know this would be hard to tell just from the information that you got, but this was actually the licensee agreed to surrender. We were in the process of discussing settlement, and they actually just wanted to get out of the business. So this was not a situation in which we pressured and said this was the only settlement we were going to offer. The ownership structure of the business involved one of the licensees is an insurance company, and that was the attorney that I was dealing with mostly, and he said we just want to get out of this. And so yes, this is a settlement where they are losing their business, but the context around it is a little bit different.
Well, that's a lot different. This looks like we're canceling their license, and if that's something that they were going to do anyway, that certainly changes the facts.
And the Commissioner Curran, I do want to say that we did it was a notice of proposed license cancellation, and I can't say what we would have done had they pushed back, but this was a situation where they said very early on in the discussion regarding this case that they just wanted to close their business.
Could I ask that we separate these cases and vote on them separately?
Sure, that's your choice.
This is an idea.
If you make a motion in a second, that's what we'll do, Commissioner Revelle.
I move that we break apart the 5 liquor settlements that have been presented and that we vote on them separately.
Do I have a second?
Commissioner Harper. Commissioner
Okay.
Harper.
We have a motion and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let's take them separately. Laura?
Do you want somebody to make a motion for each separate one, or?
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Harper, I move to ratify. I move to. I'm gonna go back here and Chair, should I go in the second proposal or the first?
Just on the first one, I imagine just do one separately rather than combine.
Okay, so alrighty, so we're gonna try to figure this out here. Where's my little statement at? Okay, so the first one is, I'm going back and forth. So the first one is a union club, is that correct?
That's correct.
So number 1, union club. And somebody else has that page because I'm scrolling on my pad.
This is Commissioner Revelle. I move to ratify the union club stipulated settlement agreement as proposed by staff.
Okay. Commissioner Curran?
No.
Commissioner Floyd?
I'm going to say no.
Commissioner Harper?
No.
Commissioner Miletus?
No.
Commissioner Revelle?
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum?
Yes.
That is 4 noes and 2 yeses. Motion is not passed.
Okay. Let's keep on going.
Okay, so this is.
Can I ask a point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to point out that the effect is to force them to go to hearing unless there's an alternate settlement that we can bring to you. Because these are settlements that people have agreed to, and if we reject the settlement, then we have to take it to hearing like we did with Black Market.
I understand, but as a practical matter, this commission has told you that they're not happy with this. So I would imagine that the people involved in this have a pretty good idea that they can reach a settlement in some way without going to an official hearing. It's not in anybody's interest. That argument doesn't hold too much water with me. I don't know about anybody else, but they can read the tea leaves.
This is a situation in which they want to surrender their license. They have no intention of continuing the business, and this is the effect would be to actually hinder the licensee's wishes of how to proceed on this particular case. It is a proposed cancellation.
Listen, you had 4 no's and 2 yeses. Unless one of the commissioners wants to change their opinion on it, it has to go back because that's the final word that they said. I understand what you're saying, but it's one of these situations that there's 4 commissioners said that they're not happy with this. So find another solution.
If I can ask, then what would the commissioners that voted no suggest be a better solution in this case rather than.
Well, I don't think it's, unless any one of the commissioners want to answer that, I don't think it's up to them at this point to tell you, but, you know, far be it from me.
I will just say, Andrea, providing that information was helpful. I just didn't feel that I could vote based on the information I was given. I didn't want to cancel somebody's license just on the information I received here that they did want to cancel it. So if that's the case, that information would be helpful to be provided in our stipulated agreement that was their plan. But I don't feel, again, I didn't feel comfortable canceling a person's license under these facts.
I think what Commissioner Curran is saying is that if we would have been apprised that they wanted to give up their license, this wouldn't have happened. Correct,
Chair
Commissioner?
Rosenbaum, Commissioners, I'd like to interject. The terms of the agreement say that licensee will surrender its full on-premises sales license. The terms of the agreement didn't say that we were going to cancel their license. So I believe that we did apprise the commissioners of what was proposed to.
We could stay here all day and we don't want to, okay? Commissioners, there's 4 no's. Anybody want to change their mind and change it? Time to do it. Otherwise, we'll figure it out later. Okay, let's move on. By the way, on the next 4 of them, does anybody have any problems with the other 4?
Yeah, the one.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Harper.
Oh, no, go ahead, Commissioner Floyd.
I would like to take number 2, Bradford's on Halsey separately as well.
Does anybody have any problems with the Spaghetti Western, the Casa Diablo, and Last Lap? Okay, let's take those 3. I need a motion on those 3, and we'll take Bradford on Halsey last.
Well, Bradford is
Chair.
too.
Right.
Okay, Chair, I move to ratify the 3 stipulated settlement agreements as proposed by staff. And should I read each name off?
Yes, please.
Casa Diablo, the Last Lap, and then was that the Spaghetti Western?
Right, that's correct, Commissioner Harper.
Spaghetti Western.
Commissioner Curran?
No.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yes.
Commissioner Harper?
Oh, golly. Chair, can I ask a question before I vote?
Sure.
Are any of those 3 the mask mandates?
Yes.
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 No.
Commissioner Miletus?
I'm a little confused on what we're voting. So we've got Casa Diablo, and then what are the other 2?
Spaghetti Western and the Last Lap. We're singling
Casa
out.
Diablo was the mask violation, or what was that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm fine with that one. The other 2, I'll just go with what the group says, but I don't believe that neither of those 2 are I haven't looked at it as in depth. But Casa Diablo seems all right. But I'll go with the group, I guess.
Is that a yes?
Miletus, we can't because we're voting the last 3 as a group.
All right. Okay, I guess that's a yes then on Casa Diablo and the other ones, I guess. Or no. Well, you guys go.
Hey, Chair.
I'm sorry?
Chair, this is Commissioner Floyd.
Yes.
Can I please change my vote to no? Excuse me. I was a little confused. I was going down to the marijuana stipulated, and so I got a little confused there. My vote is no.
No, what, Commissioner Floyd, that's fine, except that we're separated Bradford's on Halsey because of your request, okay? So the no is on Spaghetti Western, the Casa Diablo, and the last lap.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. For the record, my vote is no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'm a no as well.
Commissioner Reval
Yes.
and Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. So what's the vote on that now?
That is a split vote, 3 noes and 3 yeses.
So.
No, it's 4.
4-2.
Didn't Commissioner Miletus change his vote?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Sorry to add to that. Yes. 4 noes, 2 yeses. Motion does not pass.
Okay.
I just
Chair
feel like I need to
Rosenbaum?
enter a point of order is that the effect of saying no to these settlements is that these licensees could potentially face a higher penalty, including longer suspension time. So, I understand concerns expressed, Chair Rosenbaum and commissioners, about the underlying rules and the enforcement of it. I would just like to say for the record that I believe the settlements of these violations is not necessarily the best vehicle for exercising the concerns regarding these rules, because it puts the licensees in even a worse position. What we would be now, the position we are in now, would be to proceed to hearing. And like I said, these are category 2 violations with the standard penalty.
You could offer them a better settlement.
Well,
Listen,
Chair Rosenbaum?
Wait a minute. Think about what was just said. Why are we here but to exercise our right as commissioners? 4 of the commissioners said no. We don't want to approve this. And if you're telling us that the only thing we can do is approve it, then why are these in front of us to begin with? Because we have that right to say no. And the
Chair
commissioner
Rosenbaum?
said,
They're there before you because you made a rule telling our division to enforce the governor's executive order and the guidance of OHA. Our division has put a tremendous amount of time, not pleasant time, because these are the hardest cases we have. We've had to put them ahead of all the other cases, and we have a lot of hearings pending on these cases. As you know, there's a lot of political controversy surrounding these mandates, so that makes it really hard. And so because you've made this rule, we need to now know whether the commission wants us to enforce that permanent rule that you made, which is 845-006-0345 15 and 16. And if you don't want us to enforce that rule, we'd like to know, because we're putting a lot of staff time into enforcing it.
we're not saying we don't want to enforce it, but you can't tell us that we only have one choice in this matter, and that is to follow 100%. You never should have brought it in front of us. Now, I fully appreciate your position. I voted yes. 4 commissioners voted no.
But
That doesn't mean that.
But if 4 commissioners are always going to vote no on these sorts of cases, we should just stop bringing them.
Well, that's very unfair. Every case is different. Every case is on its own merits. And just because the 4 commissioners voted no, that doesn't mean they'll do it next time. But you can't tell them that they can't vote no.
I'm not saying that you can't vote no. I was discussing the reasoning behind the no vote and the practical effect that would have going forward. And it seemed that the practical effect is contrary to the concerns expressed as far as time and expense and resources spent by the licensees. And Mr. Shine is correct that we were told to go forth. This is a rule that we have. We enforce it just like every other rule, and we present these settlements to you not as a discussion point of whether the rule itself is valid or the enforcement of the rule is valid, but as to whether this particular settlement is equitable for the charge that was asserted. And I believe that it makes much more sense for this process for the charge to assume and give us credit that we are doing the best we can and that we are equitably enforcing this rule as much as we can. And if the problem is with the rule itself or with enforcement, then that is an absolute valid discussion to be had and a policy discussion to be had. But when we try to discuss policy reasoning underlying these rules in the context of settlement, it is, I think, ultimately the licensee that suffers.
I hear you. There was a vote taken. You know, we're not going to renege on the vote. That's the right of these commissioners to do that. I agree with them 100%. I don't know what else to tell you at this point.
Chair, can I ask a question?
Director Marks, we will look at these. I respect the commission's authority to make its vote on what it needs to do, and staff has done a lot of work. Respect their positions. They have told the commissioners what the consequence of their actions are, and the commission should proceed with its work here, and we'll work it on the policy issues and what we've generated as a result of those decisions after you've made the decisions. But I have confidence that the commission has heard the consequences of their vote.
That's right. And you know, if one of the commissioners want to withdraw this and put it on the table for a month, fine. If not, we have to go on because the vote was taken, and we'll work this thing out. Believe me, we'll work it out one way or another, but the right of the commissioners to vote are there. I don't never want to take that away from any of us. We're not a rubber stamp.
I'm a little, so we can't go back and settle, because the issue with the mask thing, the big issue I've got with that is that people are just trying to survive, essentially. So we had the rule in place, and I think that, I don't know what the right answer is. I mean, I think I know staff's put in a lot of time on it. I'm just, can we go back to settle or vet the entirety of it to make sure that the right decisions are made and then settle with them at this point? Or I'm just unclear on what, you know, it seems like the cases are completely separate.
If somebody wants to make a motion that we can, hold on. Let's look at, we've got a full day ahead of us. If anybody wants to make a motion to reconsider the vote just taken, do so. If not, we're going on. Okay, nobody wants to make it. We'll figure this out in the future. We're going on. Let's go to the marijuana violation stipulation agreements.
Chair Rosenbaum, we have the one other agreement.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Bradford on Halsey. I apologize. Kiana, you want to, Commissioner Floyd, would you state what your issues are with that, please?
Yeah, I think that this licensee should have been afforded the benefit of education first. I don't think that this should have gotten all the way to commissioners. I think this should have been resolved internally. This happened 2 years ago. And, you know, I think that there's a lot that, you know, maybe we can look back in retrospect, in hindsight, and say, yeah, we should have done, you know, something more. But in this case, where there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of adrenaline, she's the lonesome bartender here. I feel that there was an opportunity for the benefit of education first, not for this to reach commissioners 2 years later with a, you know, a violation.
Commissioners, any other further discussion?
Commissioner Revolt.
Commissioner?
I think that we're going to have to, as an organization, relatively quickly take a look at the issues that we're facing. In looking at this particular case, you know, 2 years is about what we have to deal with on occasion for a licensee to go through the process. We've always been concerned about the time limit that it takes in order to get the process before us. So that's the case. I think also, quite frankly, is we have to admit to the fact that we have not been in total agreement with issues that's come out of the governor's office. And we've not been totally in agreement with those issues because the people that we represent have gone through a horrific time period, many of whom have lost their positions. And it has not been safe for our own organization to try to enforce rules and regulations throughout the state, regardless of where it is, because of the up and down motions of what people are having to face. So we're in a situation now where we have rules on the books that we have in fact stated we want enforced, but over time we have seen what could be perceived as a devastating effect of enforcing those rules, particularly when there have not been equitable in their distributions of enforcement. So I think it's pretty clear as to what's going to happen on this next vote. I think that we are going to have to, as an organization, as a commission, not the organization, because we give the organization the rules and then they enforce them. But we're going to have to say that as a commission, we either agree with what's coming and how we're being asked to enforce what the governor is doing or not, and take the consequences of those actions as commissioners, because we are clearly at a fork in the road for what's going to continue to happen through the end of this year, if not even the next year. So it is realize that, and we are moving forward. So I move that we take this next vote with Commissioner Harper reading the information that he has prepared, whether we vote or not.
Any other discussion? I personally think that this is a very healthy discussion. It gives us our voice. It's our prerogative. This commission, we're precluded from talking to each other about these votes with more than two people. This is going to come to a head. We're going to solve this one way or another in discussions. And I can't think of a more healthy way to do this than the way we're doing it right now. This is a democratic process that makes a hell of a lot of sense to me as far as I'm concerned. So we'll get to the right answer. And regardless of, I think this is important, regardless of what we do here today, there is nothing but deep respect for Attorney Schein, his complete group, Andrea. That has nothing, please do not take this personal. We understand how hard you work on this. We understand that without you, this process doesn't go forward. But you need to understand that we need to have our voice heard, and this is the good way of doing it. You may not agree with us today, but it'll all come out the right way. I have no doubt about that. Let's take a vote on it. I need a motion. Thank you, Commissioner Harper.
I echo your sentiments, and also our two mandates is public safety and education. And I want to share with you also how incredibly fortunate I am to work with some incredible professions at the OLCC that really do a fantastic job. So again, last motion, I move to ratify the stipulated settlement agreement for Bradford on Halsey settlement agreement as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Curran?
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd?
No.
Commissioner Harper?
No.
Commissioner Miletus?
No.
Commissioner Raval?
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum?
Yes.
That one is a three-way split.
I'm sorry, that one split 3-3?
Mm-hmm.
That means it fails, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So Good. We'll get to the bottom of this. I think, again, I think this was very healthy, and I commend the commissioners for doing what they did. I really mean that. We're not a rubber stamp for anybody. This is good. Let's go on to marijuana.
Andrea Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Oh, I have a question, Andrea, on the in regards to the event. It's two of the stipulated agreement businesses that appeared at a cannabis event.
It's 3 of them, Commissioner Harper.
Oh wow! Can you share with me how we were able to find out all 3 businesses and then propose these penalties on them or fees?
Yes, Commissioner Harper. So the compliance department was made aware of the event through social media. And when they were made aware of it, they arranged for 2 inspectors to buy tickets and attend in an undercover capacity. And while they documented what they saw when they attended, and there were actually 6 licensees total that were charged. 1 had previously has settled and has been it has gone before the commission. That settlement agreement has been ratified. That was Oregon's Green Rush. The participants that we have here today presenting their settlements, 2 of them, River Valley Remedies and Artifact Extracts, have a little bit of, we approach that with a little bit of a different approach because they refused to participate in the investigation and were made affirmative statements to our inspectors that they would not provide any statements, they would not make their employees available, and they essentially shut down any investigation. So those 2 were facing the surrender of their license as a term of their settlement. And the other one is settling along the same lines as Oregon's Green Rush. And there is 1 additional participant that we are still in discussions with their attorney about settlement, possible settlement.
Can you, last question, Chair. So again, is it 2 of these businesses will give up their license, or 3 license cancellation?
Commissioner Harper, is 2. It is Artifact Extracts and River Valley Remedies that will surrender their license as part of the settlement.
I might as well ask my question along with Commissioner Harper. The 3rd one is Genesee Farms. They were farmed. They had 2 Category 1 violations. I mean, why is River Valley and Artifact, I looked at the whole situation. Why is that 3rd one just fine? Why didn't they lose their license? They had 2 Category 1 violations.
Chair Rosenbaum, it was the additional charge of refusal to participate in the investigation that distinguished River Valley Remedies and Artifact Extracts. We believe that behavior was contrary to what we should expect from a licensee. Licensees are expected to be open and honest and work together with the inspectors. And so the refusal to participate in the inspection, we believe, put them in a different position than Genesee Farms and Oregon's Green Rush, which is the participant that settled earlier. Their approach and their willingness to work with the inspectors was the differentiating factor for those 2 particular licensees.
That makes that makes sense. But with Genesee Farms with 2 Category 1 violations, if they get another Category 1 violation, will their license be automatically taken in the next 2 years?
Chair Rosenbaum, it's not automatic. I mean, the proposed sanction for a Category 1 is cancellation, but with each case, we do look at the particular facts of that violation in addition to their compliance history and discussing whether or not we would proceed to hearing or insist on the surrender of the license as a settlement term or settle for something less than surrender.
Okay. There's some certain bad actors, but I guess some people get 2 or 3 or 4 chances and other people don't, but I'm done. Commissioner Harper, I didn't mean, go ahead, please.
No, you make a lot of sense. Hey, by the way, is this, Adri, is this case similar to not letting enforcement officers in, but also not letting police officers on premise? Is this sort of similar to the scope of what we're trying to do at the OLCC? So if they don't let the police in, that's one thing, but if they don't let us, our inspectors receiving information, is that another, especially since we had undercover officers at this event?
Commissioner Harper, the rules are similar. In both alcohol and marijuana, all licensees have an obligation to allow inspectors and law enforcement on the premises, and there are sanctions and penalties for the refusal to do so. The refusal to participate in the investigation for artifact extracts and River Valley remedies took place a lot further down the line from the event. It stemmed from the undercover officer inspectors being present at the event, but it was the follow-up investigation where the inspectors went to the premises and informed them of what they had found and asked them questions about their participation in the event, steps that they took to get the product at the unlicensed location. It was that follow-up investigation where they said, we are not speaking with you. We're not going to give you any information. We are not going to make our employees available. We're not answering any of your questions. So it was related. It stemmed from the undercover inspector investigation, but it was further down the line.
Thank you.
Chair Rosenbaum?
No. Yes.
I move to ratify the 7 marijuana stipulated settlements agreements as proposed by staff.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Harper,
Yes.
Commissioner Molinas,
No.
Commissioner Raval,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum,
Yes. Licensing stipulated settlement agreement. Andrea, are you still up? Yes.
Yes, we have one licensing stipulated settlement for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
If none, Commissioner?
I move to ratify the license stipulated settlement agreement for JEF Farms as proposed by staff.
Commissioner Curran,
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd,
Yes.
Commissioner Harper,
Yes.
Commissioner Molinas,
Abstain.
Commissioner Raval,
Yes.
and Chair Rosenbaum.
No. Okay. Thank you, commissioners. The job well done, in my opinion. We're now, let's see, do I need to, we're going to be dealing with retail services. Brian, do you want to say anything before we get started?
Chair Rosenbaum, good morning. For the record, Commissioners, Brian Fleming, Director of Retail Services. We will take the resignation for Vanita first, and then Laura has built in a break time. So if it's up to you, if you want to dive right in now to Vanita, all applicants are on board, or if you'd like to take a brief minute to grab coffee, it's entirely up to you.
Commissioners, what's your choice? Well, we're good. Let's get started with it, and I'll if everybody's okay with it, I'll make some discretion when we take a break. We'll take a break, but let's get started on some of this stuff.
Okay, with that said, again, Brian Fleming, Director of Retail Services, here today for Bonita store appointment. This store is just outside of Eugene, approximately 1.7 million in annual volume. I have 4 applicants for you today, and we will do them in order by what Laura pulls up on the screen. The first applicant will be Aaron Sandall with C&K Market. Aaron, just remember to state your name for the role or for the record, as well as turn on your camera if you can and unmute.
There we go. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Aaron Sandall, the district manager for C&K Market, and oversee the operations for Ray's Food Place in Veneta. And I have today with me Jay Payne. That's not my presentation.
Aaron, this is Commissioner Wall. You have 6 minutes. Questions asked by the commissioners will not go against your time frame. All ready?
Chairman, 1 second here. Let me get to the right. I think I scrolled through these things. Sorry. Just 1 minute.
I am going to be turning my camera on and off. There's going to be a lot of times I'm going to be taking notes. So I just want everybody to know that there's so many people I'm going to be taking notes on this on and off.
Chairman, just 1 sec. I think it kind of got froze from sitting for a while there. Oh my goodness. Hold on, folks.
Commissioner Reval, is this business close to where you are?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep asking questions.
I would have liked it better if Hi Hee Hee was still there. Remember that, Aaron?
Yeah.
Biggest pancakes, size of a plate, and my sons loved it because it was the side order of bacon was a pound.
Yeah.
This is why I am partner of the auditors.
I will say on Laura's behalf, we have done this multiple times. Today is the day it froze, so give Laura a little bit of latitude. She'll spend a ton of time getting ready, so we're ready.
Okay.
I love that sign that says "Now hiring." Remember that, everybody.
Yeah, that's on all of my buildings right now. Definitely working for that. So, okay, am I ready to start?
We ready?
Yes.
Go, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Go.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, so next slide, please. I'm speaking today about not only taking over the operations of Bonita Liquor, Beer, Wine, and Smokes, OLC Store 1190, but also moving it into the Ray's Food Place building. Next slide, please. C&K Market is a small independent grocery retailer based in Medford, Oregon. We operate several retail banners. Our flagship banner is Ray's Food Place, a full-service grocery store that emphasizes quality, fresh products, and local flair. There are 38 stores in Oregon and Northern California, as well as 4 OLCC expansion stores within our sisters, Gold Hill, Selma, and Merlin locations. We believe we became an employee-owned grocery company in December 2020 through an employee stock ownership plan. Next slide, please. Bonita Liquor Store 1190 has been an asset to the community since opening and is a destination stop for customers headed to the Oregon coast and the local community. Currently employing 4 team members and the owner-operator. In the same shopping center, C&K Market operates Ray's Food Place, employing 17 full-time and 19 part-time employee owners. We pride ourselves on being part of the community, offering our customers the best service and products possible. We are known for a large selection in getting customers the items they want to buy, not the items that we want to sell them. An added liquor store is a perfect fit for Ray's. The location is successful for us because of our partnership with the local community. We proudly support the Oregon Country Fair, local sports events, the local schools, participate in the annual Christmas Light Parade, host the annual indoor Easter egg hunt, sponsor and donate to the Veneta Santa and Love projects. Next slide, please. Our store leadership team starts with myself. I've been with C&K Markets for 29 years, managing multiple locations as store manager and 11 years as a district manager. I'm versed with P&L, cash management, inventory management, and merchandising. I'm the licensee on file for our 4 OLCC expansion stores and received outstanding OLCC evaluations for the 2020 year. All 4 stores have shown positive growth year over year. Jay Payne has been with C&K Market for 28 years, in the store manager role for 26 of those years, and in Veneta since 2014. He has experience in managing multiple team members, P&Ls, in-store donation budgets, cash and inventory management, and merchandising. Jay is an active member of Kiwanis and the Veneta Chamber of Commerce. An experienced liquor department manager will be in place in the location. We're optimistic of placing team members from the existing liquor store in full-time roles as a department manager and an assistant department manager. Next slide, please. Same for me. We think we're a good fit for the liquor store because offering liquor at Ray's will enhance convenience to the public. We currently serve an average of 6,500 customers a week, and they're looking for a true one-stop shop for their grocery and spirit needs. We project the sales increase for the first year to $2.3 million, which is more than a 30% increase over the prior year. This will be attained through extended hours, added variety, and great customer service. Ray's will offer spirits for sales to the hours of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. 364 days of the year. The location inside Ray's will have 88 more linear feet of merchandisable shelf space than the Veneta liquor store currently has, and with room to expand as demand and sales increase. After the build is complete inside the location, we work with the OLCC district manager to increase selection and ensure we are providing our customers with the most in-demand items that they are looking for and that they want. Next slide, please. To prevent theft in the department, it will be located in Clearview in an area which is physically partitioned from the rest of the store, a true store in a store concept. A few ways that we like to deter theft is by staffing the store with clerks and with engaging customer service and great customer service. Cashiers and clerks are trained at the time of hire to go through quarterly refresher training on proper alcohol sales, including the prevention of the sale to minors. We'll be using DVR, camera, and public view monitors in the location. The department will go through a regular cycle count to help inventory and theft control. Next slide, please. This will be a quick overview of our vision of the store within a store and how it will be set up. This is the outside of the Ray's building, and we're going to move the existing liquor sign over to our location. Next slide, please. This is the planned layout of the store, and the top view in the right-hand corner, you can see where we'd be placing the new liquor department. Next slide, please. The entrance of the liquor store will be much like our sister's location, and it'll have a wide opening into it to allow for shopping. And on the right-hand side, you can see a larger layout of the actual department there. Next slide, please. Also, like the sister store, we'll be using 22-inch black shelving throughout the department. The islands in the center will have 4 shelves high, and the ones on the perimeter will be 5 shelves high. Next slide, please. We'll use overhead track lighting to make the product the star of the department. Next slide, please. The fixtures in the department will be redwood checkout counter and 3 redwood locking cabinets for high-end merchandise, 375 milliliter bottles and mini bottles, 4 end caps to merchandise local spirits, seasonal and promotional products, wine barrels with shelves to merchandise impulse items and overstock. Next slide, please. We'll use in-store marketing to call out category locations and shelf signs to identify local product. Next slide, please. The store will have LVP wood flooring, cherry wood fixtures, art prints of the local Fern Ridge Lake, and spirit bottles on the perimeter wall. Next slide, please. In summary, Ray's Food Place Veneta is an ideal location to move the liquor store. The location will be convenient to the public and provide today's shopper with a true one-stop shopping experience. We'd offer longer hours and more days of operation to the community and we have a well-established customer base. This will bring added revenue and financial growth to the LLCC, Ray's Food Place, and our employee owners. We've been successful with our other 4 locations in sales growth, and we believe we can do the same thing here. C&K Markets would operate. Okay.
You can make a closing statement, please.
Sure. Again, just kind of my summary there. We would be an ideal location for this to add our customer, this true one-stop shop. We believe we got great financial and revenue growth for both the LCC and our location. And we would be a good fit for the current employees at the LLCC or at the Veneta liquor store, bringing them over, giving them new positions with full-time with benefits.
Thank you.
That's it. The rest of the slides that I provided are for just informational type items. So that's all I have for you today.
Thank you.
One question, Chair, Commissioner Harper here.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, who is the owner and whose money is at U.S. Bank for 6.6 million?
So the owners are actually the employees, and an employee stock ownership plan is basically a retirement plan. As the company, yeah. So as the company, basically the company used to be a debt-free company, and now it's leveraged itself, and it is basically purchasing itself back as we grow sales and we grow profitability. We take that money and we pay off that loan and issue stock out to our employees. And then that stock is at any point in time after a bit of a vesting period, that stock is then cashed out to the employees for their retirement. Much like a Winco.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Aaron. That's enough. You answered my question. And the funds at 6.6 million is the employees fund.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be used to, that'll be used to pay off debt and issue out stock.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd here. Mr. Sundahl, thank you for the presentation. My question is a follow-up with Commissioner Harper's, and maybe this is a question for Brian. Isn't there, this store has to have a licensee, right, or a managing member? Who is specifically the licensee?
Let me, Commissioner Floyd, may I?
Please.
So the applicant is Ray's Market. That is the applicant. The premises or overseer of this is Aaron Sandahl. The premises manager would be the person responsible for the day-to-day operations. Obviously, with Aaron having 20, 30 stores responsibility, they'll have a manager on site as well as the store director. Does that answer the question?
That does. And a follow-up to that is, Mr. Sundahl, you have the sister location?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
I have a two. Okay, are we ready for the next one?
Yeah, if there's no more questions, Mr. Chair, I'll bring up Tad Bruns.
Thank you.
Okay, so Tad, or excuse me, I got the wrong person, Tom Bruns. So Tom, would you go ahead and turn on your camera as well as state your name for the record. Laura will pull up your presentation. Any others on the phone, if you can, please mute. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tom Bruns. I'm here in Eugene, Oregon. Good morning, commissioners and everybody else present today. And we'd just like to thank you for this opportunity to present before you.
Tom, this is Commissioner Laval. I'm the timekeeper. You'll have 6 minutes.
Sir.
You'll have 6 minutes. Questions by the commissioner will not go against your time. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. And so whenever the team is ready and you're ready, then I'll start your time once you start talking. So Laura will let me know when you're ready.
Tom, if I may, if you have any electronic devices close to your computer, we could be getting background feedback from you.
Okay, we'll correct that right now.
Try and move them away. Thank you. And I'm going back on mute.
Okay.
Tom, whenever you're ready.
I'm ready when you are, sir.
Go.
Okay. Good morning again. Arby Bruns Foods is a company made up of Bruns Apple Market and Whitaker Liquor. We are here today to explain to you why we would be your best choice to add Bonita Liquor to our grocery store chain. My brother and I, next slide, please. My brother and I have been working retail since we were each 16 years old. We started out with Albertsons, where my dad was a store manager and then a district manager for a while. My dad then took a job in Bend at Wagner's, a local small chain, and we followed him there where we learned the trade. We worked there for 10 years. My brother and I stopped being checkers and each ended up running our own departments there before we left. In 1992, we purchased an old Safeway in Eugene and Arby Foods Bruns Inc. was established. Since our inception, the business has grown almost 4 times. We evolved from a strictly conventional grocery store to a 60-40 conventional organic mix. Next slide, please. In August of 2017, OLCC gave us the opportunity to open Whitaker Liquor. It's an expansion store with a store within a store concept located inside Bruns Apple Market. It's a 500 square foot store with roughly 1,200 different bottles lining its shelves. When we were chosen to be an expansion store, the prediction for our store was that we would do between $2 and $2.5 million a year after about 5 years. We're pleased to tell you this morning that after only our 4th year, we will be just shy of $4 million this year. We are in the top 20 stores for both growth by percent and by dollars. Last month, we had our audit, which was for an 18-month period due to COVID. During that time, we did $5.2 million in sales. When the audit was completed, we were 99.99% accurate. There are several factors for this success. We feel the biggest one is how it is managed. Our store is managed by Marcus Bruns. Since day one, he has been in charge of inventory control, including selection of all products. He's always watching what is trending and is mindful of what our particular customer wants, including special requests. He hires the employees that have helpful and friendly attributes. The rest of us help in ways, whether it's taking care of the customer, shagging bottles, checking in loads, or bookkeeping. This is truly a family affair. Next screen, please. And now our vision for Whitaker Liquor. We would completely remodel the existing store. We would put a new sign up. We would put a new surveillance system in that would not only allow us to see things there, but it would allow us to see things in Eugene. We would put a new 16-foot beer cooler, a new POS counter, a 2-door ice freezer, and we would completely repaint and redo the inside. Our first change of operation is a simple one. We would open the doors for customers to come in and shop freely rather than to be stopped at the door for bottle requests only. We would then be also open for Sunday hours. We will also expand the open and closing hours because we do realize that many people drive by their location every day on the way to the coast, and we would like to be open so that they can stop and shop with us. We also will analyze what is the best closing time for Bonita, since this will be a different area than our normal customer base here at Whitaker Liquor. Next screen, please. Our main goal will be to get the Bonita Liquor customer to shop with us. We plan to do this by including Bonita in the name of the liquor store and on the sign. Welcoming customer requests so that our customers can get what they want at their liquor store. This would include a phone call when their requested item comes in and they know they can come get it. We would make sure our staff is friendly and helpful. Mark would make sure that we have key items and the right mix. He would work with the liquor reps to get the hard to get items so that people will drive from Eugene, Springfield area to come to our liquor store and pick them up. He would reset the store so that it will flow better. Our plan is to have a grand opening in July and invite the community members to come and shop at their newly remodeled liquor store and meet the owners and friendly staff. Next screen, please. We will have either an owner or a family member working at the store 5 to 7 days a week. All of the current employees at Bonita Liquor will be offered a job alongside of us so that the current customers will hopefully see a familiar face. We will be offering the same pay structure, benefits, and bonus program as our current employees. Next screen. The most exciting part of our business is being able to give back to the community that we are part of. We truly believe we are blessed and that we are called to share. We are happy to say that we give in excess of 10% of all of our profits. We currently give to New Hope Christian College, New Hope West, New Hope International, the Cove Church, Bags of Love, Kids First, the Relief Nursery, the Whitaker Community Council, and the Eugene Police Outreach. We will be excited to include nonprofits from Veneta in our donations, prioritizing youth services and/or specific needs of Veneta Elmira. Next screen, please. In closing, we feel our strengths are great hours, friendly staff, well-stocked, welcoming customer requests, and owner family presence at all times. We know that no one cares as much as an owner, and we bring this to Veneta. We learned that all business needs to constantly change to keep up with the times and be successful. We feel that RB Bruns Foods is the right change for Veneta Liquor. Thank you. Next screen, please. Thank you again for this opportunity and your consideration to become the agent of Veneta Liquor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, open for questions.
Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioner Harper. Hey, Tom, so congratulations, excellent presentation along with the first. I had a question. So I see Marcus Bruns on the application as your director, as manager, but I guess my question is, why didn't he share today? Why wasn't he here with you?
Because he isn't the agent, sir. Part of this is to make sure that you have the funding to consider us for this location. He runs the day-to-day operations. We are nothing without him. He has all the say in what happens in the store, but at this time he did not have the money to put this liquor store together, or he would have been presenting by himself.
Oh, I understand. So it's Brian. Yeah, thanks for that explanation, Brian.
What Tom is describing, and this is family run, they're appointing Marcus, the son, I believe, to be responsible as the manager for day-to-day operations as they run this store.
Hey, thank you, Brian. That makes a lot of sense. I was just trying to figure out his name and why he was eligible to sign. So on this licensee, both names will be on it. RB Bruns Food Inc. in according with Marcus Bruns, correct?
Yes, sir. And just to point out that I'll be 60 years old in a few months, and I'm looking to step away from my day-to-day operations here at the grocery store and take on more of an active role in the liquor. But I by no means have the knowledge to run it, but I do bring great customer service and eager, friendly presence with me.
I think half the people on the commission just smiled when you said 60. So that's not a big deal. But the concern I had, and thank you so much, Brian, for the explanation, is this person, Marcus Bruns, was on the application. So thanks, Tom. Thanks so much, and congratulations with the family.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Bruns. Excellent presentation. So just to clarify a couple things. So you currently have, was it Whitaker Liquor? It's from a previous expansion. Yes, Brian? Okay. And your proposal is to keep it in its current location, correct?
It is to keep it in its current location. The lease is due in the end of December, but we've the gentleman that owns Veneta Shopping Center owns the building next door to us, and we've already spoken to him about, if we were chosen, extending the lease in its present location.
Perfect. Okay. you share with us what immediate improvements you plan on making to this space should you get awarded appointed the store, Mr. Bruns?
Nothing to the outside, but completely redo the inside. Brighten it up with a new fresh coat of paint. We would completely reset it so that it flows much better. We would put in a really nice new beer case. Currently, it has just two choppy little one-door beer coolers. We put in a new 16-foot LED with door case. We would really try hard to create some wine sales also. So we would put in a small section of that, but remembering that our main objective there is to sell hard spirits. We would do some wine, or we would do ice. I put in a two-door ice freezer for the simple reason that ice in Vinita is anywhere from $1.99 to $2.29 a bag. If we put ice out there for 99 cents and people knew it, we could get people to stop by just to pick up a bag of ice, and there maybe we could pick up what we're really there for. We would put in a new counter. We would put in a brand new surveillance system that would be able to be seen and played back quickly on site, but would also give us full vision in Eugene at our other location.
Thank you, Mr. Bruns.
Yes.
Commissioners?
Yes.
Any more questions for the Bruns?
No. Well, I'm just waiting for the commissioners if they're done asking questions.
Great.
Very good.
With that, Tom, if you would go to mute, I will bring up our next candidate. This is S&P Management. Jatinder Parmar, also goes by Vic. Vic, are you on the line?
It looks like they are here and not muted, but we're not hearing them or seeing their camera.
Okay, Vic, can you turn on your video?
Hey, Brian, can you explain the name change one more time for me? Goes by, what's his real name?
Yeah. His name is Jatinder Singh Parmar. He goes by Vic.
All right, thank you.
And Vic, can you hear me? Okay, and can you speak so that we can see if we can hear you?
Nope, we're not able to hear you. Try, if you can see up in the top right-hand corner, there's a little gear up there. Click there, and then I think there's some options for your microphone. Try switching which microphone you've got selected, see if that helps.
If you're on a laptop, I believe you want to select computer audio.
Not hearing you. Melissa, if you're on the line and you could maybe help us troubleshoot for him, that'd be awesome.
Hi there.
Hi.
Do you see a settings cog wheel in the top right of your screen, Jatinder? Click on that. And then, do you have a microphone in your laptop? Do you see the microphone option? Can you hear me? Okay. Is there anything listed there in that drop down for microphone when you click on the computer section? You see computer audio is on. Okay. Do you see anything in the drop down under microphone? No? Okay. It might not be recognizing your microphone. If you do have one and it's just not seeing it, you might try restarting your computer. I wish I could control your computer so I could take a look, but sometimes a restart will help. I don't know how that messes with the presentations, but.
So
Laura, can he dial in on a phone?
yes.
Okay. So please, Vic, dial in on the phone that was provided with this link. There should be a phone number.
You could keep your video on as well and then use the phone. Good idea, Brian.
And also, if we aren't able to hear him, *6 would unmute you on that.
Okay, Vic, if you've reached us by way of phone, please speak.
Do you want to go to the next person and come back to him? We have one more presentation, correct?
Yeah, why don't we do that, and hopefully we'll have an opportunity. We certainly want him to have every effort to make the presentation. Let me ask you one other question. Is there, you don't have a copy of that presentation, do you?
We do.
Well, if worse comes to worse, maybe Brian, you can make the presentation. I want him to have that opportunity.
Yeah, I will, Mr. Chair, if I may, we'll move on to the final applicant.
Right.
I will have his district managers on the phone. I'm going to have him reach out and explain to contact us.
Okay.
I will move on to the last applicant. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so Laura, also Vic, if you could try and mute your device, would be great. He's going to sign back in. So our next applicant I have is Tim Woodhead, and Laura will pull up his presentation here momentarily.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Revolve. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So you'll have 6 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. If commissioners have questions for you, it will not take away from your time. And when you're ready and the screen is up, I see the screen is up, but when you say you're ready, I'm going to say, okay, and then I'll start your time. So
I'm ready.
You ready?
Yep. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Ready? Go.
Good morning, Chair Rosenbaum. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Tim Woodhead. I'm the agent at Eugene Westside, a store that I've had for 7 years. Next slide, please. My Westside store is 10 minutes from the Veneta store. Between my store and Veneta is a large reservoir and not much else. Personally, I live 5 minutes from my store and 10 minutes from the Veneta store. Next slide, please. If I'm appointed agent, I'll split my time between Veneta and Eugene Westside. Nina, my wife of 36 years, will devote all of her time to the Veneta store, as will our daughter, Eleanor. Both of them have already been working in our store, so they know the systems well. My son Paul will continue to watch over the Eugene store, assisted by 3 longtime employees of ours. Prior to being appointed agent, I spent 20 years in the wine business. Nina was the business manager for a school district. I have a degree in business management. Nina has degrees in both accounting and finance. We've both been running successful businesses for a very long time. Next slide, please. As to Eugene Westside, it's a beautiful store, the type that people want to shop in. Wide aisles, very clean and light with a great selection. We've added beer and wine along with a growler station. We've greatly increased the number of SKUs, especially for local products. Our sales have increased 1.4 million in the 7 years I've had the store, which is about a 45% increase. And the vast majority of my sales are walk-in consumers. We do a lot of hand selling. I run the type of store that people want to go to. In my yearly evaluations, all of my ratings have been outstanding. We've been listed in the monthly top 20 a bunch of times. More important, I think, are the 300 plus 5-star ratings that consumers have posted on our Google page. Next slide, please. As to the Veneta store we're competing for, here are some of the improvements I'd like the opportunity to bring. The first thing I'll do is to let people back in. I'm as afraid as anyone about COVID, but my family have all had our vaccine shots, and the current agent system isn't conducive to selling. Also, we'll be more of a traditional liquor store. We won't be selling the bongs and paraphernalia that she's selling now. We'll increase the hours. Currently, the store closes at 7. We'll be extending that to 8, similar to our hours in Eugene. We'll also open on Sunday, so that's an additional 12 sales hours per week. Next slide, please. We're going to put in new flooring. The existing carpet is worn and in bad shape. My plan will be to pull it up, go with the acid stain flooring that I have in my store, which really holds up well to traffic and spills. I've discussed this with the landlord. He has no problem with my planned changes. He and I have also started a conversation about the lease, which expires in December. I have a flooring guy that comes in once a month to polish up my floors. His quote to make the changes in Veneta is around $9,000. Next slide, please. We'll also move the office and the cash registers. The office is currently in the back of the store. I may plan to move it to the front, elevating it behind the cash registers so that we can get work done between customers. We'll also move one of the cash registers to the opposite side of the door for security reasons. The quote I've received for that work is around $15,000. I've just updated my security systems in Eugene, and we'll do the same thing for Veneta, including the front exterior of the store. Lane County is dealing with a terrible homelessness problem, and Veneta is no different. Next slide, please. It won't be cheap, but I'm going to make this store perform in the manner that it should. I'll get this store back onto the right track. Quite frankly, I've been the beneficiary of the way the current agent has run her store. I get plenty of Veneta residents shopping in my store. They like our service, they like our selection. I'll bring that to Veneta too. Next slide, please. I was one of the first to put in a growler station 7 years ago. People who drink good beer are a target demographic for us because they're generally not cheapskates. A growler station will be about $2,000. Next slide. This wine display I've put in my store is very effective, and I'll bring something similar to Veneta. From my many years in the business, I know where the values lie. I like the look of these wooden displays, and more important, they're American made. Next slide. At our Eugene store, we have friendly, inviting window overlays, which are an effective use of advertising space. We'll do the same in Veneta. The beer coolers in Veneta are small and older. If I've got really good ones in Eugene, and if I'm appointed as agent, I'm going to put a 20-foot walk-in cooler in my Eugene store, then move my existing 3-door coolers to Veneta. Price is a little over $10,000. I'll also move our existing ice machine to Veneta and get a big for my Eugene store. Because we're so close to the reservoir, we really sell a lot of ice in the summer. So I've been looking for a bigger machine anyway. Price on that's about $3,000. Next slide, please. In conclusion, everyone here can run a liquor store. The question then becomes, do you want that to be the successful family that lives a mere 10 minutes away? You'll have trouble finding anyone more hands-on and involved than me. We won't be hiring someone to run the store. We will be at the store every day. I've spent my life in this business. I know it inside and out, and now my kids do too. If you choose to appoint us, ours will be a true family business for many years to come. And I thank you.
Thank you. Good presentation. Commissioners? Mr. Woodhead, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Chair Rosenbaum, I'm going to try and see if we can get Vic. He should be on the phone now. Vic, are you there via the phone? Vic, are you there via the phone? I have a DM working with them to try and dial in.
*6 to unmute the phone.
*6 to unmute your phone. Jim Helgett, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm on the line, Brian, and texting back and forth with Vic right now. He has the phone number and access code, so he should be dialing in shortly.
Good.
Just give him another minute or so here, please. Thank you.
Okay, Vic, are you on there? Okay, if we cannot hear you, so try *6.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. So we're going to bring up your presentation. And can you see the screen in front of you? We will relay it.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Sorry to have some issues with the computer, but with my last interview, I was okay with everything. So I just want to bring up that I'm applying for the license for Bonita Liquor Store. Next slide, please.
Jim, this is Vic. This is Marvin Revolt, Commissioner Revolt. How are you?
Good, sir.
So you'll have 6 minutes to go. If commissioners have questions, they won't go against your time. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left to go. So when you're ready, you tell me to go, and then I'll begin.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, sir, I'm applying for Bonita Liquor Store. It will be managed by Jatinder Singh, myself, and my wife, Jaspreet Kaur on the left-hand side. And then my partner, Amrit Paul Singh, and his wife, Manpreet Kaur. And then I have an experience of around 22 years in the retail industry. And also my partner have an industry experience of more than 14 years. So next slide, please. So we understand that to run a successful business, we don't only need the owners, but also a management team that can work on the floor, and those have expertise in that particular business. So my manager done their MBAs in the business field, who will be part of the team who will help us out. Next slide, please. So I own a couple of stores in Oregon. Most of them I'll call American markets. And then I have one store in Grand Ron that's currently a gas station. And then I opened up in 2015 with merely 6,000 in sales. And now we are doing more than 2 million in sales. Similarly, we did in Cottage Grove, we purchased that business in 2018. And then we are doing more than 2 million in sales as well. And also I purchased the old hardware store in Bonita and converted that to a convenience store. And I opened up in mid 2019. And so currently 1.6 and expecting next year to go to more than 2 million. So that shows we development to increase the sales. And next slide, please. So this is my current liquor store that is in Grand Ron, and it was given to us like this is the 5th expansion, and then this is currently in last 4 months. It's in the top 20 in every month in January, February, March, and April of this year. So, next slide, please. So this is the current Bonita liquor store, and so we were trying to do a update like new flooring, new paint job, new shelving, new counter, and some extra bright LED lights inside and outside the store, please. Next slide, please. So this is the current floor plan, and so we would like to keep it the same, just expand on some beer, wine selection, and some merchandise goes along with the liquor store. Next slide, please. So our management plan, marketing plan is that we will do some on-site marketing. Our business will have a strong focus on the on-site marketing. This will consist of in-store displays, products such as end displays, checkout displays, and freestanding displays received from the liquor store manufacturer, and more of all, word of mouth. Signage on the front will convert into LED signs so passers can see by, and also Facebook page, website, and the online listing. Next slide, please. So we think for the core business to succeed, we need fair pricing, fair competition. So since we have more stores available, we can get a better pricing to cross merchandise the other products like with the liquor store. And then with the new stores opening up in Bonita, like Grocery Outlet and Dollar General, it'll be bringing a lot of customers, and we hope to retain most of them. And next. And so we hope to achieve a goal of 2.3 million in 5 years. That's a very conservative approach. Next slide, please. It shows like what we have in the sales, and then we hopefully attain a sales of 1.8 million, and then year 25 years we can attain a 2.3 million in sales. Next slide, please. So I would like the opportunity to be given me to run the liquor store in Bonita, because the actions speak, I think, louder than words. So you can see it from my past experience that the liquor store that was opportunity was given in Grand Ron, and after a year and a half, I was in top 20 for last 4 months of this year. And then also we like to expand and innovate the stuff for the store. Like we are working on a grab and go model where people can download an app, walk to the store, grab the stuff and walk out. And it's already in the process. We have to collect some more data to achieve that. And then we have partners living in Eugene. That's only 10, 15 minutes away. And the whole, it's a family operation. So they will be on their knees working on the floor. And so we can achieve the same success we have received in the past. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay. I have no idea what that is, but we now, do I have to read something?
Oh, hey, Chairman Rosenbaum, before you say it, Commissioner Harper here.
Go ahead.
I am so impressed by the 4 presenters. I just want each business to know that this is an incredible group compiled by you, Brian, and compiled by the state. And I just want to say thank you so much for the exceptional business that our prior agent had put together to make this, the second round, so competitive. So thank you so much, Brian. Thanks so much for the retiring agent that did an incredible job to allow us to hear the proposals by these 4 applicants.
Thank you, Commissioner Hopper. I think we all certainly agree with you. I have a retail, Brian, I guess I have to read this retail expansion phase 6 language first, and then we will go into recess.
Chair Rosenbaum?
Right.
So this is solely for Veneta. And it's possible you could just read the executive session, and then we'll come back out and read into the record the appointed agent, and then we would move to expansion. Does that make sense?
Okay, I got it. Yeah. Okay, so we will now go into executive session to discuss the appointment of somebody's store 1190. So we will now get out of this and go into the other link, right?
Correct.
We'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Would you like me to take a roll real quick to make sure all the commissioners are back in, Chairman?
Please, that would be good.
Okay. Commissioner Curran?
Here.
Commissioner Floyd?
Here.
Commissioner Harper?
Here.
Commissioner Miletus?
Here.
Commissioner Raval?
Here.
Chair Rosenbaum?
Here. We're all here, right? Very good. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I probably will not say this again, but we had and this is just not being courteous. This is true. We had an extremely difficult time making this decision. We were impressed with all 4. We were impressed with your plans and your dreams for the store. And quite frankly, we haven't been in this type of position before. It was very, very close. And I want to say that because there can only be one person chosen, but we have the greatest respect for all 4 people. Sincerely, I mean that, and everybody on this, every one of the commissioners will agree with me on it. So will the commissioner please read our decision, please?
Yes. And I echo Chair Rosenbaum's statements there. I move to appoint R.B. Bruns Foods Incorporated, Thomas Bruns, as the permanent liquor agent store 1190 Veneta, effective May 2021.
Commissioner Curran?
Yes.
Commissioner Floyd?
Yes.
Commissioner Harper?
Yes.
Commissioner Miletus,
Yes.
Commissioner Raval,
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum.
Yes. And we thank all four of you. I think you can tell from my voice how much we really were impressed with all four. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Ravel, is that you?
No, this is Brian, if I may.
Oh, yes, of course, Brian.
I know you're going to break. We have multiple applicants on the phone for expansion. So just tell them the hard restart time for your
Yeah.
break.
Yeah, we're going to start exactly at 1 o'clock. We're going to take a 33-minute break, and at 1 o'clock, we'll be back on here. And we're going to go until 5 o'clock today. At least I am. The commissioners have a choice to stay on after that. I have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. So we'll see you in a half an hour, everybody. Thank you.
Chairman, if you're ready, I can take the roll. Oops, and you're on mute.
I am ready. Are all the other commissioners ready? Let's take the roll.
Marvin, it sounds like there's a lot of noise in your speaker. Okay, so I'll take the roll. Commissioner Curran?
Here.
Commissioner Floyd?
Here.
Commissioner Harper? Okay, Commissioner Miletus? I see a thumbs up. Commissioner Raval?
Yes.
Chair Rosenbaum?
Yes. And I am going to go off camera because I'm going to start taking notes myself.
Okay, so it looks
All
like
right.
maybe we're missing Commissioner Harper, but he'll probably pop in here any minute, I'm guessing.
Okay. All right. Let's see. The first thing we have now is retail services. Brian, why don't you take over and then we'll go from there.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Laura, could I ask you to mute all one more time? And then I'll come back in. Great. Laura, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Chair Rosenbaum, Commissioners. For the record, Director of Retail Services for OLCC, Brian Fleming, here today to present the Phase 6 of expansion. We have many applicants today. I know that the chairman has a hard stop at 5, but it sounds like we're generally going to continue on. So we're going to go as swift as we can. For all of the applicants, when your name is called, please unmute and turn on your camera. We'll try and get through if there's any difficulties. That's the reason for the microphone check. And I'm going to go pretty swiftly. In general, Commissioner Raval has been timing these, and he's given approximately 6 minutes on each. I want to remind all the applicants that all of your applications and materials were sent to the commissioners over a week ago. They've had a chance to review them. You're here because you met the minimums to propose for retail expansion. What we'll be going through today is your business plan that was submitted last week, and so the condensed version of your business plan. With that said, Laura, do you feel comfortable getting ready and started?
Yep, I'm ready. And Marvin said that Commissioner Harper is about 3 minutes from joining, so I'm ready.
Okay. I believe we can get started. So with that said, we'll pull up the first applicant. This is Ty Meisner with DFM Investments. Location 1.
Hello, this is Ty Meisner. Thank you for having me.
Okay, Ty, go ahead and introduce yourself, what you just did for the record, and take us through your business plan. Thank you.
Hi, this is Commissioner Revolve. You will have 6 minutes. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Time will not be taken away from you if commissioners ask you a question.
Okay, thank you. I'm Ty Eisner. I'm very happy to be presenting to you today for the Gresham location. Next slide, please. This is the table of contents really quick. Next page, please. So right now I have over 26 years of customer service experience in the beverage industry. 4 years ago, I came before you and for the Estacada store, and you guys gave me a chance to take that store and do what I can with it, and I'm very proud of what we've accomplished. We received outstanding reviews the last 2 years. We've increased our sales over the previous month of the year for every month that I've had the store instead of September 2020 when we had to close due to the wildfires. Next slide, please. These is before and after pictures of the remodel that we did with Estacada. We were able to accomplish everything that we agreed to in our contract when you guys gave me that store, and that's the before and after. Next slide, please. That's in the top left-hand corner is the before and after of the outside remodel of the store. And this slide and the next slide is some of the displays that we've built, creativity to really add a little something and help push our sales and our growth for this store. Next slide, please. Oh, there's some more. Next slide, please. So the proposed location is right off 182nd Avenue in Gresham. This address is a little bit different than the one I first proposed. That building got rented out, so we had to come up with another location, which is actually 900 square feet bigger than our original proposal that we sent in at the beginning of the process. We estimate that the first year's sales would be $2 million, and after 3 years, $4 million. The other thing I want to point out here is we're adding a chilled RTD package cooler to kind of combine that with the packaging growth of that category. We want to sell it cold. That's a little something different than people have done in the past. Next slide, please. Store layout, it would be 3,446 square feet. Out of that, 2,986 square feet would be the sales floor. We plan on carrying over 1,450 spirit items. Next slide, please. There's a little bit of a breakdown of the impact it would be to the stores close to us. Next slide. Through here is our plan for product security. The theft steps that we're going to take to make sure that we reduce the opportunity for theft. Next slide, please. This is something we're really proud of. We've connected with our community with the Estacada store, and we've worked with a lot of local charities. Right now, we're only a couple months away from having a completed yearly calendar of the charities and how we impact our community around us. Next slide, please. These are the pictures of the area of the proposed location. As you can see, it's a very high traffic area, and the space has plenty of good parking. And it's next to some good draws with the McMillan's Highland Pub and the Taco Bell right in the parking lot. Next slide, please. some of the proposed building improvements we would like to do with this location is new paint, laminate flooring, roof tiles, 16-foot camera, kind of the breakdown on that. Next slide, please. This is the proposed store layout. As you can see, the top categories of growth are well represented in here. We're also going to be having beer and wine to make it a one-stop shop. Next slide, please. We anticipate the new store cost breakdown would be $110,000. This is kind of how that all breaks down. The building owners have agreed to take care of $35,000 with a permanent building upgrades, and that will cover a lot of the remodel itself. Next slide, please. For the next 3 slides is a detailed 60-day action plan. This 60-day action plan will start 30 days after we will be signing a lease with the building. So we're looking at a 90-day total, and we would like to get the store open by September 1st. Next slide. We broke it off.
30 seconds. We have 30 seconds.
Well, and to wrap, I appreciate you guys letting me present today, and hopefully you like what you see. And thank you very much.
Brian, why don't you take over and just go from one to the other? I have no problem with that.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Hey, you're the driving force here, so go to it.
So if I will, any questions from commissioners for Ty? Hearing none.
Yeah, just I want to address across the board crime. So I missed the beginning of this presentation, but is that an area that he is familiar with in regards to specific areas, or is that something that he'll address as it comes about?
Commissioner Harper, in his business plan, it did cover the product security in underage impaired reduction, essentially a control plan for the business. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. So if there's no other questions, and I'm going to say this in front of the group, the chairman has given me this ability to do this. If you're done, all of the appointments will be tomorrow at conclusion of the meeting. So there's no reason, you're more than welcome to stay, but all of the announcements will be made at the end or conclusion of day 2 on Thursday. Thank you very much, Ty. If you're going to stay, please mute. Next, I'd like to ask Miles O'Malley for UFO Beverage. Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Mine is my current one is out of order. So Miles, if you would mute, and then you can turn off your camera. Sorry, it's Laura Esara Asensio. I hope I have done your name correctly. So.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Esara Asensio. I go by Isa, and I am delighted to be here. Thank you for the opportunity.
And per Commissioner Revol's request, as you begin, he'll begin the timer for 6 minutes.
Okay, next slide, please.
Whenever you're ready. Ready?
I'll start off by, thank you.
Go.
I'll start off by telling you a little bit about myself. I'm the owner of Forward Logistics, a freight brokerage here in Portland, shipping commodities across the US. But in addition, I come with 10 years of experience as a public employee, managing government funds, different community programs, and I was the dedicated person as a community engagement coordinator for East County, where I am proposing this location. I grew up here, I worked here, and I am delighted to come back in a different role in this community. Next slide, please. My proposal is also to be included in the Palo Vista Center. As you will see in the picture, it is the full 3,446 square feet as shown in the picture. And I have a vision for a one-stop shop, non-exclusive store offering a culturally responsive customer experience for the community. And I will talk about that a little further. So next slide, please. Statistics show that 21% of the community in this area identify as Hispanic. And I want to take that into consideration for this new modern store by including a bilingual experience throughout all of the operations. I want staff to be bilingual so we have a better connection with customers and that we can properly relay information on educating customers on how to handle alcohol responsibly, but also understanding what the customers need, which will be important as we develop a brand new store and client base. I want to create a website that also can be navigated in their native language and offer easier ways of navigating bulk orders, having delivery options, and incorporating the Oregon Lottery as part of an offering at the store. I think having bilingual staff talk to customers about the different products will help address misconceptions and navigate customers in engaging with the products at our store. Next slide, please. I will also like to offer an ATM that is more of a bill payment kiosk that will offer customers the ability to pay for utilities and bills using cash, credit, or check as just a convenient addition to the store. In terms of ice machines, I want to offer craft ice, which is shown on the image there. Ready-to-go meals, so it's sort of like a convenience store experience, but also offering different ethnic and multicultural offerings that are a connection to the community here. Bluoco is a vendor that I will be working with that offer items like shot glasses, can openers, and different items that will be convenient and are backed with statistics on sales as an additional revenue source. And I would like to explore ways to offer tasting events by incorporating the experience with our bilingual staff. Next slide. In terms of proposed hours, my proposed hours will be opening, staying open an hour later than the neighboring stores and opening an hour earlier on Sundays compared to others. And I am not within close distance of locations such as churches, schools, or treatment centers. Next slide. In terms of demographics, I won't go into all of it since in the interest of time, but it is a high trafficked area with an average household income of $68,000. Next slide. And as crime was addressed in the earlier presentation, I was able to compare all of the proposed locations, and this location had the lowest crime rate in comparison to the other stores. I take this into consideration in terms of how high the level of security measures at the store. I do propose having security systems in place. I worked as a manager at a police precinct in the area, and I have good relationships with law enforcement and other community agencies, and I have developed a layout that would include good visibility, as you'll see moving forward with our layout. Next page. This just breaks down the purchasing behavior in the area within a 1 mile radius. Next slide. Next slide. We'll skip the demographics and come back to them if there's questions. Next slide. I've also included 2025 projections for growth. There's a 2% rate in terms of income growth and also purchasing for at-home consumption of alcohol items. Next slide. Here's my floor plan. It can be modified, but what I really wanted to capture is I wanted to have the stock room be ample enough for growth. I wanted to start with 2,200 OLCC products, but of course adapt as we get to know what customers like to purchase. and made sure that the layout, I hired a consultant in terms of for shelving, adequate heavy duty shelving, and the layout that helps manage visibility in terms of the layout, and also take the high-end products behind the counter in terms of for considering theft control. Next slide. So here I want to talk about the POS system. I researched Kelly Myers as an OLCC approved vendor that will be able to facilitate all of the reporting requirements for the OLCC. And I talk about the different equipment that I want to incorporate in the store. Next slide. The next couple of slides talk about responsible retailing. I do see my business more than just a retail space, but I want to build upon the positive relationships I have with different community organizations to take a strong stance on managing alcohol responsibly, and for public health, and for also keeping up a stable business and compliance all throughout. Next slide.
30 seconds.
Okay. Next slide. Could we go to the next slide? Next. Here's my budget. I allocated 230,000 set aside for this project, which would be ample enough to accommodate any additional expenses. But so far, 120 for all of the equipment and startup costs. And as the previous presentation said, the management company is accommodating about 34,000 for improvements. And I anticipate opening in September.
Sorry, if you just make a quick closing, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I hope to be available for further questions, and I see this as an opportunity to create jobs and positive relationships as a business owner in this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will open any questions from commissioners.
Chair.
Go ahead. He's asked me to try and run this. I'll do my best.
I'm in a listen mode because I'm writing notes down, and I asked Brian to take over for me on it.
Okay. Chair Fleming, may I have the floor?
No, Chair. However, I will do this in between presentations. I'll do my best. Commissioner Floyd.
Isa, thank you so much. Wonderful presentation. I really, really love how dialed in and in tune you are with the community. So very, very good presentation. My question to you is related to retail experience. Do you have any retail experience where you've gained knowledge of inventory control as well managing and developing employees?
Yes. So in terms of specific retail experience, Forward Logistics operates in sort of two different businesses. One, managing freight, so moving commodities across the U.S., building relationships with shippers, manufacturers, and it's customer service. And the other aspect of it is wholesaling. Part of my business imports products that I then sell on different e-commerce platforms, and those are high sales online, with a variety of products to manage and ship, and also incorporate communication with both my suppliers as well as my customers. And that's the most recent experience of managing retail. But prior to that, I would say public service and being the face or manager of different teams and programs very much is a sort of sales type of job, where we're selling service, programs, ideas for different initiatives, and interacting with the public on a daily basis.
Appreciate that. How about, can you touch base on what about managing staff, managing employees? Have you ever had a team that you've had to manage? And how,
Yes,
and
of
if
course.
so, Isa, how many under your team?
Yes. For 3 years, I was managing 2 different teams, 11 staff, 2 different buildings. One of them were related to social services, and the other team was within a police precinct with Portland Police, managing after hours domestic violence response, which I think is also relevant to managing a retail, an alcohol retail business, because I have to take situational awareness, being aware of what happens inside of the store, outside of the store, having good relationships with law enforcement if there are issues with customers or things that I have to address on the premise. And I was managing 20 programs, 11 staff, and multi-million-dollar budgets across different jurisdictions.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, any other questions, commissioners? If not, we'll move to the next applicant. Hearing none, I've been asked to move swiftly. Thank you. As I mentioned, no need to.
Thank you.
So the next applicant, my apologies, will be Kevin Hein. And sorry for any name pronunciation from anybody. Please correct it as you introduce yourself. Mr. Revolt will be timing you from the time you say go.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Huynh. I am with Highland Liquor LLC. Have we started the time already?
Great.
Whenever you're ready.
All right, I am ready. Next slide, please. Once again, my name is Kevin Huynh. I'll be the presenter today. Next slide. Highland Liquor will be a modern retail experience. Will be a one-shop stop. Spirits, beer, tobacco, wine, you name it. We want to have the state-of-the-art liquor store unlike any other liquor store. Next slide, please. This is our team: Colin Zeal, Taylor Davis, and myself, Kevin Huynh. Next slide. Next slide, please. Colin, he is our marketing guru. So a lot of branding experience. Taylor has a lot of experience in customer service as well as security. Myself, I am in business development and also distribution and manage $1 million of inventory across the United States. Next slide, please. Timeline: upon approval, we plan on being up and running within 70 days. This includes all the renovations. Mid-August is our target open date. Next, please. Proposed location: Powell Business Center. A lot of amenities here. Once again, we'll take over 3 suites. Ample parking, amount of parking spaces, 111 to be exact. Next location, or next slide, please. The next few slides will be photos of our location. Once again, we'll take over 3 suites. Next slide. This will be our main retail space. This is 2 suites that will demise both of the walls to open up the space. Next slide, please. This will be our office as well as our storage space. Next slide, please. Next slide. As I mentioned before, 2 of the suites will become our retail space, and one of the last suite will be our inventory and also office. Next slide, please. This is the layout. The left side, of course, will be our retail space. Everything will be have signage to easily navigate the space. And the right side will be our unit where we'll store all of our inventory and office space. Next slide, please. And this is just dimensions of the space. Next slide. As far as the sales floor, just under 2,000 square feet. Stockroom will be about 11,68 square feet. We plan on having just over 2,300 OLCC item codes, shelf space, 1,100 linear feet. On the right with the bullet points is just a breakdown of some of the spirits that we'll be offering. Next slide, please. Ton of improvements: flooring, layout, ceiling, electrical, utility. I'll cover more of this in the later slides. Next slide, please. This is something that we're really passionate about. I think many of us have shopped at Nordstrom. When you walk in, it's bright, it's open, it's well lit, it's modern, easy to navigate with the signs, comfortable ambiance. Our look is kind of, those photos right there, black, white, natural elements with wood, red design theme. This is something that we're really passionate about, and that's what we're gonna put into our store. Next slide, please. Interior improvements, once again, we'll polish up the floors, have rail lighting to have a really well lit space. We'll open up the ceilings to create a more airy feel. Next slide. Signage, we'll have signage throughout the exterior. We'll of course have signage on the main road there. Once again, aisle signs to easily navigate our store. Next slide.
You have 30 seconds.
All right, next slide, please. And then next slide. So community is really important. Colin Taylor actually grew up in the area. Taylor's family is in the still lives in the area there. We plan on providing local support of the organizations there and be heavily involved in that. Next slide, please. And of course, with community, we need to have a strong control plan to keep our community safe. We'll have high definition cameras, won't sell to minors, have constant trainings for our employees to identify fake IDs, signs of intoxication, and we want to keep our store and community safe. Next slide, please.
Please make a closing statement.
Okay. Once again, many thanks for having us be a part of this process. We feel that we can really do some amazing things with our branding and our marketing. We're going to be like unlike any other liquor store out there. We'll have a huge marketing presence, and our experience dealing with inventory, control, customer service will make this state-of-the-art liquor store that Gresham would be happy to have a part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to ask any questions from commissioners.
This is Commissioner Rosenbaum. I love your presentation. I particularly like your enthusiasm. All three of you, are you going to be working full-time, all three of you, on this project, if you get it?
All three of us will have a huge part in this operation. Taylor Davis will be the main person that takes care of day-to-day business. And Colin and I will have a heavy hand in growing this business as well.
Well, explain to I said I was very impressed with you guys. I would like to know what heavy hand means. I would like to know the extent of what you and the other fellow is going to do besides the one fellow who's going to be there full time.
Sure. So Taylor will be there for the day-to-day operations. Colin Zeal, as I mentioned, he has years of experience in marketing and branding. He'll do a lot of our digital work as far as website, social media outreach, SEO optimization. So a lot of the digital aspects. I have a ton of experience in developing businesses. I currently manage over $28 million worth of inventory across the United States. So we'll be doing regular cycle counts, making sure everything's accounted for. Also, I work for Adidas as sales and operations trainer for their retail store. So as far as product knowledge and development, I'll play a huge part in that and developing our team. So, everything's going to be, we're going to all have major parts in different aspects of the business.
So give me an idea of what percentage of your time, Kevin, is going to be devoted towards this store overall.
So as far as the schedule, I will be about 40% of my time will be for the store. Collins will be about the same as well. We're going to be there during the weekends and also the afternoons. Taylor is mostly there for the opening until we can come to relieve him.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I would like to
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Fleming. Kevin, I like to piggyback on Chairman's question also. On day one, how many people will you be employed to work your store? How many people? How many staff?
We're targeting for at least a minimum of 5 employees at the start.
And do you have them in mind already?
We are working through the process. Of course, it really depends on if we were to, be able to have the OLCC. But we do have potential candidates lined up, and they're well in tune with our current process.
Thank you.
Of course.
Commissioner Floyd, I think you had a question.
I do. I have a quick question, Kevin. Thank you for your presentation. Love the modern design theme. Your Nordstrom aesthetic. Love it. Question to you, kind of also piggybacking off of Chair and Commissioner Harper. But so do you plan on keeping your position with the e-commerce furniture? Do you, Colin and Taylor, plan on keeping your current positions with them?
Taylor is planning on dedicating his full time with Highland Liquor. So he will not be a part of that. And of course, with Colin and I, we have a ton of flexibility as far as our work schedules as we do work remote. So
if I could just cut in here, my plan is actually as well to leave my current job if we were to get this, but sorry, didn't want to interrupt before.
I'm sorry, who is that?
This is Colin. I'm sorry. I'm actually presenting at a later time as well, but just want to cut in there and say that I will be leaving my current position to run this full time as well with Taylor.
Got it, Mr. Zeal. Thank you. And thank you, Kevin.
Of course. Thank you.
Okay. If any more questions for Kevin? Okay, we'll move along. Chair Rosenbaum, you're not muted, just as an FYI. Next, there we go. Great. So next up, we're going to go to Keith Johns with Black Rose Beverage. Keith, can you turn on your microphone as well as your video?
Right. Can you hear me, sir?
I can, loud and clear. And
right on. All right, I'm ready to go. Thank you for the time.
You have a camera so they can see you as well?
Oh, boom.
There you go. Perfect.
All right.
So,
hello, everyone.
As Commissioner Revol had stated, he's going to time. So as soon as you say go, he's going to begin the timing. Thank you so much.
All right. Commissioner Revol, you can go. Can you please go to slide 3?
Okay.
My name is Keith Johns. I will be the owner and operator of Black Rose Beverage. I have over 15 years of retail and sales and customer experience with the most recent. We own a corner store, neighborhood market / a bottle shop in Northeast Portland. And I've been working out at Hillsboro's Best Beverage with Robert Boland, learning the day-to-day operations of running a liquor store. I currently, as well, I'm a respiratory therapist and do medical sales. I've been doing that for the past 9 years. I will be quitting that job if I get awarded this liquor store, just so you know. Prior to that, I have about 10 years of grocery experience with Safeway, Trader Joe's, and Larry's Market in Seattle, holding management positions, things like that. I also had a part-time job at Pal Liquor back in the day when Tiny was running the place. That was my first experience with the whole liquor industry. As you can see, I'm very active in the community. We have lived in this area since 2007 when we bought our first home. I've coached and volunteered, my wife and I both, since we've been raising 2 boys. One of them is about to turn 21, and he works currently at our store in Northeast Portland, and he's doing a wonderful job for us over there. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read the mission statement for the sake of time. Next slide, please. The proposed location, same one as everyone else here on 182nd and Powell, is for a non-exclusive liquor store. Next slide, please. There's the front of the building. Next slide, please. And now that's what we're proposing our signs to look like. Next slide, please. Public convenience, consumer demand. This is a very highly visible location, great signage opportunity, well-lit parking lot, multiple spaces. The consumer spending in this area is about $57 million a year. Next slide, please. Financial outlook. First year, I look to do about 2.1 million in liquor sales. And the next year after that, I see about a 20% increase of about 2.5 million. Next slide, please. Timeline to completion, I see about 120 days from getting awarded the license to opening. Next slide, please. Here's a financial breakdown of the startup costs. It looks like after the tenant improvement allowance, about $85,000. Next slide, please. A merchandising plan. Some of the highlights from it: well-lit areas for optimal visibility, hang tags with clear wording, optimal store ambiance, lighting, mood music, essential oil diffusers, cross-merchandising to generate additional revenue, daily social media posts. Next slide, please. While we're talking about social media, this is our current business. We have a very strong media presence. We've only been open for 6.5 months, and as you can see, we have almost 1,000 followers. Next slide, please. Configuration, I won't get into the details, but about 2,125 distilled products and 2,500 non-distilled. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This floor plan, as you can see, it has the spirits listed as far as where they will go. Next slide, please. Here's a 3D image of kind of the vision that we see. Same kind of modern industrial look like we have at our current store. Next slide, please. Here's another example. Next slide, please. Now this example, you can see the beer coolers and the soda coolers with the ice machine. Next slide, please. Next slide. So control plan to mitigate theft and sell to minors. We'll have surveillance cameras with monitors, OLCC training. In the healthcare world, we have to do CEUs, and that's kind of like continuing education, and I think that's really important. You know, when you get hired on, you take a test or something, and 4 years down the road, you don't remember it. So I think continuing education as far as training for the employees would be wonderful. Engaging customer service support theft. Customer service is the #1 deterrent of theft, and treating everyone equally and providing that exceptional customer service will kind of deter them. Next slide, please. The Black Rose Beverage experience. Now, this is a unique shopping experience. We want everyone to feel like family and friends when they come in. It's a clean and tidy store, welcoming staff, mood music, trendy yet upscale, know your product, you know, being an expert, personalized shopping experience, knowing customers' names and the products, and maybe we don't keep this wine chilled, but we know that Lisa likes it chilled, so we keep one in the cooler for her when she comes in. Hey, Lisa, here's that bottle of cold wine for you. Smile and welcome customers. Thank them for coming in. You know, we want a 21-year-old to feel cool, a 40-year-old woman to feel safe, and a 70-year-old to feel included and respected. Next slide, please. Here's kind of our vision of what we pulled online, just some liquor stores that look nice. Next slide, please. This is the store we purchased on MLK and Deacom. This is what it looked like when we bought it. Next slide, please. Interior of when we bought it. Next slide. More interior of when we bought it. Next slide. More interior. Next slide, please. And now that's the exterior now. We removed all the stuff in the windows. It's a little more clean, more inviting. Next slide, please. And that's the signage that we're waiting on the permits for right now. The sign on the right is up now, though. Next slide, please.
You have 30 seconds left.
All right, and this is the inside of the store. You can see that we've updated new floors. This is kind of the look we're going for. Next slide, please. Next slide. That's although I'm doing this by myself right now, that is my wife, and she is the backbone of our family and the business. She does all the administrative duties. She's been an ICU nurse for Legacy for 16 years. She's going down part-time to tackle more of the administrative duties. Couldn't leave her out. Next slide, please.
Please make a closing statement.
All right. In closing, I would like to thank each and every one of you for this time and opportunity to present our brand. As a Black man, I'm truly grateful for the platform to make a change in the greater Portland area. This is an opportunity to continue to build a legacy for the family, and I do not believe that there is a more passionate, genuine brand to represent the OLCC than the Johns Family Incorporated. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Do we have any questions from commissioners?
I have a question, Director Flemings. Keith, this is Commissioner Harper. I just had a question. With your success in MLK and DECOM, share with us why you didn't select a office closer to your current office.
So, this was a very tough decision for us. I think my wife and I wrote business plans for 4 of the locations. And the fact that we live in this community where this one was kind of just touched home a little more. I really do love the Woodlawn neighborhood, and they've been so supportive. But, I just think having something closer to home was a little more appropriate for us.
Thank you.
Thank
Kiana, Commissioner Floyd?
Yeah, well, first comment, then a question, but comment. Very nice work, Mr. Johns, on the Koken market there in Northeast.
Thank you.
That's my community. I've driven past your place in the last few months and have been very impressed with the work that you've put in there, particularly.
I appreciate that.
So thank you.
Of course.
Reading your application, I'm impressed with your summary, a summary of business, and I want to know how will you provide the community of Gresham with a unique and modern shopping experience? Can you elaborate how the Johns family can do that for the Gresham community?
Yeah, and of course. Thank you for that. Really the exact thing that we did at the Koken market. I mean, like I said, we want everyone to feel like family and friends when they come in. You see the changes we made to the store with the kind of metal, with the LED lighting, the wood floors. In this space, we're going to do polished concrete, but like I said, the mood lighting, the music, the smell, the friendly environment, just very welcoming. Customer service is huge. Just how you treat everyone, just literally exactly what we've done at the Koken market. I'm going to take that same brand and put it in this liquor store.
That's great. Excellent presentation, Mr. Johns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing any other commissioner questions? If I hear none, we'll move on to the next. Thank you, Keith. Again, we'll be making all announcements tomorrow. With that said, we'll pull up the next presenter, which is Miles O'Malley.
Well, if nothing else, it's been an experience about. There's a lot of competition out there, and
No, I didn't get to this.
So if I may, we're going to mute everyone. Laura's going to mute everyone and then unmute Miles. And if you have devices close to you, we're getting a fair amount of background noise. Okay, Miles, go ahead and unmute yourself.
How does it sound?
Sounds way better. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Per Commissioner Revolt,
when you begin,
let us know. Okay.
When you say you're ready, I'm going to start the timer. You'll have 6 minutes. At 30 seconds, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds.
All right. Next slide. If nothing else, this has been a learning experience. A lot of competition out there. Next slide. So I live I live in Fairview, which is right next to Gresham. So I have a fair amount of experience with that area. And I know that there's a need for a new store in that area. And I would have obviously loved to provide that service. Man, so many great presentations. I come from the restaurant business. I have been serving alcohol for 20 years in restaurants. Unfortunately, COVID really put an end to my restaurant ventures. So I'm looking for a new venture. And so basically, I feel like I'd be a really good addition to the neighborhood in terms of being a responsible liquor store agent. And I know my liquor. Hopefully that's a selling point. Next slide. All right. The one thing I love about this location is that it's kind of built out already. It's got a lot of things going for it. Next slide. So I did some, research, and there is definitely a need for a new liquor store in that area. There's Rockwood Liquor, and there is one towards Highway 26 there, towards Sandy. There's another liquor store, but there's not a lot of liquor stores in that particular area, which I'm sure that's why the OLCC wants to put one there. Next slide. Same location as the last four presentations. Next slide. So you have, there's McMinimans, there's Taco Bell. I wasn't aware that there's an ability to join a couple units there. So not sure if that intelligence is going to help me, but next slide. But there's, even with the 1,600 square feet, there's quite a bit of space for merchandising and for stock of liquor. Next slide. So I don't plan to be an exclusive liquor store. I would like to also sell beer and wine. I do have a history in restaurants. I'm not really sure how I would utilize that knowledge, but wouldn't it be nice to have some snacks too? Next slide. So the liquor stores that I have visited that seem like they really have a handle on keeping theft down would be ones where the vast majority of liquor is behind a counter. And the high-end stuff you got to ask for. You can't just grab it off a shelf. So I would have a liquor store that perhaps some of the beer and wine are more out in the open, but all the liquor would be behind counters. Next slide. I noticed in a couple liquor stores that the corral system seems like it would be a good idea to have that so that people don't just grab stuff and try to dash out the door. This is one I believe in Troutdale, which is just right down the street from where I live. So I do go there and purchase liquor. Next slide. All right, and I noticed that some of the people said, check only under 25. My understanding is that you would check every single ID regardless of age. And then, I also noticed, I've learned a few things on all these presentations. Type in the date of birth would be a great idea. And perhaps a scanner would be cool too. Next slide. All right. Having done more research, it would obviously be monthly sales. Okay, so yeah, about $1.5 million in sales every year would be definitely a target that could be reached. Next slide. All right, so just different figures on the on the stock room and the square feet for liquor and different linear footage of shelving. Next slide. About 3,000 items. Seems like that's kind of in the ballpark of other people. Lots of different
seconds.
Lots of different beer and wine. Like I said before, I think one of my selling points is that I know my liquor and wine and everything. And with the fund, the 35,000 from the landlord, and this here should be plenty of money to get the ball rolling. Next slide. All right.
Please
So
make a closing statement. Please make a closing statement.
you got it. So I would be an asset to the community, given the history of of how things have been going in Portland. I feel like, my hiring in the neighborhood would definitely be an asset, and I'm just going to sell lots of liquor, so that's going to be good for the state of Oregon, and responsibly. And I've noticed so many New Yorkers out there from Brooklyn, so.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Any commissioners, any questions for Miles? Hearing none. Miles, thank you so much. If you're going to stay, please mute.
All right, thank you guys.
Okay, so our next presenter will be Brian White.
Brian, Commissioner Harper will be taking over timing for the next couple, and then I'll be back.
Okay, great. So we now have Brian White. I see you on the screen. Can you test your microphone, please? Are you there? Brian, can you hear us? So go to the top of your screen and enable your microphone on your laptop or computer in the gear wheel. I can hear you now.
All righty. Thank you.
So Commissioner Harper, as soon as you begin your presentation, let him know, and he will be running the timer for a brief bit.
I'll be running, Brian. Let me know.
Okay, Commissioner, I'm ready for you.
Okay, go away. Fire.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Brian White, and it's a pleasure to be here today to present my plan for Location 1 Gresham. Next slide, please. A little bit about me. So I've dreamed of owning a liquor store for about 7 years now. I've been the owner-operator of the Captured Beer Bus and bring with me a decade of alcohol service to this position. Next slide, please. So the first location I chose was leased. I have identified this second location as others have, also at the intersection of West Powell and Southeast 182nd Avenue. I updated my business plan to reflect this change, and that is included as an appendix to this presentation. So this new location is shown on the slide here, will be created by combining 3 adjacent retail spaces. And obviously one of the main benefits of this new location, it's 3,400 square feet, quite a bit larger than the previous location I proposed. And this allows for a greater array of products. I'm estimating about 2,600 SKUs. So this location will add convenience for the customers. Many people come to this intersection while running errands. This location here will allow people to more efficiently run these errands. There's ample parking. Since this store is larger, I'm also proposing that it be a non-exclusive store to include beer, wine, and drink accessories. This will further add to the convenience since the customer will not have to visit multiple stores to purchase these items. Next slide, please. The images here are the current exterior, interior, and pylon sign. A new sign will be placed prominently above the storefront. I would also love to add high-end window decals to create more appealing storefront, as well as create room for advertisements. And additionally, an open sign and store hours will also be prominently displayed at the entry. I really want to revitalize the interior with polished concrete floors, brighter paint, and an inviting wallpaper, as well as more modern lighting. There will also be a sign added to that pylon sign at the busy intersection there. Next slide, please. So for the interior design, I'll start with the back room here. This room has a small office included, a safe and ample storage space. Next slide, please. This rendering shows you the general layout of the spirits room. Spirits room's over 2,000 square feet, 1,000 linear feet of shelving. End cap displays will be used to highlight particular products, such as those produced in Oregon. Next slide, please. So for the remainder of the presentation, I'll cover the 4 core values I have for this store. Next slide, please. So for me, exceptional customer service starts before people even walk into the store by having a clear and convenient website. Then as customers arrive at the store, they'll be greeted by friendly and helpful staff, a well-maintained and lit space, a large selection of product. So this store is designed to be self-service. It'll allow customers to interact with the product. And this self-service approach has been shown to not only increase the customer satisfaction, but sales. Next slide, please. So a major priority for this store is safety and security. I have a strong track record in my decade of alcohol service of being able to provide alcohol in a safe manner, really through the diligent checking of identification, appropriate training for staff, and experience with discreetly and firmly refusing sales if appropriate. So this control plan is expanded upon on page 17 of the included appendix. But what's important to state here is that all staff will be trained about these expectations with clear written and verbal instructions to supplement this training. Next slide, please. The physical layout of the store will also have some security advantages. The point of sale counter is located at the front of the store, next to the door. This allows cashiers to actively monitor the spirits room and the front door. Drink accessories rather than spirits will be placed near the door to further reduce theft. In addition, high value and miniatures will be kept behind the register to reduce theft of those items. Mirrors and video security system will be monitored both on-site and remotely and will be in place to enhance visibility. In the back, a safe will be used to store cash before the nightly deposit. And when closed, a security gate will also be used. Next slide, please. So for all this to work, the business needs to be on sound financial footing. I've owned and operated my own business for the past 9 years and have experience with tracking inventory, training staff, managing payroll, and financials. In addition, I'll make regular use of analytic information as well as regular audits to ensure the product is accounted for. I plan to utilize the Kelly Meyer data system since this is already set up to meet the reporting and file transfer requirements. Next slide, please. I currently have $340,000 available in funding for this project. I believe it will take approximately $150,000 of initial investment to build out and stock this store. Next slide, please. I also estimate approximately $40,000 in monthly operating expenses. In summary of the financials, I believe the funding I have secured will be sufficient for the store build out as well as covering those first 2 months of expenses. After these estimated expenses, I'll have an additional $110,000 in contingency.
30 seconds.
Next slide, please. I'm estimating between 1.6 and 1.8 million in licensee sales and between 2.6 and 2.8 million in consumer sales. Obviously, it's a new store. It will take some time to build the customer base, and marketing will be extremely important during this time. Final core value is extremely important to me and what gives me the most pride in my current business. It's important to me that the staff be hired from the local community.
Closing remarks.
So next slide, please. General timeline here, I'm aiming to open at the end of August or early September. The store will be open 7 days a week to increase convenience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Are there any questions from commissioners? Chair Rosenbaum, you are not muted.
I know, because I'm going to take over the chair again. Is there any questions? Brian, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking over as chairman.
And thank you for taking over as chairman. You're right. Okay. I guess I'm going to do this right. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but under PERORS 192.660 sub 2 sub A, related to executive sessions. The commissioners will recess for agent deliberations at the conclusion of the presentations for each location. An announcement of the agent selections for Phase 6 retail expansion will be made at the end of the meeting on Thursday, May 27th. Will somebody tell me if I have to do that after each one of these, or is that sufficient?
I think one time is fine. Just yeah.
Okay, commissioners, let's get off this line and go into our backroom session. Thank you.
Chair Rosenbaum, why are we going into back session again? Oh, just for the Gresham location?
I guess that's what we need to do.
Yeah.
Commissioner Harper, it was asked originally that we would deliberate so that we have a clear view with each location.
Right.
And then we come back into session.
All right, thank you.
With all these, we're not doing anybody, in fact, we're doing a disservice if we don't do it this way, because it's fresh in our mind and we can make a decision. Okay, everybody, we'll see you on the other side again.
All the commissioners.
Okay. We're ready to go to location 2, which is Oregon City. Then we have 5 potential applicants.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Brian, you're taking over his chair again. Go to it.
That's what I wanted to ask. I'm not chair, but I'm going to help get through these. So with that said, our next applicant is Jaskarit Kaur. Sorry for the pronunciation. Jaskarit, could you unmute? There you are. And can you test your microphone, please?
Do you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Commissioner Revolt. Or Commissioner Harper for timing.
Okay, Chair, Commissioner Harper here. I'll start the timer when our presenter begins.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Good afternoon, folks. So I will be presenting to you guys Capital Mart and Liquor this afternoon. My name is Jaskarit Kaur and I go by Jessica. I've spent the last 6 years in customer service and more concentrated the last 4 years in retail, working numerous different roles from cashier all the way to operations manager, which is what I currently do for Capital Mart. I'm also pursuing my bachelor's degree at, oh, my apologies. Could you go to the next slide? I'm also pursuing my bachelor's degree at Portland State in criminal justice and communications. And then additional to that with OLCC in particular, I've had numerous workshops which I've gotten to experience to understand guidelines and requirements and been able to also hold those for our staff here at Capital Mart just to make sure that everyone is up to code with OLCC requirements. Next slide, please. So we are proposing that the second location for Oregon City is at 223 High Street. We are in the heart of a residential neighborhood with a lot of professional buildings. It's super walkable. So we definitely have a lot of traffic happening around us at all times. It was founded by Gurminder Kaur last year during the middle of the pandemic when she wanted to find a place where people could really have a true one-stop shop. So they could come get all their convenience needs in one place and not, have as much exposure with everything that was going on. Next slide, please. Which brings me to my next point. We are a non-exclusive location. We carry a wide range of products from beer, smokes, tobacco to produce, and we are partnered with numerous Oregon agencies from OLCC for our beer license to USDA EBT food stamps, as well as Oregon Lottery. So we definitely have a clientele base that has been developed over just having that true one-stop shop. They're able to get whatever they need in one go, and having that clientele established is going to be extremely helpful for us as we go into the liquor portion of it, as that clientele can easily be transferred in and be customers for the liquor store. Next slide, please. Like I've previously stated, we are in the heart of downtown Oregon City in the middle of a very heavily populated residential area. We have a lot of professional buildings around us as well. And then we are a major street which is used for commuting from regular Oregon City and Oregon City downtown into South End, which is primarily residential. So we definitely have become a stop for those folks as well. We have 4 parking spots on our lot, and then 2 of those are ADU parking spots. There's plenty of parking in front of the front of the location as well, and across the street in downtown. And then addition to that, we have tons of bus stops around us. Like I said, we're extremely walkable, and one of those bus stops is actually on premises as well. Next slide, please. When it came to our store design, we definitely wanted to keep that family-friendly aspect alive. And so our distilled spirits and liquors are set off to a side, and they are kind of confined with 84-inch shelves. So there's a completely separate entrance. People still are able to come in and send their little ones in and still have that family-friendly environment to it. But then our distilled spirits are also there, visible and presentable to whoever's looking to purchase. We have about 638 square feet allotted, yes, to the liquor portion, which is about 25% of our entire store space. And we do plan to adjust that and grow with that as consumer demand is growing until we're at about a 70-30 ratio for convenience to liquor. And then additional to that, the convenience store currently hosts about 3,200 SKUs, and then we are looking to bring in about 1,550 more liquor SKUs, and that is outlined in my inventory proposal in my business plan. Next slide, please. For our target market and demographic, we definitely are heavily focusing on that 1 mile radius in downtown Oregon City, where all the residential and professional buildings are, as well as commuters. We just want to get people in the door inside the convenience store, and they'll also be able to buy their distilled spirits, and obviously targeting that to 21 and over. Next slide, please. For our layout, we definitely wanted to keep a very clean, bright, modern space, making sure product placement is really easy to find, everything super open and bright, well lit. Next slide, please. Loss prevention was something that we were really heavily focused on. We want to make sure that distilled spirits are only getting into the hands of those that are intended to have it, and being a responsible vendor. So having a 360 surveillance system, having a raised counter where our staff really is able to see out into the sales floor, having lower sales floors, the shelving on the sales floor, having that lower so there's nothing blocked off. And then in addition to that, having a secure entrance and exit point where a cashier is watching that at all times. Also, in addition to that, having ID scanners, and just training our staff to really keep their eyes open on what's going on and what's happening on the sales floor. Next slide, please. For our promotional strategy, we definitely want to use our social media presence, which we already have on both Instagram and Facebook for Capital Mart, and continuing to use that for liquor by remaining front of mind with people, by just kind of constantly reminding them who we are and staying, like I said, front of mind, just to get them to come in and make us a daily stop with their routine. Then definitely doing coming soon signs so we can create anticipation, and our current clientele can already start spreading the word about what's to come, and they know where it's going. And lastly, having a great thank you. Having a great grand opening event. Next slide, please. For our hiring plan, we definitely want to onboard individuals that already have a lot of experience so that we can go ahead and train them to our standards, and then continue that with just having monthly meetings and making sure that everyone is on the same page. Next slide, please. For our projected timeline, we've already spoken to our vendors and what have you, so we are definitely looking to open June 18th with a large grand opening event and getting that rolling. Next slide, please. We are projecting to do about $19,000 in a cost of project, which will include shelving, POS, 2 months of payroll.
Closing statement.
Yes.
Closing statement.
Thank you for the opportunity for letting us present this location. We really look forward to hosting Second Liquor Store for Oregon City, and just being able to grow that with the community.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Yeah, this is Paul Rosenbaum. Just one quick question. There's a very nice presentation. Where is your source of funding? It says there's only one source of funding there, and I'm not sure that's adequate.
Right. So the source of funding is coming from Eric Corporation, which is the business that hosts the convenience store. And so they are willing to provide the source of funding that is needed for the liquor portion.
But it's not on the application. At least I haven't seen it.
I can definitely resubmit that for you if you would like. It's provided in, to my knowledge, it was provided in both the corporation application as well as the personal.
Chair Rosenbaum?
Yeah.
You should locate that on Location 2-7, page 281 or 2.
Okay, I'll look again. All I saw was one figure in there, and that concerned me a little bit. So I'll look at what, tell me the number again, please.
Go to the commission materials. For me, it's on page 282.
282.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we won't waste time. I'll just go look. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Harper, I am so proud of you and your corporation to have you begin this venture, and your notes were just spot on. I just, you mentioned something in regards to hiring that no one's mentioned earlier. You said you go onboarding to find. Okay, so explain to the old man onboarding.
Right. So you obviously look through an applicant's application, right? And you consider them qualified or not. Once you consider them qualified, they go through a 2-week training process of this is, the expectations for capital market and liquor. This is how we do things, rather than doing a really quick training, throwing them on the sales floor and hoping they figure it out. That's a really solid time for them to adapt to the new environment, for them to adapt to the new schedule and kind of the rules and regulations of the store. So it's a very smooth transition that customers don't notice, and there's no flaws there.
And while I got my mindset here, I just want to recognize that there are always a number of other agents that have put in letters to us in regards to any new location. So I just wanted to mention to you that this is highly competitive, and it's again an honor. And I just want to make sure that for all the commissioners, can you brag a little bit about Eric Corporation? And just give a shout out about what they've done in regards to the retail, and how long you, as a member of the family, been a part of retail.
Jessica, I think he's asking you to respond about your business.
Yes, most definitely. Sorry, could you repeat that question? It cut out there.
Yeah, respond. It's not her business, Brian. I think it's a family business.
Correct.
Iraq Corporation. This isn't the first go around you've had in retail.
Right. Yeah, so we've been in retail, like I said, myself for the last 4 years, and then Gurminder, who is the owner, for the last about 20 years. They've done convenience stores for sure, and you've been working in that industry, getting a lot knowledge on product and what have you. And then this is the first one that we've independently done. So all of those changes and all of the things that were remodeled and regutted were done just based off of knowledge and just finding a location that they were really passionate about.
Thank you. And I know for sure, I would be real proud of you too. So thank you so much.
Are there any other questions of commissioners?
You're confusing me. I just want to make sure the application starts on 312, 282 has nothing to do with this, and on 315 is the source of funding. So what are you talking about, Brian?
Chair Rosenbaum, we are looking at 2 different ones. You have the commission materials that are on Alfresco, the entirety. My apologies. I have it broken into both days as a PDF, so my apologies.
Okay, so when we get into session, you'll cover that point with me, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so hearing no other questions from commissioners, I'm going to go ahead and go to our next applicant, Robert Boland. Chair Rosenbaum, you are not muted. I believe you are now. And Robert Boland, can you test your microphone?
Good afternoon.
And how about your video, please?
Hi, this is Commissioner Revolve. I'm ready to take over again.
Can you see the video?
Really?
Cannot see you, Robert. There you go. Okay. So you're ready to go. Just indicate to Commissioner Revolve when you're ready to start. Thank you.
Okay, if we can go to slide 3, we'll get started.
Go.
Okay, we'll get started with my my experience. I've been 30 years in retail, 5 years as a store director for Safeway, 10 years as a district manager with Safeway. At Safeway, I oversaw 26 stores in the Portland metro area. Oregon City was in fact one of those areas, so I'm very familiar with that market. One of my roles at Safeway was also director of lifestyle. So that role's primary function was to coordinate remodels, new stores, deal with the budgets, procure fixtures, work with contractors. So that experience certainly will help me in developing Oregon City. Next slide. I'm a member of the Oregon City community. I've lived here since 2010. My children all have attended Oregon City High School. My daughter graduated Oregon City High School along with my son, and I currently have a junior that's attending Oregon City High School. I partnered with Safeway to fund some of the events for the youth sporting events, and I know a lot of the business owners currently in Oregon City. On the next slide, I am currently the agent at store 1096, and I'm so proud of what we've accomplished at that store. The day we took over, and again, thanks to the commission for appointing me that last January, January of 2020. It's been a great experience for me. But we took pictures the day we took over the store, and we took pictures just to make sure that we understood where we were going as a business and as a company. So these are some of the before pictures. Check out the next slide, page 6. The outside of the building, and then again, this was from the day of takeover. If you can go to the next slide, slide 7, we'll show you some of the things that we've done with the store. Consistent, neat and clean merchandising. Shelf toppers that call out to the customers, new items, sale items, local items, all those things, we make it really easy for customers to make the best buying decision. We theme our displays, we cross-tie in merchandise. And then lastly, I committed to the commission on my presentation for Hillsborough that I would strive to get bilingual employees. And I'm proud to say that we have 2 bilingual employees currently. They've been employed with us for quite some time now. And we have the 3rd one hired, Maria, that's planned to start next week. Next slide. On the outside of the building, we installed a new sign. We installed a high-end locking cabinet to sell a lot of our high-end merchandise, along with keeping it secure. Next slide. My daughter has been amazing at getting us a website, getting our logo out there. We've got a billboard for advertising, and we've just done a lot of cool things with social media. I wish I could take credit, but I can't. My daughter is the master behind all that. Next slide, 1096, we've expanded the beer cooler. We found that customers really want to get to the liquor store and not have to make another stop to the grocery store and wait in line. So we've added additional beer and refrigerated space. We've got 27 doors for beer, wine, and mixed cocktails. And then lastly, as far as 1096, what we're really proud of is employee retention. Trying to hire new employees and keep employees is tough. And if you can't retain the employees you got, you're going to struggle. We offer a retention bonus for our employees. We offer for full-time employees the choice of having 4 10-hour shifts to enjoy 3 days off for work-life balance. I'm proud to say that 7 of our 9 employees are still with us today after taking over Hillsborough. Next slide. Just some more details and pictures about merchandising. We offer a clean, neat, well-lit shopping experience for our stores. Next slide. 1096, who's going to run 1096? That's probably a question that is going to come up. If I'm at Oregon City, who will take the reins at Hillsborough? My daughter. She's amazing. She's been with me since day one, working at Hillsborough Liquor. She's a graduate of Oregon State University, and she's just amazing. And that store will definitely be in good hands with her. Next slide. Our location, 901 North Main, Oregon City, downtown, 6,500 square foot. That's a big building, a lot of stuff. It's going to be a unique shopping experience, definitely for the Oregon City customers. We estimate that store right out of the gate could do $2 million in liquor sales. Next slide. We're going to offer beer, wine, non-exclusive store. We've got a vault proposed. This is an old existing bank. We're going to utilize that vault as a focal point for the store. We're going to have high-end locking cabinets in there. We're going to make a customer experience out of the vault and make sure that it's a cool place to be in Oregon City. Next slide. The location, we have all the details on here. I'm not going to go through each and every one of them, but we are close to 2 current liquor stores, 1.4 miles away from one and about 2.5 miles away from the other Oregon City store. We will have 24-hour security monitoring. We will have video cameras. We're looking to install about 30 of those that not only you can look at through the store, but we can access through our phone. And our employees will be trained to be out on the sales floor just as we do at Hillsborough. Next slide. We're going to try to strive to get a lot of local items. Downtown Oregon City is just, just busy as anything. There's a lot of folks down there, a lot of local pride. I think we're going to continue that. 2,400 liquor items, 2,000 beer items, 1,200 wine items. Again, it's going to be a good sized liquor store. Next slide, hours of operation. Won't spend a lot of time there. Next slide. June, we plan on applying for permits, fixtures, take over the building in July, be under construction through September, have a grand opening sometime early October, late September. Next slide.
30 seconds,
cost breakdown is about 160,000. We've got 154 secured through tenant improvements. Next slide. And then the next slide. And we'll get to the pretty stuff. One more slide. Here's what we're proposing for the store. Next slide. Low profile gondola, again, where you can see it all, see customers clear across the store. And then the vault, that vault I think is really going to be a cool feature that everybody's going to find out.
Please.
Next slide. And then the beer will be towards the back. Again, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commission, for appointing me last year. It's been a great journey, and I'm excited for me and my family to get this opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Are there any questions from commissioners? Hearing none, thank you, Robert. We'll move on to the next presenter for Oregon City, Alan Leshak. And first of all, Alan, please turn on your microphone and video if possible. And let's do a quick mic check. Unmute.
Are we good?
Yep, I think we're good. Why don't you go ahead and Commissioner Revolt will chime in for just a second. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi there, you'll have 6 minutes. If commissioners ask you a question, it won't take any time away from you. And I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. And I'll begin when you're ready.
I am ready. So to start, my name is Alan Leshak, and sorry about my slow speak, and I have a temporary vocal cord issue, and hopefully it gets through okay. And in the end, I have enough time to present. So sorry you're not getting my best. I'm gonna focus on pages 4 through 8. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. And one more. The control plan, I outlined 3 areas that are essential to any business, starting with the skill set. My skill set, you know it today, but I love interacting with people, and through my life, it's been my livelihood, and I take pride in that. On the business side of things, I've been in business for 21, and that plan was my interaction with
Excuse me. Hey, Laura, can you mute everybody and then bring it back on?
Yes, sorry. I wanted to interrupt, but I didn't. So I'm going to mute all. So Alan, once I do that, you're going to have to unmute yourself one more time. So go ahead and unmute.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. On the business side of things, I've been in business for over 21 years for myself. And if anything behind that, my business acumen has evolved over the years, and I take pride in that. One, that I've been in business that long, and a continual returning customer base. On the marketing part of it, I think that's self-explanatory and can be implemented right away. Next slide, please. Theft control. I think I listed everything that I can possibly think of to mitigate all theft. Starting with IDing everyone under 35 and gauging your customers the minute they come inside the store. I think that alone will alleviate a lot of issues with theft. Next slide, please. Time of completion. I see this taking about 16 weeks in total. And during that time, you will have your design and build and hiring and training of all employees, and leaving the last 4 weeks for store setup, training, getting the POS system under order before the opening. This would put a timeline of September approximately. Next slide, please. This is the statistical data for the downtown sector of Oregon City. And the big thing I want to highlight is the age range will be 60% of the people in their 20s and 40s, which I think carry a lot of weight towards all liquor sales. One thing is you have over 14 businesses, meaning restaurants and bars, within a 10-block radius, and 20 within a 1-mile radius that hopefully I can tap into. Next slide, please. It's a sketch or schematic of the proposed store. It looks narrow, but it's really not that narrow. It's, I think, more or less the schematic layout that I presented. Next slide, please. This is the location, the front. It's on Main Street, 716. Next slide, please. The current inside of the store, minimal tenant improvements. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And all this would be pretty cosmetic when it comes to the build out. I see about 120,000 in tenant improvements needed, with 10,000 coming back from the owner. Next slide, please. This is the design inspiration. I didn't have the skill or know-how to put my own together, so I took snapshots of current liquor stores in the Portland metro area, and this is what my focus would be. Next slide, please. This is my resume, basically dating back 30 years. And as you can see, I've had retail experience, I've had inventory experience, I've had analytical logistics experience, and I've had teams of employees from before I was in business for myself, and then obviously after.
Make a closing statement, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. And again, I'm sorry I'm slow talking. Hopefully I can get past this and I came across good enough for you to hear me out in a clear, concise way. And thank you.
Okay, any questions from commissioners? Thank you, Alan. Hearing no questions. Thanks, Alan. As I mentioned before, you have another location. You'll commit at that time. So with that said, we're going to move on to presenter Colin Zill with OC Liquor LLC. Colin, would you please unmute, and if you can, turn on your camera.
Yes.
There you are. I see you. And go ahead and say something real quick to test.
Test, test.
Good to go. So, Mr. Revol.
Hi there. So you'll have 6 minutes. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. If a commissioner asks you a question, it won't take any time away from your presentation. And I will begin whenever you say go.
Let's go ahead and get it started. Next slide, please. My name's Colin Zill. I also presented for, or work with Kevin, who presented for Gresham, but I'll be presenting this time. Next slide, please. Basically, OC Liquor LLC will be a one-stop shop of a safe and modern and fun shopping experience that Oregon City should reflect right now. It's changing a lot, and we want to match that. So next slide, please. I would be, if given the chance, I would leave my current job running the e-commerce website for a $100 million site company. We do, basically I've been there for a few years, and then I worked at Kroger working on their e-commerce department as well. And I would be working alongside my father, Douglas Zill, who would be working full-time there as well right now. He has over 40 years of sales and management experience in retail and commercial settings. He would be working there full-time. And he's also a resident of Oregon City, as well as my sisters and my brother-in-laws and nieces and nephews. So this is a big deal to us. So next slide, please. Within 90 days, we believe we can open the doors. So our target date would be September 3rd. Next slide, please. The proposed location, you saw it a couple before, 901 Main Street, Oregon City. It has 11 parking spaces, including one handicap stall. And ample parking on 9th and Main Street. Next slide, please. Here's the exterior. Next, please. Another shot of the exterior. Next, please. The interior, you can see the safe that was mentioned before, and the main doors that would be used on entrance. Next slide, please. Here's the updated layout. So we would be using 3,700 square feet of the 6,700 square feet space with a separate business running on the other 3,000 square feet. Next, please. Here you can see the layout. That safe idea was a genius idea, so I might adapt this if I had the opportunity. But yeah, so basically this would be the layout of all of our liquor, wine, and beer, and then the counter on the left. Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically 2,200 square feet of sales floor, 1,500 square feet of stock room, 1,450 linear feet of shelf space, and 2,300, a little more than 2,300 OLCC item codes. You can see the breakout there, as well as the wine and mixers. Next, please. I won't go into too much detail here, but you've seen the last one. It takes from a lot of the same things: flooring, layout, ceiling, electrical, exterior sign, and a point of sale. So next, please. Again, the same design. I wanted to use a little inspiration from Nordstrom, Powell's, and McMenamins as far as the inspirations that I find. And that's basically be able to customize the shopping experience for the customers. For people who come into a liquor store, like myself 8 years ago for the first time and was overwhelmed and just grabbed the one thing I heard my parents drink. Instead, like, this could be a place that people can to hang out and ask questions about. And the people that want to just come in and find what they're looking for. There's easy access, and it's well lit and have backlit signs there. And we'll also help customize the interior environment with an ode to Oregon City's history, because you can't really have an Oregon City store without talking about Oregon City's history. So next, please. So yeah, here are the polished floors, real lighting to be able to show all the different kinds of liquor we have and the shelves, and make sure that the whole area is well lit, and then the backlit signs that can help you a wayfinding aspect. Next slide, please. Here's the exterior signs. My dad currently works actually in the sign industry, so we can get these for pretty much dirt cheap. So excited for that. Next slide, please. We have the point of sale systems, the racking that we've picked out, and refrigeration here, as well as ATMs, speakers, and Oregon Lottery. So next slide, please. Just quickly, I'll go over this. What makes us different is community. Like I said, one of my sisters and brother-in-laws are teachers in Oregon City, the high school there. And then also my sister is a PA at the local hospital, as well as my parents living Oregon City. So the community is really important to us, and providing a safe and fun shopping experience, as well as what matches, is really important to us. In-store experiences, having a place that people can actually come hang out and be comfortable, no matter what their age, sex, anything, they can be comfortable and contemporary. And so we really want to make sure this store fits the need of the community, which is younger population at this time. So next slide, please. Again, community, working with distilleries and wineries on getting tastings going, getting cool local call outs to like end caps and that kind of stuff, to basically for people to find local favorites and that kind of stuff. And of course, as small business owners, we're patrons of all the places down in Oregon City, all the restaurants and pubs and that kind of stuff. So, we want to help support the community as well as donate a lot. So next slide, please. As I can go into a lot of detail here, but the future of Oregon City is, definitely yielding younger with families. Food carts are opening up. The Willamette Falls Legacy Project is going on. So, Oregon City really needs a liquor store for the future. Next slide, please. Sorry. Yeah. Control plan, pretty standard. I think we've heard already, but folding gate for after hours, security cameras, signs, up-to-date trainings, and providing baskets for customers. Next slide, please. In-store experiences, again, local wineries and breweries, distilleries, weekly tastings, calling out kind of a wayfinding way. So where customers don't know what to try, they can kind of work with us on our customer service on good recommendations and that kind of stuff. Next slide.
Make a closing statement, please.
Okay. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I would be really excited to open this, and thank you so much again.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Director Flemings, Commissioner Harper.
Go ahead.
Colin, what a great presentation. On your executive summary, you said that you'll potentially amass $4 million a year. Can you explain how you got to that number?
Yeah, so there's a total expenditures of basically within the mile. You can see that in the consumer reports from the last consumer reports. But also, I think the biggest opportunity is the licensees there. We're actually very fortunate. My dad is a very personable person and knows the owners of about 3 or 4 of the businesses that we've already talked to, and that they'd be interested in, if we were to get it, participate with us and buy through us. And there's some of the biggest pubs and bars in Oregon City, basically, as well as basically the people. I think there's if we cater to the, more modern shoppers, West Lynn, I think, is within that 1 to 3 mile radius, which basically I think would drag a lot of people over, as well as people heading south on 99 East. I think that people would be able to pull in right into that parking lot right off of the highway and be able to shop with us. And also, my bread and butter is e-commerce and marketing. So I have a pretty aggressive strategic opening, and that's basically through paid ads on Google Maps and that kind of stuff, and obviously a big social media presence, as well as kind of taking over the old Google atmosphere there.
Thank you. And you have some phenomenal friends. Earlier presentation, I wish I had those type of buddies with me when I was coming out of college.
Yeah, no, I grew up with Taylor Davis and Gresham. We went to Centennial High School together. I've known since I was 13. I met Kevin in our current company 3 years ago. We kicked it off as best friends. So it's I really appreciate it, and they've been great people to work on this with.
Thank you, Commissioner Revolve.
Are there any other questions from commissioners?
Well, if nobody else has any, I got one. This is Commissioner Rosenbaum. Is Kevin going to be involved in this operation?
This one, no, actually. So I thought it would be smart to keep these, to build teams around the location that I think fit more. So my dad would be there every day, working there with me. And he's got the 20 years of experience running Andy and Backs actually here in Portland. So basically, I think that Kevin would stick with the Gresham one, and I think that when we looked at how much work we were going to be putting in, it made sense for Kevin to work on the Gresham liquor, 20 or 30 to 35 hours a week, and I didn't think that we could split that time, justifiably, via 2 different locations possibly.
Kevin, I'm a businessman, okay? And you had a very nice presentation, but here's what's going through my mind. We just voted on the location 1 in Gresham.
Yeah.
Just for argument's sake, let's assume that we voted for Highland Liquor.
Yeah.
What do? You're now coming back. You're now coming back. You're asking for a whole different presentation, and you're asking us to vote for you again. So where do you put your time?
I mean, it's a great question, Commissioner. I hedge my bets usually. I'm pretty young, but I've had a lot of success in my career so far. And so, honestly, the reason I applied to only these 2, because I grew up in Gresham. I was on the school board there as a high school representative. I was the all-school president. I love that community. And right now, my life is mostly spent in Oregon City, so I still love that community. They're the 2 communities I care most about in Portland area. And so that's why I applied to these 2. And, if I split my time, if you gave me the opportunity to work the Gresham one, then I would damn try hard to go and make that a very successful business. And I would put everything I have in that. If you voted for this one, I would do the exact same thing. But I would split my time, basically. I'd be working full time, but I take pride in my work. And so I would dedicate myself to this 24 hours a day.
Colin, you're young and you're very articulate, and I like you. I also don't understand, considering that you and your father have got a lot more at stake in this one in Oregon City than the other one. Why would you hedge your bets? Why wouldn't you just go full out for you and your father in Oregon City?
I mean, that's a good question. That was my when I was deciding to apply to both. I just also thought that I grew up in the Gresham area. I know what that store would need, and I thought that Kevin and Taylor and I would be able to foster a better basically store there. And I know so it's a little different, just different environments and there's different stores. So as much as I think my dad would be a great store manager in both locations, I mean, right across the street from the proposed Gresham one, that McMenamins and Highland actually named a beer after him, the Double Dougie IPA. So I know that he'd be great in that community. But I also know that I think the Oregon City is where his heart's at now. So, and that's my main focus right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from commissioners? If they're hearing none, we'll move to our next applicant. Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
The next applicant, Depesh Thapa. And this is the last one for location 2, Oregon City. And Laura, you may want to mute all one more time. Yeah, there we go. Or okay, Depesh, are you there? Okay, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Hello,
Commissioner
everyone.
Revolt.
Hi there. My name is Commissioner Revolt, and I'm your timer today. How are you?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. Once you're ready to begin, you'll say go, and I'll start the times. If a commissioner interrupts you and asks a question, it won't take away any of your time. And when you're about 30 seconds into it or left, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds left so you can get ready. How's that?
No worries. I got you.
All right, I'm sure you do. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Go.
My name is Depesh Thapa, and today I'll be presenting for, go ahead, next slide, please. Willamette Liquor. Next slide, please. Our proposed location is located on 901 Main Street as well, here in heart of downtown Oregon City, as you can see from the aerial view and the aerial views and the street view. Go ahead next. So Thapa Liquor member profiles. So it's going to be me, Dipesh Thapa, and my dad, Dinesh Thapa. That, but I'm going to be the one who's going to be running the day-to-day operation. So with my experience, I have had more than 10 years of retail experience. I've handled I've handled and overlooked and generally managed over 3 stores. And I've had cash handled more than $3 million per year, and I've overlooked and managed over 20 employees. And now we have managers in all locations, and my job is to basically mentor the managers and make sure they're doing their job properly. Go ahead, next. So we want the liquor store to be a non-exclusive store, and so we want to carry a variety of beers from craft to domestics to all kinds of beer, wine from varietal wines to cigarettes, cigars, and lottery related other items, and also very huge selection of distilled spirits. For convenience, we want our store to have extended hours, one-stop shopping experience service to underserved area, and obviously, again, a wide variety of distilled spirits. Because and also, like we talked about, there's no liquor store in that radius of West Oregon City downtown towards until West Lynn on the west side, east side, the other Oregon City liquor store, and then going down towards Canby, you don't have a liquor store until you get to Canby. Okay, and there's no school or place of worship around the location or 1,000 feet away from the location. Next slide, please. Sales prevention to minor safety and security. We make sure to, from experience with 3 convenience stores, we have very good track record of never ever selling to a minor in over 10 years of business. We make sure to always ID anyone who looks under 35, and our employees in 3 stores are very well trained to make sure that they always ask for ID and make sure to ID anyone and follow all our procedures, like monitoring surveillance to make sure, if someone's sending an adult from outside, to make sure that they're catching those kind of things. And also, we want to not sell to intoxicated adults as well. So we're always, like I said, over the last 10 years of business, we have never sold to a minor or an intoxicated adult because we've followed our procedures very strongly. And for safety and security, we will have high surveillance systems, staying in touch with the law enforcement, having panic button in case of emergency, and also for for that process of having the high system and providing over customer service to the suspected shoplifter. Go ahead, next, please. Community and safety outreach, which is very important to always be involved with law enforcement and Oregon other business. Other businesses around the city as well. Focusing on focusing on Oregon City High School and other high schools nearby to educate awareness programs to underage kids and teach them how it's very important and teach them a lesson of the consequences. Sending flyers to let community know about our existence and new in the neighborhood. Sponsor to local schools, have a strong presence that will support the local. And we're
Very good. Boy.
Next, please. That's the demography. I feel like you guys have seen way too many, so you already know what's the population. So traffic count is a very, very busy intersection, coming, from West Lynn towards downtown Oregon City. Then you got the Highway 99 going both west and east, and then absolutely you got all the businesses and residents around the area as well. Next. So these are my yearly sales projection. First year, I estimate sales to be 2.3 million. Second year, I estimate the sales to be 3.2 million. And third year, I estimate sales to be 3.5. And these are strictly based on what I have listed here. Traffic counts on Highway 99 on both directions. Traffic on Main Street, underserved west side of Oregon City, southeast community of West Lynn, northwest part of Oregon City, and well as people commuting towards Canby, because that whole rural area does not have a liquor store until you get to Canby. Just a one-stop shop experience with extended hours, and then also the businesses and population in the desired location. Next one. This is what I have estimated for my total licensee sales in Oregon City. For the first year, 200,000. The second year, 300,000, and then third year, 400,000. And these are estimates for 12 months each. And
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Go ahead, next, please. Go ahead. That is wants to as well. Yeah, strategy. Go ahead next. Next, please. And these are our startup on timeline, and then that's our interior for like sales floor and back room. Like the other gentleman mentioned, we'll be sharing with another business if given the opportunity. Go ahead next, please.
Please make a closing statement.
Okay. If given the opportunity, we will, use our extensive retail experience to bring the best towards Oregon City, and looking forward to serve the underserved area with wide varieties of spirits, beer, wine, and etc.
Thank you, Depesh. Any questions from commissioners?
Commissioner Harper here, Director Flemings. Hey, Depesh, congratulations. I really loved your proposal. I think you summed it all up by saying we have seen a number of proposals, but the way you presented yours was excellent. My question is, with your longstanding family support with prior stores, can you go ahead and share with me how you're going to incorporate that in your new venture when it comes to creativity and marketing?
So, excuse me, meaning like online presence or?
Yes, in regards to, you had mentioned that you were going to be no licensees and the like. Are you going to have an outside salesperson doing the introductions?
Yeah, I'm gonna hire a salesperson to go around, and make sure that we're I'm gonna have a salesperson go around, make sure that for licensee that they go around and make sure that we're giving the best service and reaching out. Like everything I mentioned on my licensee, like based off sales, what we'll have is because our salesperson is gonna do exactly what it's mentioned there, like making relationships with business owners. Making sure to help them set them up when they have new restaurants coming in, or if they don't have a good, nice setup, that we set something new up so they have a better display, things like that. For online, so for things like online, I have mentioned is like, so right now, especially during COVID, having like website and having what brands we offer, what we have offering at the store, making a website and things like how they can do curbside pickup, non-contact transactions, and having like a strong Instagram presence, having social media in general, Yelp, Instagram, Google, Facebook, all kinds of those things for the store.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from commissioners?
I guess I'll take over then, Brian. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Rosenbaum.
No, thank you. We're ready to go into executive session again. So we need to get off this site and go back on the other one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. We're now ready to go to location 3, Portland Southwest Waterfront. We only have one proposed application. So after we're done with, there's no need to go into executive session. So it's the Urbana Market LLC, and Mr. Chung, you're up. Or Miss Chung, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Rosenbaum. Tina Chong, are you on the line? And can you unmute and turn on your camera, please? Tina, are you here?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And if you can, go ahead and turn on your camera. It'd be great.
We're trying to on. It's on or
having a technical issue.
Some little technical issues here.
We're working on the camera. Sorry about that.
Yeah, if you go to the top right screen, there's a gear. You should be able to select the audio from the computer and video.
Yep, there you are.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Thank you. So Commissioner Revolt.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So you will have 6 minutes to make your presentation. At any time, if Commissioner asks you a question, it will not take any time from you at all. We'll just pause and keep going. Once you're at 30 seconds, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds to go. And then get ready for me to then say is make your closing statement, because you'll be on a roll by that time.
Okay.
So whenever you're ready to say go, I will start the clock.
Okay, go.
Got it.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my name is Yun Chung. Everyone calls me Tina. I appreciate your invitation to speak to you today. Next slide, please. I own Urbana Market, an upscale neighborhood convenience store in the South Waterfront for 14 years. I have 30 years business experience in the Portland area. I began by stocking shelves and clean the bathrooms. And over the years, I have learned every aspect of retail business, such as sales, hiring, payroll, inventory, accounting, customer service, and working with the suppliers. And also, I'm a very hard worker. I work over 40 hours a week and love spending time in my successful store and serving my customers. Next slide, please. I would like to share with you 3 reasons why Urbana Market is the right business for this boutique liquor store. Number 1, an upscale neighborhood market is a perfect fit for a non-exclusive liquor store. Along with all my other products, I sell lots of beer, wine, and other beverages and mixers. Because of our wide selection of products, my store has steady foot traffic throughout the day and evening, which will increase liquor sales. And I have an excellent reputation with my customers because I'm always willing to stock products and brands that they request, which has built up trust between us. And number 2, Urbana is in the perfect spot in the neighborhood. Urbana Market is not located across the street from the public park in the South Waterfront, which means we have no issues with customers lingering in front of the store or protests in the park, which target businesses. Also, we are located away from the child care center located on that park. And number 3, my store will be the ideal size for this neighborhood. Our liquor annex will be 836 square feet. So I can stock a wide range of popular products, but will not harm sales in the nearby liquor stores on Macadam Avenue or in Portland Center. And this store size will allow me to remain profitable because, as you know, larger retail space in this neighborhood, you must pay much higher rent and triple net cost. Next slide, please. As you see in this slide, I have a solid project plan to complete my store expansion in as little as 4 months. Because I will not be building this store from scratch, I can expand and open fairly quickly. When I first created and built Urbana Market opening in 2006, I gained excellent experience in opening a business in Poland. Of course, challenges can rise in any expansion project, but I'm motivated to complete this work quickly. Next slide, please. I understand the importance of preventing theft and any sales to minors. I have been handling this issue over 20 years, and I have never had a single liquor sales violation. And I'm very proud of that. And I have several methods I will manage loss prevention by hiring and training my employees well, by proper staffing coverage, and by installing a high quality video camera system, by maintaining a 24-hour store security system, by designing the liquor space to be easy to access and monitor. Next slide, please. The remainder of my written presentation provides all the details of my business plan, store layout, budget, and photographs. Finally, I would also like to leave you with this thought. I have a deep roots in this community, and Urbana Market is like my second home. I opened my store 14 years ago when only the first 2 towers were open and right before the Great Recession started. So I know what it is like to battle through the tough time and still succeed. And I was the first retailer ever in the South Waterfront. And I believe I know residents and the business workers here better than anyone. And they will be really happy if I can sell distilled spirits while they shop at the Urbana Market. If I'm selected, I look forward to partnering with OSCC to create a great success for both of us. Thanks for having me today here. I look forward to see you at Urbana Market and Spirits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a nice presentation, and we appreciate it. I'm certainly familiar with your place.
Okay.
Any questions, commissioners?
Tina?
Commissioner?
You're the only one that did 6 minutes on the dot.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Tina.
Thank you.
We're moving on to location 4, which is Portland, Lents area. Brian, I'm going to let you take it over. This is quite a lengthy one. I will be on the entire call, but if I don't get on at the end, Commissioner Revolt, will you take over for me, please?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay, let's get started. Thank you, Brian.
Chair, Rosa, before you leave, do you feel we're going to get, it's 4:04 now, do you feel we will get through all the candidates before 5?
No, I don't. I'm going to try to stay on as long as I can, but if we go into executive session, Commissioner Revolt will take over for me.
Okay, so that's if we get through all the candidates, correct?
Well, we're going to get through all the candidates tonight, Commissioner Harper. There's no question. The question is, I don't think we'll get there by 5, but that's not the issue.
Okay, I just don't want you to leave. I don't want you to leave and miss out at your 5 o'clock appointed time. So
Well,
you
I'm
can-
going to try to do two things at one time at 5 o'clock. That's my problem. And I will be listening through the whole thing.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Should we shorten the time frame for this presentation?
No, I think it's only fair that everybody should have their 6 minutes. Everybody has put a lot of time into this, and we owe it to them.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'll take over for you.
Thank you.
For all of the applicants on the phone, if you weren't here earlier, please remember to state your name for the record. I'll call you up in order of the presentations. Laura will then begin to display your shortened version of your business plan. Please know that the commissioners here today are also tentatively going long. So I hope you all appreciate their efforts today. You should know they're getting paid $30 for the entire day. So just where you can, do your introduction, and then if you've already done a presentation, because we have some dual presenters, please stick to the materials and do your best to get through your presentation swiftly. With that said, go ahead, Brandon Adams, turn on your microphone and turn on your video, and I'll let Mr. Commissioner Revolt begin.
Can you see me?
Yep, I got you. I can't see you yet.
It's not allowing me to turn my camera on.
Okay, go to the gear wheel in the upper right-hand corner. And then go to the camera setting, and you should be able to select. There you are.
Perfect.
Okay, Chair or Commissioner Revolt.
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You will have 6 minutes to make your presentation. If a commissioner were to ask you a question, it will not take time away from you. I will pause and wait for that answer to come out. At 30 seconds left, I will let you know you have 30 seconds left. And then very close to that, I will ask you to make your closing statement.
Okay.
And you can let me know when you're ready, and I will stop the clock when you say go.
Go ahead.
Go.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is a proposal for Lynch Spirits and More at 5802 Southeast 92nd. Next slide. Next slide, please. The proposal I have submitted to you is not the proposal I am going, or location I'm not going to be presenting today. Turns out last minute that this space is not going to be ready until April of next year. So I had found another space. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to redo everything before this presentation was due. So I'm going to be talking about the other space instead. Luckily, the square footage is the same, so my numbers will be about the same. Next slide.
If I may, I'm going to interject just briefly, sorry. Can you state the address for the record of the proposal you're presenting?
Yes, if you skip down a couple slides to number 8. Next one. Next one. Right there. So it's 8931 Southeast Foster. Last slide. So what I was able to do was, before this was due, was just take a quick picture of the outside and snap a photo through the window. But this is the location. If you see in the dot, it's up right at the divergence of Foster there, where Willamette Dental is. The picture I have on the right is looking through the window in this middle picture on the right side. I've since talked to the building owner, and he has agreed to lease me the full space, which would include all 3 of those windows, totaling roughly 3,700 square feet of space. Next slide. Control plan stays the same. Card anybody who looks young. Backpacks not allowed. 16 security cameras. A monitor as you walk through the door, so people can know that they are on camera. Next slide. Consumer demand, 21 plus age, 16,000 within a mile radius. So there's quite a bit of demand. Estimated daily sales, I'm predicting 1 to 2% of population at a $20 average ring up, which would bring me between 3,300 and 6,600 a day. Next slide. Hours of operation will be 7 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 10 to 8, Sundays 11 to 5, which will mirror Eastport Liquor's hours, which is our nearest competitor. And then I'll look into, after a 90-day period, on possibly staying open till 9 on Fridays and Saturdays. Next slide. It's just an estimated cost breakdown. I'm figuring it'll stay roughly about the same. Next slide. Again, a floor plan. This is the old location. The configuration will be a little bit different, but again, reciting the square footage is about the same. So I'm still counting on the same amount of SKUs for square footage wise. Next slide. And that's the backstock room. Next slide for the old space. This is just a breakdown of the selection. So I had 888 linear feet of shelving, giving me roughly 2,600 SKUs. For comparison, Liquor World has 2,200 SKUs and Eastport with 1,800 SKUs. So we'd be larger than those two stores. We'd be the largest store within a 3-mile radius. Next slide. And just some signage fixtures. This is Eastport Liquor. I use them for a little bit of inspiration. Front counter, I plan on having looking similar to theirs, with the pallet wood and the open ceiling, with the tiles taken out and painted black. Spotlights to highlight some key items. Next slide. And a little bit about me. I currently work for Proximo Spirits. I service the east side of Portland through the gorge out to Eastern Oregon, namely Pendleton. So I have a couple of letters of recommendation here. One is from my boss, Charlie Thorpe, and then another one from Adam Johnson at Troutdale Liquor. And I wish I had a floor plan to show you of the current space I want, but I'm pretty sure other applicants have this space. So you will get at least a good look on what that space looks like. Like I said, unfortunately, I didn't have contact until last minute with this owner, so I wasn't able to add anything onto the deck. So that is, one slide I didn't add, I'm sorry, would be community involvement. One thing I touched on in my previous interview was I am offering employees up to 40 hours paid leave per year for volunteer work, which I think is good within the community. I'm offering higher than minimum wage pay and bonuses for licensee sales. So any bars and restaurants that they bring in, they can look at a bonus on that as well, which gives incentive.
30 seconds.
And I've been with Proximo for 3.5 years. So in that time frame, I have sales-wise boosted sales 35% in cases and 34% dollar-wise. So, I got a sense of what it takes in the sales. I'm in and out of liquor stores all day, all of them on the east side through the gorge. So I'm super confident I can run a store, and a successful one at that. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions from commissioners? I don't see any right yet.
Oh, Director Fleming, Commissioner Harper. I like Brandon. I am so, I just like to say thank you so much for being able to segue into that second store in such a fine timeline. So, hey, congratulations. It just shows you the flexibility you have in running the business, and especially since you know Charlie Thorpe, I like your presentation.
Yeah, well, again, I wish I had seen it earlier, and I would have had a deck available to show you my my vision. So, unfortunately, I don't.
Great, thank you, Brandon.
Okay, thank you.
With that said, we'll move on. I have Wendy Boso. Would you turn on your camera and unmute your mic. Wendy Boso. And if I messed up your name, please correct.
Oh, and my camera.
Yeah. Okay, Wendy, go ahead. Let me hear your mic, please.
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Commissioner Revolt will offer a couple comments and we'll get started.
Hi, Wendy, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Good. You'll have 6 minutes to make your presentation. If the commissioner asks you questions, it will not take any time away from you. We'll have time for you to answer, and then I'll pause and start over again. In about 30 seconds, I'll let you know that you have 30 seconds left. And soon thereafter, I'll let you know that you need to make your closing statements. And I will be ready to go whenever you are. So you just tell me when you're ready to start, and I'll start the clock.
Awesome, I'm ready to go.
All right, go.
So I am Wendy. Next slide, please. Next slide. I am a realtor in the Portland market. I've been a realtor for the past 15 years. And before that, I worked in the hospitality industry. So I have a lot of experience in alcohol sales. And I'm also a general contractor. So I work a lot in construction and can do a lot of the build out work that's going to be required for the space going into the Lents market. Lents Liquor is going to be a carefully curated small boutique liquor store, focused more on the new season's approach to a liquor store, light, bright, open and inviting, but also carefully curated products in a smaller space to create a more intimate environment. And it's going to be located in the heart of the Lents Business District, which is highly dense and located at 9236 Southeast Woodstock Boulevard. We're going to be open from 10 to 8 Monday through Saturday and 10 to 6 on Sundays. Next slide, please. Like I said before, the Lents Liquor Store is going to be located in the most dense part of Lents, so it will have access to walk-up traffic. And then there's also street parking in the front and in the back of the location. It is at the bottom of a mixed-use building. So again, lots of street traffic and food cart pod just right around the corner from that location. Next slide, please. And our timeline to get the liquor store open and running is pretty aggressive, given my general contracting background and work with contractors to be able to get the space ready, up and running. We're hoping to actually beat that OLCC deadline of the end of July and have it open by the 10th of July. Next slide, please. Going over a couple of the theft prevention items that we're planning on instituting is going to be cameras and monitors at the location entrance so that people can see themselves walking in. Also being deterred just with a quick hello and acknowledgement by the staff. I think that that's probably going to be the biggest deterrent of theft, as well as a single entrance and exit, and the cash register actually being located close to the front of the store. We are also hoping to have a scissor door, or I'm not sure exactly what the term is called, but a metal locking door inside the interior door that's already there. Next slide, please. Because we are obviously selling a legal addictive product, we want to be for sure to do the best that we can to prevent every sale to any minor. That's going to be lots of signage, checking IDs, asking questions if we have issues with the IDs, and educating the staff on all of the IDs that are acceptable to the OLCC and to the state, which is passports, military ID, state ID, and Native American identification. Next slide, please. Just checking on the demand for the current market in Lents. The closest liquor stores are about 3 miles away, which is Eastport, the one on Powell, and then the liquor store on 82nd. So we are feeling like this community is greatly underserved. And with the high density of Lents, a liquor store in this location will be very successful. Next slide, please. And these are the photographs of the exterior of the building and the photographs or drawings on the upper left of the space. Next slide, please. This is an example of our store configuration. The counter is going to be located close to the front of the store with all of those high theft items behind the counter and a circular floor plan that's going to allow the employees to be able to see who's coming in and going out easily with that one exit and entry point. Next slide, please. And these are going to be the approved selections of what we're hoping to have inside the store. We are hoping to be an exclusive location. So focusing basically on the spirit market. Next slide, please. Based on my projections, I think I went a little bit on the safe side, being that we would be opening a new location and not having the expected income or the industry standard of income of 1.5, which I've seen all over the OLCC website as average sales, but mine are a little bit more on the safe side since we'll be opening a new location and entering a new market. And one of the most important factors for Lents and for me is that we will actually be a woman-owned business. Next slide, please. This is just an example of our display, which of course will outline the outside of the space. 7-foot shelves.
30 seconds.
Carefully products. Next slide, please. Interior signage and obviously the OLCC approved POS system. Next slide, please. And then this is just the examples and expectations of the startup costs, which we are expecting to be around 150,000. I always try to err on the higher end of things so that there's no surprises and we have the appropriate funds to start the business off and have enough funds for the next 6 months.
Please make a closing statement.
I'm really excited to open this store in Lents. If I've given the opportunity, I am overjoyed to actually be interviewing for this position and potentially become a licensed applicant.
Okay, thank you, Wendy. Commissioners, are there any questions?
I got a quick question. Brian, quick question.
Sure.
For some reason, hi Wendy, thank you for your presentation. Thank you. I'm looking for, I can't find it. So are you still planning on being, you're right now a principal broker, right, at John L. Scott Real Estate for the past 14 years. It looks like you've been very successful. Do you still plan on keeping that position and doing real estate? Well, let me have you answer that first.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for asking. So I am obviously a self-employed realtor. I've had a successful business for the past 15 years. And with that, obviously I can dictate my schedule in accordance with however much business I want to take on or not take on. And at this point, I'm partnering up with Todd Simonis, who will also actually be interviewing for the same location today. And he will be working with me on the scheduling and the day-to-day. We're planning on doing that together.
Okay, so he's going to be, would he be your premises manager then, or are you, because yeah, I see that he's applying for.
We are planning on both working there day-to-day for the first 6 months.
Okay.
Because I can have colleagues. I have colleagues working under me that can manage my business.
Okay. And then your premises manager, is also going to be, he's going to also be presenting to us a little bit later today for is it the Lentz location or a different location?
The same location, Lentz.
Location, okay. All righty, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have, sorry, I'm scrolling ahead. Lentz Liquor, Chase Weinhendel. Can you turn on your camera as well as your microphone, please? I'm sorry, I probably butchered your last name. Chase, is that you?
Yes.
Great, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Revolt for just a minute.
Chase will have 6 minutes to make your presentation. As you get down to the last 30 seconds, I will let you know that you have 30 seconds left to go. Soon thereafter, I'll probably say, please make your closing statements. If a commissioner asks you a question, it will not take time away from you. I'll pause and let them ask the question, and let you answer, and then proceed. I'll be ready to go whenever you are.
Okay, I'm ready.
Commissioner Revolt? Hey, can I ask Chase a question really quick?
Sure, it won't take any time for Chase.
Hey, Chase, your corporate name is Lentz Liquor, but isn't that the same as Wendy Boso? Lentz Liquor?
Yeah, it does appear to be the same. I did register through the state and filed for an LLC with the name of Lentz Liquor, and have the approval and license for that.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Commissioner.
Anytime. You ready?
Okay. My name is Chase. My name is Chase Weinhendel, and I will be the owner and manager at Lentz Liquor. I come with 15 years of retail operations experience at Costco in merchandising, logistics, inventory management, cash management, budgeting, and most importantly, employee development. I currently work at OHSU overseeing their accounts payable department. My husband, Ben, will be a part of Lentz Liquor as well. Next slide. Next slide. And one more time, next slide.
Hi, I'm Ben Milano. My background is in sales and marketing. I have spent the last 11 years focusing on small business marketing execution and planning for small businesses all over the country. I'm really excited to start an opportunity of our own and hopefully make it thrive.
Next slide. Lentz Liquor will be a staple in the community, serving customers and partnering with local businesses to meet their liquor needs. Our customer service standards are going to raise the bar in the industry. Our shopping experience is going to be clean, inviting, and modern. Our extensive retail experience will make sure that we have a successful partnership with the OLCC and the customers that we serve. Next slide. We have a 95-day timeline. We should open the weekend of Labor Day in September. Next slide. We're going to operate as a non-exclusive liquor agent, also selling beer, wine, and curated cocktail mixers, along with lottery. We just feel that this will be the best level to meet our service and convenience for the location. Just being able to read the demographics in that area to make our customer base be successful. Next slide. Our proposed location is just a few minutes from our house. We live here, very close by. We're looking at leasing 2 units for just under 2,000 square feet. And we will, if we lease those units, we have the first right of refusal for the 3rd unit as well on the very end. Next slide. Here's our proposed interior layout. It has 88 feet of wall shelving, 76 feet of gondola shelving. Our goal is to have as much product out on the retail floor for sale. Our cashier is positioned at the front of the store for a clear line of sight throughout the entire store. Gives it a very open concept feel, nice wide aisles. And with the store being all glass in the front, there's beautiful daylight that comes into the location. Next slide. Our top selling categories, obviously we'll have the most space in the store. Our gondolas will be used for promotions, local features, and our curated cocktail packages. Next slide. Lens Liquor will improve convenience, customer convenience by being in an area that's long underserved. The population growth east of Portland is growing exponentially. We're going to invest in our employees to make sure that they have excellent customer service skills and that they have great product knowledge inside the store to be able to provide that customer service. We're going to have a unique in-store digital marketing that's going to increase customer sales and engagement. Next slide. Our fixtures and signage for the store will be very modern and clean. They have nice clean wood backing on them. Next slide. Our expected sales in year one, 1.3 million, up to year three, 3.5 million. We worked with the Small Business Development Center and reviewed our financials in great length, and this is where we came up with these numbers from. Next slide. Some population and traffic counts to support our sales figures. Next slide. Some other relevant factors that we would like to point out: the street visibility for both directions of Foster. This location you can see heading eastbound and westbound. There's parking in the back lot. There's a potential for the vacant lot next to us to be developed into a parking lot. The space is well lit. We have great daylight through the glass windows in the front, and there's rear access for deliveries that won't interrupt customer flow. We have a unique marketing approach to Lens Liquor. Next slide. We're going to use Kelly Myers. We think that this will be the best fit for our business. It'll help us exceed the OLCC requirements, assist in inventory control, cash management, being able to make daily deposits quickly and timely. We've worked with the developer, and there's an online ordering coming for licensee sales. So that'll be a nice integral feature that we will put into the point of sale. Next slide. Our control plan for minors, controlling access to minors, training for our employees. We want to make sure that they have a good base and understanding for training. The security of the building has bulletproof glass in it, limited access to storage.
Please make your closing statement.
We are excited for this opportunity. We want to be an integral part of the community and invest in the people and the projects that live here, just like we do. We have a modern approach to technology. We want to be able to partner with experts to be the best that we can be. I have great unparalleled retail experience, and combined with Ben's background in marketing, it makes us a great fit to partner with the OLCC and our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chase. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Director Fleming's, Commissioner Reval, Commissioner Harper. Hey, Chase, so is Jim your dad?
Yes.
Well, congratulations on getting the financial support from family, and it's good to see in your executive paperwork that you have the strength of family and friends, and I'm encouraged seeing that. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other questions from commissioners? I don't see any, Chase. Thank you so much. As we mentioned before, all appointments will be done tomorrow after executive session. With that said, I'm going to ask that Alan Lishak, please turn on your video as well as your microphone. And obviously the commissioners have already heard from you today,
Yes.
understand a little bit about you, so you can dive right into your presentation.
Awesome. Hello again, and I'm Alan. So I'm gonna skip the intro and get right to the meat of everything. So if you wouldn't mind, next slide, and next slide, and keep going, please, all the way to the timeline of completion. Thank you. So I didn't tap into a lot into the build out costs and the store layout last time, so I'm going to do that here. On the timeline, I kind of put a conservative figure here in hopes of exceeding that. And on this particular build out, there won't be a lot of structural configurations. Coming from a construction background or owning my own business, I will do all of this build out myself and with my subs and employees, which in turn hopefully goes a lot smoother. On this store, I see about 2,100 square total feet with about 1,000 feet of shelf space. I estimate the build out to be about 120,000. There are no tenant improvements on this one. Like the presenter before me, this is the same location. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. This is the store layout I created. And like most people, I want to focus on the whiskey and tequila brands in particular with their popularity, and have a designated area for the high-end liquors, and that way they can be featured upon entering the store. Next slide, please. This is the proposed store with the interior pictures. Like the previous presenters, I do have an option for a third next door location that would allow me over 3,500 total square feet. I see sales in the first year of in the 1.5 mil, and then increasing to 3.1 mil the second year, 20% increases. This area, in my opinion, is a very fast growing area. I grew up in the Woodstock and Lentz area from '79. And so I've seen this change and everything that's come with it, and it's nothing but good things. And I think this area is primed for great growth via foot traffic or car traffic. I think in the end, in closing, this location is going to have a great convenience, and I would like to be part of this. My mom still lives very close. I'm there daily, and I pass by this location daily. So it would be a very convenient location for myself to get there. And in closing, I appreciate your time and all of this. And, you know, I have 4 applications or presentations in front of me, and I'm not necessarily applying for each one. I'm applying in hopes of getting one. So that being said, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alan. You did not get Mr. Commissioner Revolt, so you made it under the timeline. With that said, is there any questions from commissioners?
Sure. I just had one question really quick. Could you tell me a little bit about your retail experience?
Sure.
And sorry, and second question, which location is your most favorite location of the 4 you applied for?
Okay, retail experience, 2. I mean, I worked for a grocery store in college years for 5 years, ran the GM department, which ironically controlled the liquor. So I did 4 years there and then 7 years at Nordstrom. And I worked from the back stock rooms to being a logistics analyst, inventory analyst, and floor support. And then third, Leeson or North Tabor is my preferred location in the end. I live 5 minutes from there.
Which one? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, Alan. What was your preferred store?
Gleason or North Tabor, yeah.
Okay, and Commissioner Kern, I'm sorry, you still have the floor? Okay. What you said you worked at Nordstrom?
I did.
And what was your position there?
Pardon me?
What was your position there?
I had 3. I was the receiving manager and an inventory analyst and a logistics analyst. And my 4th was floor support in men's shoes.
Okay, thank you. And since then, for the past, well, the previous 21 years, you've owned your own company, correct? Is it in construction or tile specifically? Or
no, it started with tile, correct, on both. It started with tile and then it morphed into what I have now. So general contracting business.
Great, thank you. Great presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from commissioners? Hearing none, thank you, Alan. Next up, Dan Miner, if you could unmute yourself and turn on your camera. Looks like that swimmingly. Real quick test, Dan, on the microphone, if you would.
Can you hear me, Brian?
Loud and clear. I will toss it over to Commissioner Revolt.
Dan, how are you?
Good. Good afternoon, sir.
Good. You'll have 6 minutes to make your presentation. If a commissioner asks you a question, it won't take any time away from you. I'll pause and wait for you to answer. And about 30 seconds to go, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds to go. And then soon thereafter, I'll probably say, Dan, make your closing statements. I'll be ready to go whenever you are. So whenever you are, tell me to go.
Thank you. Greetings, Chair Rosenbaum and fellow commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to present my business plan today. My name is Dan Miner. I was appointed to 1182 Portland Hollywood in 2008 and appointed an expansion store 1256 Gladstone in 2016. Slide. I'm a native Oregonian. I entered the U.S. Military Academy at West Point after graduating from Lebanon High School. After graduation, I served on active duty, then over 22 years in the Oregon Guard, during which I deployed 3 times to Afghanistan and Iraq. 3 years ago, I transferred to the U.S. Army Reserves, where I serve as a colonel and a faculty instructor at the U.S. Army War College, a program which grants a master's degree in strategic studies. I retire from the military next year after 30 years commissioned service, so I'll clearly need a new challenge to fill all my spare time. I also bring more than 18 years retail experience in addition to my leadership background, and most of that, of course, has been an agent with OLCC. Slide. My proposed expansion store location is located only 2 blocks west from the intersection of I-205 and Foster Road. The building is currently occupied, and it does offer an on-site parking lot just out of view of this picture. Slide. This store will be similar in size to my Gladstone location with over 4,300 square feet at retail. The Hollywood Beverage Lentz location will still be larger than most in Oregon. It will feature well-lit and wide shoppable aisles like my other 2 stores. This location is ideal because of the easy access to I-205, high traffic counts on I-205 and Foster Road, and minimal impact to existing stores. Slide. I'm really attracted to this location because the area is underserved and this spot offers such a convenience to all the commuters on I-205. There are also few nearby locations to buy craft beer and wine, and I do propose a non-exclusive store. Slide. This location is centrally located in the Lentz neighborhood and will drive a new market opportunity with minimal impact to the neighboring liquor stores. These stores are further away than many of the adjacent stores at my Hollywood location, and certainly more than the 1.2 miles proposed for the Oregon City location in proximity to my Gladstone store. Slide. This proposed layout builds on my years of liquor store experience and the experience of already opening an expansion store. It'll maximize the available retail space. Considered in this layout are considerations for a shoplifting control plan, minimizing dead zones while also making shopping easy. Slide. A new location for Hollywood Beverage and Lentz will allow us to bring great selection and customer service to an underserved area. We know that our customers appreciate being able to shop for a broad selection of all their favorite spirits and discover new items with our popular in-store tastings. Also, providing a broad selection of craft beer, local wines, and the ability to fill a growler or crowler makes the large store format a hit with our customers. Slide. So in Portland, Hollywood Beverage is known for its great customer service, unmatched selection, and great representation of local spirits, beer, and wine. This is just an example of some of our online reviews. Slide. I think what's interesting to note on this is that in the Foursquare listing, there's a comment about 11th Avenue liquor store that says it's the best liquor store around. Well, I have many more reviews and an 8.9 rating compared to their 7.7. So I feel comfortable that my staff knows how to service our customers. Slide. I appreciate the positive experience I had during 3 National Guard deployments, 2 during my term as an agent. And while I'm proud of my service, I look forward to military retirement and ability to put all my focus on these 3 liquor stores. I believe my leadership skills and business acumen are reflected in the performance of Hollywood Beverage and the success I've enjoyed in the Army. This 3rd store will have a synergistic effect on the business, enabling me to leverage human capital and store resources. Slide. The employees I hire for the new Lentz location will enjoy best of class wages for liquor store employees, including medical and dental insurance, a 401k plan, and paid vacation. That's what I currently offer at my other 2 stores. Slide. As an experienced agent, I know how to train staff to ensure responsible sales of alcohol and to deter shoplifting. Slide. These projections are based on the startup of experience that I had at my Gladstone location, and I know that they are achievable. Although traffic counts are less than what's on McLaughlin, the nearby residential population is much larger in the Lentz neighborhood. Slide. Even during COVID, I did maintain 12-hour business days, and I know that these hours will work well in a new location. Slide. I'm going to beat your time. Each store, even adjacent ones, will have a slightly different mix of demographics and sales patterns. Both of my stores are known for offering broad selections in every category while also maximizing the return on the state's investment. I've always performed better than the inventory plan assigned by retail services. Slide. And last slide. So I do understand the startup costs. These are based on my Gladstone experience.
Closing statement, please.
Okay, I do have adequate financing available for the new store without impacting operations of the other two. Subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dan. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Hearing none, I will move on to the next presenter. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay. With that said, I'm going to bring up Devesh Patel. Devesh, please turn on your microphone and deploy your camera, if you will. Okay, Devesh, can you hear me?
Yes.
And please, okay, sounds like we got you loud and clear. I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Revolt.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You'll have 6 minutes to make your presentation. If at any time a commissioner asks you a question that will not impact your time, I'll pause and let you answer the question. At about 30 seconds to go, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds. Soon thereafter, I'll say, please make your closing statements. I will begin whenever you're ready. So when you tell me you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Ready. Thank you for your consideration. Next slide, please. I was born and raised in Portland, Oregon, completed my studies at Portland State University. I grew up in a background of a family that does hotels. So I worked with them for about 8 years until I became a senior accountant where I'm currently working. Next slide, please. Our mission has not changed. I used to be an owner of Cornell Liquor Store in Hillsborough. And our mission has not changed. We want to provide a one-stop shop for everyone, a unique experience with unique interior finishes for the store. We want to hold frequent tasting so the community can experience and be engaged in our store. Next slide, please. Time of completion, we want to finalize the lease in June, July. We want to order the walk-in coolers and fixtures and various things. In August, we want to start construction. In September, we want to have a grand opening. Next slide, please. Community involvement, we want to make sure we contribute resources to nonprofit organizations such as local food banks and homeless shelters, join the Chamber of Commerce in Lentz, join community pages like Lentz National or Neighborhood Association on Facebook and Instagram, be involved in the annual Lentz International Markets, and have frequent wine tasting so the community can be engaged in our liquor store. Next slide, please. We want to provide a unique experience for our customers by having a modern and convenient layout, high quality products and displays, well organized, stocked throughout the store, welcome every guest with a friendly manner, and train our staff to be knowledgeable of the products that they can help sell. Convenient shopping hours, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. On Sunday, it will be 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. We want to make sure the customers are comfortable with music and clean layout and nice colors and stuff like that. Next slide, please. Conjunction business, we will have about 2,500 SKUs of liquor and spirits, about 15-10% of beer and wine, and 15 to 10% of tobacco, snacks, grocery items, juice, ATMs, ice, and various other things. Next slide, please. Sustainability, there are 2 liquor stores nearby. This area is very densely populated and is continuing to grow with more housing units, about 400 housing units just to come just this year. So it's very densely populated, so it's sustainable for another store to be here. Next slide, please. Prosper Portland has invested about $207 million to grow this area of Lents in general. So the city of Portland has made it a focal point to continue economic growth in this area. They have seen 63% increase in property values, 36% increase in job growth, 31% increase in businesses coming to this area. Next slide, please. Control plan. We want to have 16 cameras throughout the store, make sure the register is close to the exit, have the shelves lower than 4 feet so we can see the whole store, have cameras throughout the store with monitors so the customers know we're looking at them, train staff to be alert and vigilant about the environment. And there's also a Live Eye, which is a 24-hour surveillance video system that you can get that a lot of convenience stores and gas stations are using. It's a foreign company. Next slide, please. Prevention sale to minors. This is probably one of the most important things to be aware of. So we want to train all the staff so they know how to sell liquor safely and to check IDs of anyone who looks to be under 35. Utilize the Kelly Myers system to make sure we're scanning IDs to making sure they're real and just training staff and making sure that everyone's aware that liquor should not be sold to anyone that shouldn't be consuming it. Have adequate signs throughout the store, which tells minors and people that shouldn't be drinking alcohol, they shouldn't be consuming alcohol. Next slide, please. Marketing. Have a grand opening, a banner, a local, maybe listed on local newspapers, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, hand out flyers. Next slide, please. This is kind of our layout, 3,100 square feet, take all 3 spots, walk-in cooler, 14 doors, and then this is what our layout looks like. Next slide, please. This is a bird's eye view. Next slide. Exterior, you can see there is a lot of parking. Next slide. Street view, this is Gleason. It's a very popular street. It's close to 205. Next slide, please. This is our Cornell liquor store I used to own in 2018, 19, and a little bit 20. You can see it was very clean, modern, colors are nice, nice flooring, nice shelvings. Next slide, please. These are just examples I saw on Pinterest. Next slide, please. Like I said, the Prosper Portland has been very active, involved in this area to develop it. So they have pre-approved me for $50,000 a tenant improvement grant for this location to develop a liquor store. Next slide, please. Startup costs, pretty standard, $45,000. Walk-in cooler is probably the most expensive thing. $180,000 total startup costs with $50,000 of tenant improvement coming through. So $130,000.
30 seconds.
Next slide, please. Average cost, I'm going to skip this, is pretty standard, $22,000 a month. Next slide, please. This is our projections, also pretty standard. This is a 12-year projection. Next slide, please. Yep, thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Devesh, thank you. Just a quick clarifying question. Is this lease still available? Because I believe it's the same that was earlier that was unavailable.
Yes, the 39 Foster is still available.
Okay, great. Thanks. That's all I needed.
Yep,
with that, any questions from commissioners?
I get a question. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Harper, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Commissioner Floyd. I'll go after you. Probably the same question.
Maybe, yeah. It says, and thank you for your presentation. Is it Divyesh?
Yes.
Divyesh Kumar. You were a co-owner of the Cornell liquor store. It looks like just until about a year ago. What happened there? Why did you part ways?
In July, so I still am very close to Sunny, which is the current active agent there. I wanted to do something on my own, and it was better for his family just to own a store by himself. It made more sense. So he helped me with the presentation as well. So we're really good friends still. So it was just a matter of me wanting to do something by myself and having the capital, and I'm also quitting my current job right now to do something in my own entrepreneurial side of it and own a business myself. So that was the main reason why we parted ways.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Harper.
Yes, Vish, I'm proud of you and your family. So thank you so much for what you've done in the past. Director Fleming, you did not share with us that Patel had signed. Normally, what we do is sign when you leave one liquor store. There's a notice. So, Brian, did you receive a notice, and he's not on the application for the prior store?
Commissioner Harper, so he divested his interest in the LLC at the store that was appointed. So that we allow. We do not allow at this time new participants to the LLC or corporation.
Yes, when we parted ways, I wrote a letter stating why we were parting ways and just leaving on a good note that it just made more sense for both of us.
Oh, definitely. All right, thanks so much. Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, hearing none. Hopefully I'm not going too fast here. I'm going to move on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll move on to Rothenflutch Inc. Tony Rothenflutch, would you turn on your camera as well as your microphone?
Can you hear me all right, Brian?
Yes, I understand you had difficulty earlier, but it looks like you've solved it. I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Revol. He'll give you a brief intro.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tony.
Good afternoon, sir.
You'll have 6 minutes to make a presentation. If a commissioner asks you a question, it will not hinder you. I will pause and let you answer the question and then continue. Toward the end of your presentation at 30 seconds, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds. And then soon thereafter, I will say, please make your closing statement. And I will begin whenever you're ready. So whenever you say go, I'll start the clock.
Okay. Can you go to the next slide, please? All right, let's go. My name is Tony Rothenflutch. I'm the sole owner and operator of North Bend Northeast Liquor, located on Williams and Skidmore, just north of the Modus Center. I was appointed as an OLCC liquor store agent, and I opened the store in 2016, pursuant to the 2015 OLCC liquor store expansion. Of the agents that received appointments in 2015 or 2016, I was one of the first to get my store open for business. Since opening North by Northeast Liquor, it's grown significantly with year-over-year annual average growth, sales of 35%, culminating with over $3 million in liquor sales in fiscal year 2020. In addition to a successful track record over the last 5 years of founding and operating an OLCC expansion liquor store, I have significant legal, business, and Oregon State regulator experience. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law in Oregon, California, and Washington. I've been practicing law for more than 15 years in Oregon. I'm currently the general counsel for a prominent insurance broker and investment advisor headquartered in Portland with offices throughout the Pacific Northwest. Previously, I spent a number of years in the United States Navy on submarines stationed in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. If I was granted an agency, I intend to transition to primarily being a liquor store operator and significantly scaling back my legal practice. Next slide, please.
Laura, I couldn't hear what he just said.
I'm sorry, I'll say it again. If granted an agency, I intend to transition primarily to being a liquor store operator and significantly scaling back my legal practice. Next slide, timeline, or stay on this slide. Timeline, 90 days to open, 15 to 30 days to negotiate and execute the lease agreement. We have the terms in place, we just need to paper it. 15 to 30 more days for the landlord to do his work, and then 30 days for me to get the shelves up and the counter and the few things I need to do. No permits are required here, so 90 days looks like a good number. Next slide. Liquor store theft mitigation control plan. This is a list of all the things that typical liquor stores do. We're going to implement all of these. You see the convex mirror in that picture there. Can you go to the next slide, please? The one thing I want to point out here is I've reached out and I'm waiting for a call back from the East Precinct, talk about what the issues are in the area, what can we do to come along, what I can do to come alongside the police department to make sure that the liquor store and the area is in a safe, crime-free zone. Next slide, please. Control plan to mitigate sales to minors. We're going to require the required identifications And the bottom line is if there's any questions, we're not going to sell to somebody that we're concerned may not be of age. Next slide. And next slide. Here's a proposed location. You've seen this. Other people have put in for this space as well. The picture on the left, it would be the bottom banks of windows 2 and 3 right there from the left. The second picture that's the back of the store. Deliveries, OLC deliveries can happen there. And the third picture is the interior there. That shows that the building's in a warm shell condition. It's ready to go. That's a false ceiling to run wires. It's pretty quick to come up to running there. Next slide. Type of business, non-exclusive liquor store, selling spirits, beer, wine, and related items. Pretty standard. Next slide. Improved convenience to the public. Foster is a busy street. 205 is right there. It's more than 1.5 miles to the closest liquor store. Convenience is just having a liquor store there. It'll be close by. People will come to the closer liquor stores if they have what they need. Next slide. Next slide. Expected consumer demand. These are some numbers. You've seen them. This is a good area. The demand is there. Population's rising. Density of population's good. Looks good. Next slide. First year targeted sales. Our target's 2 million in counter sales and licensee 200,000. I've estimated 1.83 million in the first year. You see they go up in year 2 and 3. I'm expecting bring on 2 small licensees per month. Just build things up slowly, develop a reputation in the neighborhood, and then maybe bring on some other licensee clients. Down below is a demographic, shows the liquor stores in the area. Closest one is 1.81 miles. That's Eastport. Shows their sales 5.4, 5.8, and 4.6 million a year. Next slide. Financial projections. I put them in here. I don't think we need to go over them. They're there and they're available. They're also in my other presentation. Next slide. Impact to existing liquor stores. I think what we're looking at here is if I can have an innovative product mix and match what I'm offering to what's in the community, people are going to come and they're going to buy more. And the goal is not to take a sale from another adjacent liquor store, but to develop increased sales across all the stores in Oregon. I think we can do that. Next slide. Relevant business factors. I'm experienced at building out and bringing an OLCC expansion liquor store online. I know not a lot of people have done that. 5 years experience operating the store. And then my recent outstandings on my last 2 agent evaluations. Next slide. Hours of operation. Next slide. Next slide. Store footage is right there. Next slide.
Please make the closing statement.
Next slide. So I appreciate the opportunity to present today. At the end of these slides, there is a pro forma with an estimate of the build out costs. I built in some extra money there. Comes in about 125,000. I have the funding for that. I'm applying for another store. I have the funding for the Gleason store as well. I could do them concurrently. Thank you for your time today. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Tony. Are there any questions from commissioners? You are proposing 2 locations, so I'll ask it in advance. Do you have a preferred location of the 2 you've proposed? I see a couple of commissioners nodding their head. So I'll let commissioners ask the questions, but be anticipating that.
Will do.
No questions?
Go ahead and answer the question, Tony.
Yes, answer that, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Lents is my preferred location, but I love them both. They're both great opportunities. They're certainly great opportunities.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, hearing no additional questions, thank you. You're free to leave the meeting. Next up is we're going to do the LUDE PDX, which is Cynthia Dunn. Cynthia, please turn on your camera as well as unmute your microphone. And okay, go ahead and unmute and let's do a quick test of the microphone.
Can you hear us?
I can, loud and clear. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Commissioner Revolt.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you'll have 6 minutes to make your presentation. At any time, if the commissioner asks you a question, I'll pause. Won't take any time away from your time period. At the end of your presentation, when you have 30 seconds left to go, I'll say you have 30 seconds. Soon thereafter, I'll say, please make your final presentation statement. And I will begin whenever you're ready. So when you say go is when I'll start the clock.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, OLCC staff. My name is Chip Dunn, and this is my wife, Cindy. We're presenting on behalf of Three Rivers Beverage Company for appointment in the Lentz neighborhood. Next slide, please. Within this slide, you'll see the experience my wife and I will bring to the Three Rivers Beverage Company and the Lentz community. We currently operate a commercial real estate investment company. Additionally, I serve on the Oregon Board of Dentistry as a public board member. I also volunteer on the Mission Advisory Council for New Seasons Market, as well as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force for the City of Happy Valley, where we reside. In addition to all that, I have 8 years of financial services experience in retail banking. Prior to that, I was an inventory fleet manager for Mercedes-Benz of Portland, managing vehicles from build to sale. And lastly, and my most favorite job is volunteering as a youth baseball coach. Within our commercial real estate business, Cindy works to oversee project management, working with different contractors, the finances, and the planning. She also has retail services experience in project management with Providence Health Systems, overseeing planning, development, and system-wide initiatives. In addition, she consults businesses on their inventory selection, merchandising, and to increase sales. Next slide, please. This is just a quick picture of my family. Next slide, please. As you can see, these pictures show where the store will be located. The picture on the left shows how the building has looked for years. And to your right, with the new owner, you'll see the modernized look that he's bringing to the neighborhood. We're extremely excited to work with him to continue the work of revitalizing this community. Next slide, please. Three Rivers Beverage Company will be a non-exclusive boutique liquor store offering beer, wine, cigars, and other ancillary products. Our focus will be around the customer experience at all points in our store. It's important to us to build our customer relationships from the inside out. Engagement with our customers will help us have a better understanding of what the community will actually need in a store. Next slide, please. If I can draw your attention to the star on the map, as you can see and well know, there's a tremendous demand for access to a liquor store in the Lentz community. We feel very strongly that Three Rivers Beverage Company is ideally located within the Lentz neighborhood to serve the needs of the people. We know the community is concerned about neighborhood impacts, specifically around parking. Our location offers plenty of off-street parking, conveniently located right off of Foster Road. This easy street parking will solve some of the concerns the community has while offering a much-needed service. Next slide, please. Loss prevention and access control protocols will be part of the fabric of our daily operations on an ongoing basis. This will be the cornerstone of our business model. We feel that having high-quality security systems is imperative to mitigating loss. When looking at these 3 areas you see on your screen, continuing education is going to be critical to make sure that we stay educated and train our staff to be the best stewards of the state and continually participate in the state's programs. Next slide, please. As you can see in this timeline, we're ready to get the ball rolling on our build out. Our proposed opening will be the end of summer. Next slide, please. Here's an estimate of our startup costs. Next slide, please. In this slide, we wanted to give you an idea of the visibility that our store will have to the community. We have direct access to Foster, where we have signage visible to both east and westbound commuters and multiple access points to our parking lot. Next slide, please.
Here we have an overview of an aerial view to give you an idea of how products will be displayed in the store, as well as show how traffic will flow through our business. Next slide, please. I want to take you on a journey of how our customers will experience our store. Store guests will feel supported in their shopping experience by our knowledgeable and welcoming team members. Our team will be ready with recommendations based on taste, new products, delicious pairings, and hosting suggestions. Our store will also have a warm and inviting boutique feel that will draw customers in. Warm wood beams and merchandising will enhance their overall shopping experience for all of our customers. Next slide, please. Just a quick view of to show the coolers and overhead shot. Next slide, please. Our goal in partnering with you is to raise the liquor shopping experience when local community members enter our boutique liquor store. In-store shopping will include education on shelf talkers, custom displays featuring local can't-miss products, and staff member highlights for recommended beverages. The in-store experience will be amplified through our online channels to further grow and nurture our community. This will include partnering with local micro-influencers, campaigns to drive social media engagement, and prioritizing relationship building both online and in the store. This is what the Lents neighborhood deserves and needs in a local establishment. Next slide, please. As with all projects, you have to start somewhere. This is a look at how the building currently is. I wanted to show you the bones of it. We have a loading dock, great floor space, and we're excited about the potential of this building. Next slide, please. We wanted to leave you with some pictures of our family and the potential of the legacy that this opportunity would provide.
We are extremely excited about the opportunity to be store operators for the Lents community, and we thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to the Dunn family. Are there any questions for the commissioners?
Brian?
Sure. Commissioner Floyd.
Did I hear another commissioner? I'm sorry.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, thank you both for your presentation. First and foremost, I love your babies. Beautiful picture of your family. I'm very intrigued with your summary of business on your application, where you mention and you say this in your presentation. The vision of your Lents location will be a boutique style liquor store. And I've also noted that amongst all other candidates presenting for this liquor location, this Lents location, you have about $215,000 as your startup cost. That's an impressive investment you're bringing to the Lents community. Can you elaborate with me your vision on this boutique style liquor store and how you plan on bringing this vision to life, please?
Yeah, I know it's a lot of money in comparison to some of the other presenters, but we're really excited to kind of bring our resources into the community. We know that this community has struggled tremendously, and we are really looking forward to being part of the helping of the revitalization of the area and to build the relationships with the community. We also really want shoppers to feel comfortable. Just come into a store unlike anything that they've ever gone into before, with the rustic themes, the pendant lighting, kind of have this love for this unexpected little niche of a liquor store with a really welcoming atmosphere. I think the other thing too with the boutique store is we'd love to be able to host some in-store events, partnering with local businesses and social media influencers to give the Lents community something that they're really struggling and missing in their growth. We see the change happening, and we would love to be a part of that change and development in the community. Thank you, Commissioner Floyd.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions of commissioners? Hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you so much, Chip and Cindy. Next presenter is Karush Sharan. Karush, can you turn on your camera as well as your mic?
Yeah, Director Fleming, can you just tell me how many more presenters are for the Lents area?
We have 2 more, and then 1 person with 2 different addresses. So we're about 3-4 away from completion.
Thank you.
Okay, Karush, can you test your microphone, please?
Yes, sure. I hope everybody can hear me. Hello, everybody.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Revolt, and he's going to do a brief introduction.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Commissioner.
So you'll have 6 minutes to make your presentation. At any time a commissioner were to ask you a question, it will not impede your time or take away from your time. I will pause, allow you to answer the question, and then I will begin again. Toward the end of your presentation, I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Soon thereafter, I'll say, please make your final presentation remarks, and that will be the end of it. I will begin the clock whenever you say go.
You ready? Okay, let's go. Chairman Rosenbaum, Commissioner, and all CCS staff, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. For the record, I'm Kuro Sharon, and this is my wife of 19 years and business partner, Zufan Nejati. We reside at 8885 Southwest Shackler Drive, Tigard, Oregon 97224 for the past 14 years. Next slide, please.
We create a short video about us to help showcase who we are and why we'll be successful.
Could you please play the video? Yeah. Hello, everyone. I am Kurosh.
And I'm Zore, and I have over 20 years experience in restaurant and retail management.
We are applying for Lens location. I am an Iranian-born entrepreneur. I have started up many successful retail and restaurant businesses from 1977 in Iran, Dubai, London, England, and Portland, Oregon. My last restaurant was Piatino in Pearl District, where we are standing right now. And we were all about personalizing, customer service, quality. My last landlord was Mr. Robert Sack for over 10 years. Thank you for your time. Hello, everyone.
Give Laura just a second. She's navigating. She's done a great job with it.
I'm really sorry about the whole problem. Okay. Thank you. I am board traveler and have over 40 years of experience in customer service, retail, and restaurant management.
And I have over 10 years management experience with Starbucks Coffee and Professione Italia. And for the past 14 years, I've been owner-manager of my two restaurants, Shiraz in Tigard and Piatino in Pearl District. Next slide, please.
This is the outside look of our Prospect Lens specialty liquor today. Next slide, please. And this is the new outside look for our Prospect Lens specialty liquor soon. Next slide, please.
This is the inside look today. Next slide, please. And this will be the look in the next few months. Next slide, please.
Almost all the upgrades and build out will be done by the landlord. The timeline of the completion is around 6 months. Next slide, please. You know what? I have a better idea. Why don't we go inside and take a look for ourselves?
Video.
This is the last one, I promise. Welcome to Lens Specialty Liquor. Our hours of operation will be Monday, Thursday, 9 to 9, Friday, Saturday, 9 to 10, and Sundays, 12 to 6. Our business plan is to create a unique and contemporary, non-exclusive outlet with the heavy focus on customer service one-stop shop.
Focus on top 19% by dollars, targeting a minimum of 2,000 views and over 50 paid coolers, local crowd and microgroups, as well as the affordable local wine under $15. Have walk-in cigar humidor and all the popular cigars and tobacco products.
We will provide over 3,000 total linear feet of shelving space and over 700 linear feet of cold storage for beer and wine. Next slide, please.
All right, here is a breakdown of the $135,000 we have budgeted for this expansion project and the first month business expenses. Next slide, please.
Lens specialty liquor estimated sales would be first year about 2 million, third year about 3.5, and by the fifth year, they're going to reach 5 million. The potential impact on other liquor stores is significant. However, I'm targeting the new growth portion of each store below and not looking to steal their business. Our extended hours of operation, convenience, and customer service will likely drive the majority of the business earned. Next slide, please.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, for selling to minor and theft prevention, all staff will be in full compliance with the legal required OLCC mandated training. And next slide, please. We're gonna go to the next slide again. These are just the theft prevention and marketing program. And next slide, please.
And that is our closing statement. I would like to thank Mr. Todd Hogan, Barry and Greta Karimi. Next slide, please. Jesse and Tiffany Stafford for giving me the opportunity to work with them in their stores for a few months, and they have been gracious to write us a letter of recommendation, which we greatly appreciated. Next slide, please. As well as my last two landlords for the past 15 years, Mr. Lance Killian and Mr. Robert Sachs and Dave Sherrod.
We would like to thank you for allowing us to present to you today, and we are grateful for this opportunity. We ask that you appoint us today as a new agent for Lens area so we can build the next big thing in Oregon liquor business. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karush. Are there any questions from the commissioners? Hearing no questions. Okay, thank you, Karush. Looks like everything.
One more thing regarding the completion, we are hoping 6 months. If for any reason it wants to go more than that, the 8301 belongs to somebody I know. His name is John. I can never pronounce his last name, S-K-E-T, and I know him for the past few years. He lives in Beaverton. I've been to his place, to his house, and he promised if for any reason we cannot get the other one or the timeline is longer than what we think, is prepared to lease us that place.
Thank you, Karush. Okay, hearing no other questions, thank you. We'll move to our next presenter, and after this, we have 2 to go, so we're almost there, everybody. Todd Simones, please turn on your camera as well as your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me, guys?
We can hear you loud and clear, and if you have your video or camera, please turn that on as well. There you go. You're ready to go.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Harper, or excuse me, Commissioner Revolt will have a brief comment.
That's okay. Todd, I'm sure you're tired of hearing this, but you have 6 minutes to make your presentation at any time. A commissioner asks you a question, it will not be a negative on you. I will pause, wait for you to answer, and start again. At the end of the presentation, I'll let you know you have 30 seconds left. Soon thereafter, I'll say, please make your closing remarks. I'll go when you're ready. So let me know when you're ready, and then I'll start the clock.
Okay, I'm ready. I thank you guys. I know it's been a long day, so I will hopefully just be the 6 minutes. Let's go to the third slide, please. So my executive summary, we want Lens Liquor to be a exclusive retail store. We want it to be very clean, well-lit, friendly, a place that people want to come again and again to shop. We'd also like to be very involved in the Lens community and attract other businesses to open their doors and have it as a thriving community here in the near future. We are situated in the densest part of the Lens community, so we'll get a lot of walk-in traffic, nearby restaurants, and be involved in the community as well. About me, I've been in the institutional investment world for 8 years. I recently departed from that industry, and so this would be my day-to-day. I'd be operating the store day-to-day with, I believe, Wendy Boso, who you talked to earlier. Next slide, please. This would be our time to completion. It's a pretty aggressive store opening date. But with Wendy's construction background, and I actually have a construction background from college, and I've helped her on different projects since then, we feel that we can get this done fairly quickly to open and get sales going very quickly for the OLCC. Next slide, please. Our control plan for theft, first is foremost is going to be a very well-lit, well-laid out store. Kind of a galley style where there's going to be one entry and exit point. So we're going to be able to see the whole store from the counter. That's going to be very important for us to deter theft. And I think the most important part is just to engage the customer. So greet them, can we help you find stuff? These are the type of things that I think that will not only bring people back, but it will deter people from theft. Also, all the smaller items going to be behind the counter so that people can't just grab them. The higher price items will be locked in a see-through case. I will be opening and closing the store every day, or Wendy will as well. We'll have a security system throughout the store and including in the exterior of the stores as well. So next slide, please. So preventing the sales to minors is a big issue. I know LLC guidelines, says that anybody who appears 26 years or younger, I would like to raise that to 30 years or if they look 30 years or younger, we would want to ID them. We're going to be keeping up to date on the different forms of IDs for all 50 states, Indian tribes, military, and passports. We want to visually look at the ID if it's suspect, have it take it out of the wallet. We're going to have an ID scanner with our POS system. Secret shoppers, we would like to include that as well. And then, make sure that the minors, if they look nervous or something like that, that we, ask them maybe for a second form of ID or maybe even sign and ask, and about their address, their name, stuff like that. Next slide, please. So our proposed location is at 9236 Southeast Woodstock Boulevard. It's in the Woodstock Crossing building, so a high density building. Our hours of operations are going to be Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sunday, 10 to 6. This location is not within 3 miles of Eastport Liquor or Powell, the one on Powell as well. And it's also not located near any schools, churches, or alcohol treatment centers. Next slide, please. Our estimated sales based on the average transaction of $20.72, we think that we can do 100 purchases per day, which get us to just under $2,900 daily. We think that will equate to about $1 million annual sales in our first year. Again, this is a startup liquor store, so we understand that there is going to be a lower sales for the first year. We expect to increase those sales from 30 to 35% year over year. Next slide, please. These are the renderings and the total square footage. So our total square footage is going to be 1,245 square feet. This is going to be the layout of the store. As you can see, the counter is at the front, the first point of entry and exit of the store, so we can see the store clearly. And we have we'll be able to see the store from the front. Next slide, please. The exterior signage is, we're going to have something in the window actually, so that it can't be vandalized. It'll be protected. We're going to employ the Kelly Myers data system for our POS system on sales and inventory. We'll also have a cloud backup POS system to ensure that that data is secure. We're going to have a Google Nest cameras to record everything, TV screens so that people can see that they're on footage, and signage of a legal age. We'll also be following State of Oregon and CDC guidelines for COVID-19 protocol. Next slide, please. This is our breakdown of the product selection. So bourbon and whiskey are going to be the most, and then you can see the breakdown from there. Next slide, please.
Please make your closing statement.
Startup costs are $115,000, and then I just really appreciate you guys taking the time and opportunity. I know it's been a really long day, and I hope to partner with you guys in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Todd. Commissioners, are there any questions?
I got a quick one.
Feel free.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. I see that the majority of your professional career you've been in finance, correct? Do you have any experience in retail inventory management, anything of that nature?
So yes, you are correct. My majority of my career has been in finance, and no, that's why I'm, partnering with Wendy. She has more retail experience than I do, so that's been a strategic partnership that I'm going to rely on her as well. But I'm very well versed in P&L of companies and how to run businesses, so I don't see that being a big problem for me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions for Todd? Hearing none, Todd, thanks so much. Next up, we are at the last two presentations. These will be done by the same individual. Troy Berry, can you unmute and also turn on your camera? Okay, we have a little background noise.
How's that?
That's much better. So I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Revolt. He's going to do a brief intro for you.
Okay, my understanding is you're going to be making two presentations. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the interest of time and the fact that I know you guys are making big money doing this, we're going to try to consolidate both of them.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. So,
all right.
You will have 11 minutes to bring both the presentations before us. At the end of the time, I will say you have 30 seconds left to go for your two presentations. And I will then ask you soon thereafter if you will make a closing statements for both. If at any time a commissioner asks you a question, I will pause and allow you to answer the question, and then I will begin again. Whenever you're ready, I'm ready. So just tell me when you want me to start the clock.
Appreciate that. My name is Troy Berry, and first of all, I want to thank Chair Rosenbaugh, the commissioners, Brian Fleming, Brian Akers, and the rest of Retail Services for the opportunity to present here for Lentz Famous. It's been it's great being here. We're extremely excited. It seems like it's been a lifetime because we've been working on this for a while. Lentz Famous Liquor is presented to you today and owned and operated by myself and Ebony Blackman as a non-exclusive LCC flagship store that will serve an immediate need in the 92nd and Foster corridor. And this area was designated as an urban renewal area over 20 years ago. And major geographic and demographic changes have been made during this time, and many more are anticipated by the year 2035. And this has been, for the two of us, this has been our baby for the past 2 years. We've worked on this. We identified this area going on 3 years ago. It's personal for us. We have a lot invested in this. And with the team that we have put together, there's just decades of combined retail experience. Can you go to the next? The next, actually, can you go to the rendering? Just hit that. And we want to show you the animated rendering that we had, if you'd like to. This here is just for the what's called up. That's Chad's.
Lots of chocolate. I would.
Chad's now.
Chad's on. Just focus on Chad. Just a conceptual.
Okay, thanks. That video is actually conceptual, and this is for Lentz Famous Liquor. And so we actually, like I said, I'm going to try to do the best I can of consolidating both these presentations. We're blessed to have such a knowledgeable team in all facets of business. Myself, Ebony, to my left, Dana. We actually had a couple more people, but they had to go to work. They tried to hold off, but they couldn't. And we're all committed to creating a Lentz Famous as a flagship store, providing a unique and customer-friendly shopping experience. Being that customer service is the #1 priority. Can you go to the next?
Before you go to the next, is the Director Flemings and Commissioner Raval. Hey, Mr. Berry, is this going to be 2 different addresses in the Lentz area?
Yes, sir. So what had happened is
I got the one address, 502 Southeast 92nd. What's the other?
That's the one. That's the rendering that you just looked at, and then there's an 8931 Southeast Foster, which is pretty much everyone has the same 2 locations in that area. There's one different that was on 103rd and with the couple, they're on 103rd and Foster, but the other ones have been the same 2 locations, Mr. Harper. So there's an 8931 as well that we have a fully executed LOI for with John Skirtis.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, we'll talk about this. This is pretty much in the proposals that were submitted prior in March, and the demographics and the socioeconomic data that was provided in those proposals are pretty much the same. I do want to point out that during this time, these past couple of years that we've been waiting for this particular opportunity, we've been extensively working, putting hours in at liquor stores and learning and gaining as much knowledge as we can. So we anticipate an opening right around for both for the 8931, which would be a little earlier. We anticipated a pretty aggressive opening of August 1st. And the information that we have a relationship with Chad that we've had for the past couple of years, and the information that he provided for us for the one on 92nd would be probably the earliest sometime in December. Okay, next slide, please. And this is our team, myself, like I said, Dr. Blackman, my right hand, my confidant, my best friend to my right. Dave, unfortunately, is not here. Next slide. Khalil, next slide, please. Dana's to my left, and Khalil had to take off to go to work. He actually works at Pearl Liquor Stores right now. Next slide, please. And this is just a timeline, and what we said is, if you look at the timeline being for the one on 92nd, we said November, that would actually be a December timeline, and for the one for John Skirtis on 89th would be August 1st. Next slide, please. Okay, why 5802 Southeast 92nd? Well, for a number of reasons. This neighborhood is a burgeoning neighborhood. It's growing. It's an extremely diverse neighborhood. And the need that we feel for a non-exclusive store based on the needs of the area is very important, because there's no immediate grocery stores in the vicinity. So for us to offer a one-stop shopping experience for customers would be an extreme advantage, not only for us, but for the neighborhood. And, you know, myself, with my experience with coaching for over 25 years in the area, I mean, I have a lot of knowledge of the area and a lot of relationships within that area as well. Next slide.
Troy, this is Commissioner
Yes,
Revolt.
sir.
I
Yes,
pause
sir.
you because I'm going to let you know something. You've used up almost half your time.
Okay. All right. So go through. This is just a 90-second 92H deal that Chad has put together. He's a developer. And if you look at the star, that's where over 200 unit development is going in relationship to the store, which is within a 2-block radius. Next slide. Okay. Green being 2022, red being 2021. These are consumer demand, and this is based on the OLCC data. Next slide. Direct and indirect competitors. We feel that the newly proposed 122nd and Powell location would be a great location for a sister store for both of these locations. Next slide. Hours of operation. We're pretty set and think that, you know, these are good hours for this particular location. Next slide. Control plan. Ebony, you want to take over?
Sure. So we have, following the OLCC guidelines, we're going to look for signs for IDs to be tampered with, look for individuals, or card everyone, but especially those who look under age 26 or even raising that to potentially 30, 35, check the expiration date and review signatures on the back, perhaps ask questions relating to their ID just to make sure that they're not using a fake ID. Also, training staff to recognize visibly intoxicated individuals and identifying those signs of, like, particularly difficulty standing or falling down or difficulty handling money. And so those are some control plans we have in place. Next slide.
I do want to say that we want to properly incorporate theft control measures as well, making sure that product is placed properly and that we have top of the line security equipment. And Ebony went over selling to minors as well. Go ahead.
Here is the old and new rendering for 5802 Southeast 92nd. And so you can see the transition and the change that the developers committed to for this space. Next slide, please.
Next slide. We're trying to get through so we can show you the animation. It's the floor plan here, and then we have an animation for the next video so we can close that out with that. Next slide. Goes pretty fast. This is a product that we would carry. Experience here, Dana having extensive experience and years of experience in managing grocery stores herself. Next slide. Cost breakdown, Ebony?
Sure. So as you can see, we've identified that over 50% of our investment will go into capital equipment, you know, opening inventory, advertising. We did allow for a $20,000 contingency because you just never know what things may pop up that you didn't initially anticipate. The mortgage, I'm sorry, not the mortgage, but the lease amount will account for 4.3% of the overall initial investment or the cost breakdowns, and then leasehold improvements. And so we have actually broken all of these categories down in the initial proposal that was submitted in March. So, or you feel free to ask questions as well. Next slide. All right, any questions?
Do we have time for you to look at the 45-second, I think it's 45-second animation video of the other location as well? I think we do.
A minute and 30 seconds total.
Okay, can you click onto that? It's the same. Where's it at?
It's on the beginning of the first,
Yeah.
on the next slide. Yep, there we go.
There you go.
I will start the clock when it goes. I'm starting the clock now as the video is going.
It's really good. This is a great video. Advance to next slide. Oh, that was it.
Yeah, that's the end of it. It's starting over again, Mr. Robel. Okay, no, we're extremely pleased to be here. We've been waiting on this opportunity. It seems like a lifetime, and yeah, we just, okay, we just, you know, are excited just for this opportunity. We're ready, we're locked in, and we just welcome any questions that you have.
Please make your closing statement.
Have me close it out, please.
Well, echo Troy's sentiments, so we're happy to be here. Definitely grateful for the opportunity to present in front of you guys today, and would love to be considered for the Lentz property. You know, the two that were a liquor store in Lentz, in the Lentz area.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Troy and company. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Director Fleming's Commissioner Raval is Commissioner Harper.
Go ahead.
I'd like to say congratulations to Troy and to Mr. Berry and his staff. They, since I've been a commissioner, he has truly been active in regards to pursuing the ownership of a retail center. I'd like to ask one question, Mr. Berry and team. Is there anything that we missed that you just thought about that you wanted to share with us?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of information. We do want to say that in this particular area, like I said, Mr. Harper, we've been researching this for a number of years now. And this particular area, we saw the holes. I don't know if you can see the map over here, but that's every single location for a liquor store that's in the Portland metropolitan area. We could tell you every single. There's no one that's going to outwork us. And that's every single liquor store in the Portland metropolitan area. And we know the holes, and this area. We're super excited about this area. And there's a personal affinity with this area as well, with my younger son. But that's another story. But you know, we just think that this neighborhood could generate a lot of excitement for a liquor store, for a non-exclusive liquor store. We want to emphasize that.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Commissioner Curran.
Yes, I did have one question. Which location, is there one that calls to you more? And then I did notice that you're scheduled for tomorrow in a couple locations. Is there a location that you have a preference on as well?
Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of personal feelings with the Lentz location. And I mean, some things that have happened in our family with my son passing a couple weeks in his apartment from that particular location. We didn't look for that. You know, we were just led to this location when we were looking for it. We had no idea the chain of events that were going to happen. But you know, we love the Lentz location. We love all of them. That's why we submitted, Commissioner Kern. But this particular location, it means a lot to us personally. I don't know if you want to add anything.
Just echoing the same thing, and also not only with the passing of Troy, but It also aligns with the vision of Chad, who's a friend of ours, and he is the main developer in the Lentz area with Oliver Station and the Woody Guthrie Center and 92H, which is going to be over, almost another 200 units of housing. And so with the influx of individuals moving there, families, affordable, it just aligns with, the community we serve is actually a reflection of ourselves. So just, would love to be a part of that whole dynamic opportunity that's going in there.
Thank you.
Brian, you're on mute.
Chair Rosenbaum appears to be back, so I'm going to let him take the baton again.
I've been listening. I think we go into executive session now, and for those people listening on here, there's no need to stay on. We're not coming back on this link anymore today. So let's go. Thank you all. Let's go into executive session.
Thanks, Troy.
And then we'll go from
All right,
there.
thank you guys.